This is it. It's the season finale for Gridlife competition at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. This is the last event of 9 in the 2025 competition season at a racetrack that's going away. It's closing in just about a month's time here at Pitt Race, and we're so excited to be finishing out our season at this fantastic racetrack. There's so much on the line, championships coming down to the wire, all here at this 2.7-mile racetrack. Let's have a look here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. 19 corners and 2.7 miles. This track's about 25 years old, but it has tons of character. Originally called Beav Run, it was much shorter. You can actually see that original course roughly where turn 1 and 11 are. But a couple of years ago, they added an addition that brings on another mile or so of course. It all starts with a turn 1 and 2, a fast left-hand complex up over a crest, then to turns 3, 4, and 5. This is the corkscrew shot. If this was WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, you get this downhill run into 5, very picturesque. Then up out of the climb into turn 7 and 8, where you're into the fast S's, right, left, right, back, over, and forth. And then to turn 11, into turn 12, braking zone. This is a trouble spot and a tricky area to get the car slowed down. Up over turn 13 and 14, and over to turn 15. A kink to the left, kink to the right, heavy braking at turn 17 to return you to the start-finish line here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. And there's so much going on. We saw so much yesterday. Let's have a look at the preview for day 2 of the action here from the Gridlife Finals in 2025. It's day 2 here from Pittsburgh International Race Complex for the Gridlife Finals. The second day of action brings the first races of the weekend for IBOC Gridlife Touring Cup, Gridlife GT, and the Gridlife Rush Series, and the continuation of qualifying for the Gridlife Track Battle Championship. So far this weekend, Evan McLaren and Peter Gramberg have already broken track records in Falcon Club TR, and on pole in GLTC is 2022 champion Tom O'Gorman. So with those races coming up and plenty more action coming your way, we're so excited to be here at Pitt Race. And like we said, this is the finale event for Pitt Race for Gridlife. 9 rounds in, no rounds to go. This is it. We're crowning our champions at the end of the weekend here. Tomorrow is the last day of action with podium sprint in the last 2 races, but this is going to preview our action here for the rest of the weekend and kind of set the stage for the championships that we have going on. Of course, there's plenty more coming your way, so make sure you stay tuned. We'll also have Gridlife Drift on the racetrack, and the vibes here have been fantastic. We had the Sunoco Pump Party last night in the garage area with the arcade. We had music going on. It's a blast here. We're so excited to be out here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. And of course, the Gridlife Rush Series, this is just an encore for them. They already had their season championship finish out at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca last month, and it was Ryan Leach that topped the charts there. He's already won the championship, but it's a field of 20 cars that will take the green with no championship points on the line. It is all about winning the races. And for drivers like Tom O'Gorman in IBOC GLTC, it's still just about the races. But for Matan Rosenberg, Eric Kittil, Hans Horpedal, and AJ Hartman in the GT Series, it's the championship that's on the line here today. Well, there's plenty more coming your way here today, so make sure you stay tuned all day long with IBOC GLTC, Gridlife GT, and the Gridlife Rush Series. And yesterday's day 1 was chock full of action, especially in the Gridlife Track Battle Championship. We also saw the first of the practices for IBOC GLTC, and Kyle Heyer joined by Alex Moss. Alex, we saw a little bit of everything, including LMP3s on the racetrack, sharing the road with some of our track battle competitors, but we got a good preview of the rest of the weekend, too.
Yeah, we did. We saw a lot of records fall yesterday, and more to come today, I expect.
Yeah, we had a little bit of mechanical trouble for a couple of cars in some of the track battle sessions, but in the Gridlife Rush Series, we definitely, got a look at what we're going to see there with some qualifying at the tail end of the day. And the first on track for drift, we'll see plenty more of that. Although this is an abrasive racetrack that offers a huge challenge for the tires for not only the drift cars, but for everybody else as well. It's a very rough pavement that can chew up your stuff. So great shots here. Jim Rauch reset the overall Gridlife track record at a 140.1. He's looking for a sub 140 at a 2.7-mile racetrack today. So he told me this morning it's the time to go fast, so he's geared up. He probably is going to sit out the rest of the day after that. So that was his plan coming into the day. But of course, we talked about the championships that are on the line here, and there's so much to talk about as far as the championship points in all of our categories. And here's a look at Gridlife Pitt Race and Pittsburgh International Race Complex here in Wampum, Pennsylvania. Excited to be here, but again, the championship standings for the Club SC cars, we'll get over that here in a minute, but have a look. Just a little bit of precipitation in the area. I don't think it's going to threaten us really at all today, but notably it's much warmer than it was in yesterday's Heat 1. 49 degrees Fahrenheit now versus the 35 we started with on Friday.
Yeah, so we don't have the frost on the ground that we saw yesterday. A lot warmer at the start of the day. It's going to warm up to about 72 degrees, I think, today, which again is a little bit warmer than it was yesterday. But the track is plenty cool this morning for the time attack drivers to be able to set those fast times.
Here's a look at the points in Falcon Club SC coming into this round. Mike Jansen reset the track record yesterday. He went to a wedding, and we're not sure if he's going to make it back for podium sprint. And if he does, he might go for the victory lap. But right now, he's already got the championship claimed.
Yeah, so he doesn't really have to be here. He's here because he wants to be, and hopefully he'll make it back for the podium sprint to be able to really put a cap on the season that he's had here.
Here's a look at Falcon Club TR points. This is the exciting one. Mario Moroni, Peter Granberg, and Evan McLaren all still mathematically in it with a win. Moroni's got the advantage, but Granberg and McLaren will have to perform in podium sprint to steal this one away.
Yep, I think I saw in the chats last night that there may be some mechanical problems for Peter in this, which will be good news for Mario, I expect. Although everybody always wants the competitors to be at their best.
Yeah, there's Joshua Halka leading in the street class standings, but Andy Holst, who sits in third, has won and got a track record everywhere. He did the exact same thing yesterday and is seated top for podium sprint, but he needs to perform there. If he does that, he will knock Joshua Halka off of the top of street class points.
Yeah, Andy Holst currently in first place, but he has Barbaros, I think, breathing down his neck right now.
And then in Street GT, another category where the championship is basically locked up, Luke McGrew has mathematically put himself in an uncatchable location, but Ryan Matthews is here trying to scrape away some points at the very tail end. None of the other front runners are really here, so I think Luke McGrew is going to enjoy a pretty easy run, but the podium sprint again will be between Ryan and Luke.
Right, and that's just it. The podium sprint format means that you can't cruise to the end of the event. You've got to perform in that one session on Sunday.
Well, cruising to victory in the championship in Street Mod is Dewey DeWitt in his Subaru Impreza he calls Boogeyman, but not displayed here is Alan Patton, who had already reset the Street Mod class record by a huge margin yesterday, and though Dewey DeWitt's already won the championship, Alan's going to make it real miserable for Dewey to win the podium sprint this weekend.
Yeah, not sure it's going to be quite enough to wipe the smile off Dewey's face. I'm sure he's pretty thrilled with having that championship, but Alan just coming to make a statement here, I think, this weekend.
Alan Patton already won the Track Mod Championship, though. He's here running in Street Mod, so he's already gotten this, and he's not worried about the Track Mod standings here this weekend. Justin Peachy and Chris Smith are going to be fighting for third. Chris Boersma is here as well, trying to pick up some points. And the last championship is the Unlimited one, and I think that's a big story, too, because I did see Jeremy Lauder roll in this morning, so it will be a fight for third between him and Andreas Bertulis. But Gridlife Track Battle Heat 4 is up next. Well, it's the season finale for the Gridlife Track Battle Championship here at Gridlife Pit Race in Pittsburgh International Race Complex. And this racetrack, about 2.7 miles and 19 turns, and it is the battleground for our last round of the season. This is Heat 4 of 7 for the Gridlife Track Battle Championship. Today will be Heats 4, 5, and 6. Before Heat 7 tomorrow morning will be the last opportunity to qualify into the podium sprint. The top 5 from each class advance Alex Moss, and then they will have a three-lap battle to the death for not only the city trophy for the event, but also potentially the season trophy in each class.
Yep, so this is going to be the first session of the three today, and what everyone's trying to do in these sessions today is really set their time to qualify for that podium sprint tomorrow and chase those records, because the records are probably not going to fall in the podium sprint. It's later in the day, the track's a bit warmer, so it's a little bit more difficult to go first. Also, there may be rain tomorrow for the podium sprints as well, which will throw a real big curveball to these guys that are going to be competing for that trophy.
So there's a handful of cars on the racetrack now for Group D. We started with 5 groups in Heat 1. We're down to 4. And again, we run these slowest to fastest. So Group D first, Group A last. And we split them up by overall pace. But we do mix classes together. And there's a fairly good mix of cars in this group, mostly in the Club SC, Club TR, and Street classes, although there's a handful of representation from Track Mod and a few Street Mod cars in here as well. But kicking things off, we've got Garrett Bolton at the very pointy end of that in the Toyota MR2. That's the the red car at the pointy end. Then Liam Foster in a Street GT BMW M2. So a little mix of cars here to start the day. But the Falcon Club SC entries are really what we're watching with Mike Jansen out. Is there an opportunity for someone else to improve here and break the track record this morning?
Yeah, I think there is. I mean, this could be a very good session. Maybe not quite as good of a session in terms of track condition as yesterday was. We've had drift cars on here and it is slightly warmer. But the drivers are going to be in better condition, better prepared, have that track really memorized, and the cars will be set up a little bit better. They'll be able to have made those adjustments for today as well.
So Garrett Bolton in the MR2 heading down to turn 7. I love this section of the racetrack, these flowing S's where you can use the curbs, get up on top of them here. Green racetrack this morning. What I mean by that is that it's a cool morning. We haven't had the running all day to sort of put the rubber down. I'm sure there's rubber there from yesterday. Alex, morning session, how much does the track rubber state factor into this at all? Does it at all, or is it just about the track temperature being so cool?
It's really just the track temperature being so cool. I don't think, you know, the tires that we're running, you've got maybe 2 or 3 cars out there on slicks. Everybody else is on street tires. I don't think that has a huge impact into the track condition. The drift cars running on it does kind of deteriorate the track a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what the mechanics of that are, beyond just the dust and little marbles essentially that they kick up. But I don't think the street tires, as a rubbered-in street tire track, makes a huge difference for us.
Yeah, so that will basically mean, again, with 50-degree air temperatures here this morning, the track should be pretty optimal. Again, we saw it be almost too cold yesterday morning, and I think regardless, we saw track records fall in 5 of our 7 classes. And again, by the end of the day, 6 of our 7 classes saw records fall. First laps of the morning, though, Garrett Bolton at a 2:06, and his best time yesterday was a 2:05.3. Nathan Traxler at a 2:08. He was at a 2:05 yesterday. So lap 1, we're not seeing an immediate improvement, but sometimes it takes a lap to kind of feel things out. There's the Cobalt SS, Dave Laps behind the wheel of that car. That's a street class entry, and he has yet to put a time down just starting a lap here.
Yeah, so not seeing a big improvement, or not seeing any improvement so far actually, which is a little bit surprising. But also, we have seen Nicholas Berg come in. Has he improved now? 2:11. He's right on his time. Actually, that is an improvement, I think, from his time yesterday of about half a second. So we are seeing Club SC going a little bit faster than they did yesterday, but I don't think records yet.
Yeah, the record that we're chasing would have been Mike Jansen's time, and Jansen was at a 2:10.722. And we're not actually that far off of that. Nick Berg at a 2:11, so only 0.3 off. That's a high possibility, I think, that we see the Club SC record fall, and that would also shift Jansen out of the top spot for the podium sprint. So
right,
that will change the math a little bit. Now, that doesn't really matter a whole lot. It's just your seating position for the podium sprint. So long as you're in the top 5, you have a chance to win. But I think having clear racetrack to yourself, not having to worry about what anyone else is doing, I think that certainly can help you. There's Nick Berg in that Honda Civic, the number 216. And you see his Honda Fit there in the picture, because that's what he started the season with, but he swapped over to this Honda Civic, and he's found a lot of success with this as of late.
Yeah, and it's somewhat of an unusual car for Club SC. We're used to seeing the small, the leg cars, the Honda Fit, the Ford Fiestas, Mazda 2s, those kind of cars in Club SC. So a little bit more of the coupe, traditional coupe or sedan style car is somewhat unusual for the class, but it is, you know, a legal Club SC car, so there's nothing wrong with it being there, just something a little different.
Yeah, into the braking zone for turn 17. He has David Best right behind him. That's that 134 Honda Fit. You see Nathan Traxler in that 728. I think that is not quite an improvement. He's about a 10th off his best. But when we follow the Club SC cars, looks like I also see Sam Dooling out there right behind these two. So any of these 3 coming across the stripe could go to the top of the board. Looking for a 2:10.7 for the new track record. 2:10.541. New track record for Nick Berg and Falcon Club SC.
So there it is. First record of the day to fall. Club SC, Nick Berg now also moves himself into that number 1 spot for the podium sprint, as you had said. Whatever shenanigans Mike Jensen got up to last night at the wedding. He may need to shake that off and make his way back here to defend this.
Yeah, so we'll see if he comes on back to defend from the weekend win. Even if he doesn't show, Nick Berg being the fastest car here so far this weekend in Club SC. I don't think he's won an event before. I think he's landed on the podium maybe once, but this would be a huge weekend for him if he were to manage to get this done. So we'll see what he can do. And it looks like he might have bailed out. David Best goes on by in that number 134. Sam Dooling only at a 212. Now, where has Dooling been so far? 211.7. So Dooling still has some time to find. I'm a little bit surprised to see Sam not at the pointy end of the field so far this weekend. But he's been having fun. He was out there in the drift session yesterday with some media people in the back shooting some drift. Just really enjoying it. The championship is out of reach, but I think it's likely he'll end up with a trophy regardless. Here's a car that has caught our attention, and this is the 277 of Alec Inhouse. And this is a street class entry, and his best time is a 218.7, and he's improved that this morning with a 218.5.
Yep, so 2/10 better for him in that old, I don't know what that is. It looks like maybe a retired cop car with the spotlight on it.
Yeah, we were wondering if it was a Mercury, but it is in fact a Ford, Crown Victoria. So Panther body Ford. This is not the first Crown Victoria that we've seen in Gridlife competition. TJ Keon drives one out in California with a street GT entry. Interesting that this car is set up for street class. And what's interesting here is that he's showing up as Club TR mostly because he had a Ford Fiesta previously. So he's got an interesting garage.
Yeah, I think that's unlikely to be a Club TR car.
Yeah. Just a change that we'll have to make. David Best improves to a 210.738. And if that was a little earlier in the session, that was very close to having been the track record. It was a 210.722. So Best is right there in the conversation with Berg, just 2/10 between them. Austin O'Brien picks up a little bit of time this morning. Sam Dooling also got up to a 210.9. So just 4/10 between the top three in Club SC. It's real tight this morning.
Yeah, we are seeing these cars improve now, and it's always funny, you know, that we have these records that stand for a certain amount of time, and then in one session here we've got 3 different cars really knocking on the door of what the record was yesterday, and that record was set yesterday, you know. So I don't know exactly what the record was coming into this weekend, but I kind of think that we may have had 4 cars go better than that record all in one session.
Jordan Gunther in the 806. This is a Falcon Club TR car for sure. This is a Subaru BRZ. I think this is, we've seen this car a couple of times before. His best time so far this weekend, a 209.038. He's just a little bit off that here this morning. Does this happen to be, this isn't the one that Dewey runs, is it? That's the 777, I think, right?
I'm not sure. I mean, it could be.
It looks very similar to the car that Dewey had run previously, but I think we've seen Jordan before with this 806, so I don't want to get my white BRZs crossed up. But Bolton improves, by the way. That was a pretty sizable improvement for Garrett in the Toyota MR2 to a 203.769. And you know, if there's the BRZ's comfortable one place, it's the 7 through 11 S's complex. Really fun sequence of corners. Mostly 3rd and 4th gear in this car. And this car is actually geared really well for this racetrack, with the exception of the climb up out of turn 5, but I don't think any car is geared well enough for it.
Yeah, I don't think that's really a gearing problem. That's just a power problem. Yeah. It's really interesting, you know, that section that you were talking about, and this here, it actually happens a lot at this track. You just feel like the track is falling away from you. Every turn, it feels like is an off-camber, you know, downhill type turn, and so you're dealing a lot with that grip just falling away. With really the exception of this last turn that we're looking at here and turn 5, I think it is, which is in a deep compression. You have a little ton of mechanical grip going through there.
So Jordan Gunther throttles up there. A lot of improvement in Club SC now, and the top 4 cars are all within a second. You see Sam Owens up there in Street Mod, a lonely Street Mod competitor for now until the rest of the cars come across the stripe. But looks like Nathan Warner also picked up a little that time through in the 837. That's a Honda S2000, and he was actually the top seed for this group. with a 204 that he had previously, so that is not quite an improvement for him. Here's a GR86 headed down the hill. This is a street class GR86, and that's the 728. And I don't know that we've, that's Nathan Traxler that we were kind of poking around in before. And the GR86, a bunch of improvements that come with this car over the first generation car, including a slightly bored and stroked version of the original engine these cars came with that gained them about 30 wheel horsepower and a whole bunch of torque. And the original cars dynoed at like 170, and these cars will dyno from factory at 205 to 210, which is much better, and the much better power band as well. And with that, a whole bunch of chassis stiffness improvements. They're just a much better car all around. There was someone stalled at the exit of turn 2 there, Alex. I didn't see who it was, but someone didn't make it all the way back around.
Yeah, I didn't catch who that was either. Yeah, the new 2.4 engine in those BRZs are Toyota, whatever they're called now, a GR86. Really, you know, I know ASM's been doing a lot of testing and playing with those and swapping them into the older generation cars. And they really do seem to be a favorable swap to even a K-swap now. They have a lot of similar characteristics in the torque band, power band to a K-swap, but a much simpler swap for them than the old K-swaps were.
Yeah, I think they basically bolt right up, and I think they're compatible with the transmissions, and there's really not that many changes. Most of the changes were internal to the engine. As far as how it fits in, as from my understanding, it's pretty much a direct bolt-in swap. There's a couple different ECU routes to go, but they play pretty nice with all the electronics from the first-gen cars, because they really didn't change that much. I'd say probably 90% of the car is identical underneath. The bodywork certainly looks a lot different. Here's Bronson McNeamer in his NA Miata. This is a more different NA Miata than he typically runs. He's usually got a big black and gray ground-pounding ITB V8 thing. Whoa, big slide over the crest there. He's on the limit.
Yeah, he really, he's used to being in the Group A session with that other Miata, so he's really got both ends of the spectrum here with his Miata collection. It looks like enjoying himself out there in Group D.
Yeah, he's charging down the hill, chasing Dave Laps in the Cobalt. And we also should note, I just got to look at the car that was parked over there. That was Adam Cook in the Lincoln that's stalled at the exit of turn 2. So he's just pulled into a cut through and is just going to hang out there until the end of the session. But otherwise, we've been green the whole time.
Yeah, yesterday actually we were very good. I don't think we had a single full course yellow that we had to deal with. Maybe at the start of one of the sessions.
Yep.
Ooh.
This is a classic Miata thing, the point by it and the just the power for the Cobalt. But to your point, we had one full course yellow for the Renault that had the incident at turn
That's
12.
Right. Yeah.
But other than that, we were clean and green. That was kind of funny to watch. I know Bronson typically is running a car with much more power, and I know Dave Laps just wanted to let him by there, but give the point by, and that Miata was not quite ready to take advantage of it. This is the 388 rather. This is Liam Foster in Street GT, and his best time yesterday was a 205.794, so a pretty sizable pickup, about 3 seconds to a 202.5. And not at the pointy end of Street GT this weekend, but running a BMW M2, which I've always been a fan of this generation of M2. I thought it looked very nice. And we've seen a lot of success there. Noted, how about a couple improvements in Club SC? Dueling to the top, 210.244. That picks up a new track record. And Nick Berg also picked up some time to a 210.494. And I think Austin O'Brien also jumped up into third. All three of those times are better than Mike Jansen's record time from yesterday.
So, yeah, so that puts Mike Jansen down to fourth in the podium sprint seeding here,
and
which
David
is
Best
a bit of a
only a tiny bit away from pipping him, so he could be knocked out if Isaac Rodriguez finds some time too.
Right, yeah.
Checkered flag, and that will be it for Group D, as Nathan Traxler goes ripping on by as the Liam Foster BMW M2 gives him a point by, so Nathan's going to finish up his lap. He seems like he's on a flyer here in street class. And his last time around was a 205.7, so a little bit off. And he is going to come to the finish. And across the stripe here in street. And for Traxler, needed to beat a 204.9. He is not going to do that this time. And look at this. This is the Club SC train, and this is why they have so much fun.
Yeah, this is something I was just thinking about, actually, you know, as we were talking about where the difference between this session and yesterday's session is this session we've already sorted out, you know, kind of the run order, the order of the cars that need to be, you know, gridded by times. Whereas the first session yesterday, it was a best educated guess. So we saw a little bit of traffic in the Group E, Group D sessions yesterday that we really didn't see in this session as they were kind of sorting themselves out yesterday. So that's another reason why this session was, you know, maybe slightly better than yesterday's session, even if the track wasn't quite as perfect. And I think I just saw a bump draft there between Bergen and Dooling.
Yeah, this is all, you know, coordinated and communicated. This group, they're very, very good about, this is a very tight-knit community in the Gridlife paddock. And look at them all sticking their hands out the window. Look at how cool that is. But this is great. Look at this comparison here between Nick Berg and Sam Dooling. Just 0.25 seconds between them for the top of the order right now. And that is a track record that you're looking at on the right side there with Sam Dooling. So they'll pull into the pits, and there's a couple other cars still circulating now before we release Group C. But Bronson McNeamer, very different go than his normal track mod machine, but still having fun. I'm sure it's nice to kind of reset, and what better practice tool is there than an NA Miata?
Yeah, nice low pressure event probably for him. Not worrying about, you know, the high strung nature of a pointy end time attack car. Just get out there enjoying the drive, enjoying the ride, enjoying this track.
So their cars are getting up here for Group C. I'm imagining that they're going to send a tow truck to go grab Adam Cook there out of the cutout. And he did everything that he needed to do to stay off the racing surface and prevent a yellow flag. So job well done there. And this is a sizable Group C. There's a lot of cars here, and they're actually going to turn them loose. So they're going to let them go. And in Group C, it's going to be a good mix of cars here. We've got, again, a lot of Club TR, a handful of street, and then a mix of Street Mod and Street GT in here as well. So we'll see how things look. It's going to be kind of the meat of the Club TR field primarily, led by Daniel Persing and that Subaru BRZ, the red car that's second in that shot, following Connor Gallagher in the Street GT GTR. Coming down the hill here on the warm-up lap. Other cars to keep an eye on here. Devin Hoffman in Street Mod in her Subaru. Bucky Lassick is out here in a Street Class WRX. Nick Erlenbach, I spoke with him this morning in his MX-5 Miata. That's that ND generation Miata, and it's stock drivetrain, so it's not making a ton of power. And they're on a 245 width tire as well. So again, just fighting an uphill battle maybe a little bit with the other cars in the class, but about 2,500 pounds with a full tank of fuel and him in it, so it's still a very lightweight car.
Yep, quite literally fighting an uphill battle coming out of 5 with that little power, I'd imagine. But that's what the Miata's always been about. It's not been a power car, it's been a momentum car, something that has enough power for the street, probably, but has all the handling, all the grip, and all of the feel.
Yeah, so we'll see again where he is right now. Erlenbach with a 159.859, not that far away from really the top 5 running of Falcon Club TR. Just needs to find a little bit more somewhere. And I think, you know, to what extent, Alex, when we talk about momentum cars and Falcon Club TR, we see the Club TR cars sometimes doing the fastest laps around a track like this, almost as fast as cars in track mod, for example, because of that momentum. But at what point does power really start to inhibit lap time? I mean, we look at cars like Peter Gramberg's and Evan McLaren's car. They make about, you know, 230 to 250 wheel. At the very high end, they're going incredibly fast, but they're much less powered than a 400 horsepower street GT car that is going slower. So how much less power can you go before you really start losing lap time? I'm sure it's very track dependent.
Yeah, definitely track dependent. Track like this, I would say it's a little bit mixed. Some of the things that Club TR is allowed to do to to reduce the weight of the car. That's really the biggest factor, because that helps you everywhere. Power obviously helps you in acceleration and top speed. Weight helps you under acceleration, top speed, braking, and cornering as well. So where power becomes a big deficiency is on the big, traditional Can-Am type tracks like the Road America of the world. Mid-Ohio as well is kind of a sneaky power track, in my opinion. This one has one section coming down to the last turn where I think power is really a big help. A little bit between, turns 1 and 3 as well. But the lightweight, the additional aero they can do over Street GT really helps them everywhere. So I think that's why we're seeing parity with the times at this track here.
So keeping our eye on a handful of different classes to see all the no times. Those are cars that are currently on or their first lap at least, including Conor Gallagher in this Nissan GTR. We spoke about it a little bit yesterday. It's a bit long in the tooth now for modern performance, but when these cars came out, I think it was 2007 was the first model year of these cars, of this generation GTR. And all-wheel drive, twin turbo V6, and again, they're still very capable, but kind of an interesting fit for Street GT. Again, it's primarily dominated by V8 vehicles. So maybe cars like the Supra have also performed really well, but Conor Gallagher has run this car for a while and found some success with it.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, when they came out, it was really in the height of the, the Evos and STIs being out in the US and coming here, and it was really sort of looking like all-wheel drive was the way to go for a lot of these track cars, and that was all the hype. GTR came out and kind of was the definite step above those other rally cars, right? But it hasn't advanced like the rest of the industry has advanced. It has got better, but fundamentally it's the same car. It's got the same drivetrain essentially. It's got the same engine. It makes a little bit more power now. I think maybe another 60 horsepower now than it made when it came out. Although that's largely irrelevant. I doubt there's too many stock GTRs being tracked, and they can make all the power you want them to make, I think. But yeah, the Supras now are coming out and really seem to be a better platform, a faster car, a better handling car on track. So it's really interesting to me to see how that what was kind of the easy button for the track car when it came out just hasn't kept up with technology and has become, I don't want to say irrelevant, but we just don't see them that often.
Yeah, there's Bucky Lasek in the Subaru, the number 541. And again, we've seen this car from Subimods kind of change shape a little bit throughout the year. But again, Bucky jumping into Gridlife competition this year and has found some success. And so far this weekend, let's see, a 159.1. And that is about 0.8 of a second off his best of the weekend, but that was only his first or second lap out. So we'll see if he can pick up this time. And street class is an interesting category within Gridlife because there's been a lot of scope creep throughout the years on what a street vehicle can be. But we see a pretty wide range of drivers that are taking full advantage of the ability to add safety mods in exchange for interior parts and what bolt-ons look like. But there are some cars that look very much like street cars, and because you can't use anything other than OEM aero, this car looks very stock on the outside. I know that Subimods has got a lot done to it underneath.
Yeah, the idea of the street car is to really give, what the factory provided for that car model, and so it's kind of the de facto starting point for any car really, or any smaller displacement car. The Street GT, that is the equivalent for the big sports cars, and so they should look relatively stock, and they are relatively stock, but there is a lot that you can do, as you'd said, with the scope creep and by starting to pick and choose parts from just the right model to put on your car. You can kind of move the ball forward pretty significantly in terms of the performance envelope for some cars.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned the picking and choosing parts. One of the interesting things about Street GT and Street is that they allow you to put on parts from other models of that same car, provided that the other models are still under the MSRP limit that both Street and Street GT have. And so, you know, let's say in Street GT you've got a Corvette. If the Z06 of that generation had a rear wing, and that Z06 is still under the MSRP limit, you can put that rear wing on the car, but it has to be from a factory model. You can't go bolting aftermarket parts on for Aero. Luke Pagliaone's got some aftermarket parts on for Aero here in Falcon Club TR. This class has got more Aero rules, not quite as significant as Street Mod, Track Mod, and Unlimited, but you can do splitters and rear wings and fender flares and things like that in order to find some performance on track. This is really designed as again, Club TR Track Rat, a Track Rat category where all the common track day mods, including some simple engine swaps, are allowed. And you really end up with a lot of the four-cylinder, Hondas and Toyotas and things of the sort that kind of drop right into this class. And with 27 entries this weekend, I'll say that the rules seem to be working pretty nicely, at least as far as providing a catch-all for a lot of cars that are common.
Yeah, very popular class. And I think it's popular for a number of reasons, and that's due to the class being well designed. Firstly, a lot of the rules, error rules, things like that, are largely similar to GLTC. So if you are going through the process of building a GLTC car, Club TR is a great place to test that build, work out that build, if you don't feel you're quite ready to jump straight into wheel-to-wheel competition. So that's kind of the first thing. The second thing is a lot of smoke. I think that was just lighting up the inside tire there. But another thing that makes it a well-designed class is it's a good catch-all for those people that have kind of taken their old Hondas and have slowly modded them over the years and taken them to a bunch of HPDs, and they do feel like they're ready to step up to competition. There's a lot of cars out there that don't need a ton of changes to make that leap into Club TR. And so they do have that going for them as well. So it is a nice net that catches a lot of cars. And then lastly, success and a popular class just feeds on itself and becomes more and more popular. People see that 27 entries and see all of the competition up and down the field, and they want to be involved in that. They want to be a part of that. So that encourages others to show up as well.
This year also in Club TR, we've seen a lot of these NC Miata, or maybe not a lot of them, but some very well-built NC Miatas like Mike Bryant, who was in the top 5 of the championship standings. This is Arthur Dvortson, and he didn't really get a representative lap time yesterday, only a 5-minute, 20-second lap, which I imagine was an out and broken something and then an in. But today, this morning, 158.677, up into third of the cars that have run so far in this class. And you saw leaving turn 2 there, wasn't willing to wait around for anybody, so we saw a car jump out of the way, and he drove right on by Bruce Yoon, and is trying to go quick again. He had just run a cool-down lap, so maybe he's going fast, cool down, and he's got a little bit of a point by there from the Subaru. I don't know if he had to lift there or not.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. I mean, that's I often say, even when you're not in the way, you're kind of in the way. That's a classic case there. That Subaru was out of the way, but the following Miata didn't know until the last moment. So the Miata had to be prepared for him, or for the car in front to not be getting out of the way, and that's where that phrase kind of comes from.
Yeah, can't hit the disappear button is what,
right.
Is what Greg Kramer always says. You can do your best, but here comes Dvortson across the stripe. It was a 158 that he had run previously. That time through was 2:04, so not the lap time he was hoping that time around. But comes across the stripe and will continue on. Bucky Lasek has gone to the top of street class in this session. I think for Lasek that is the best he's done so far. 58 was what he did yesterday, a 157.3 this morning. I haven't seen this car yet. This is look at the livery on this car, 699 in Street GT. That is Brent Walker. And we must have seen him yesterday on track, but I don't think we had a camera on him just yet. He did a 203.3. Adam Jabay just scared the daylights out of me. Just patted me on the shoulder. 201.1 here this morning. And I love the look of this car. This thing's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. Those Camaros do look good, always. Big, muscly, beefy cars.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like, and I know it's out of production now, if you didn't know, I'm sorry to tell you, but, you know, they really have that classic muscle car look where, you know, the Corvette is definitely leaned heavy sports car, and over the years the Camaro has taken on different silhouettes, but when they brought it back in the mid-2000s, and then really every generation since, every facelift, it's just got meaner and meaner and meaner. Oh, big slide spin! Catches it. But that must have really scared Chris Kavar there in the 811. That woke him up. If he didn't have his coffee this morning, holy cow.
Yep, good heads-up driving from the Civic there, keeping to the right-hand side of the track, and getting a replay immediately. Great.
Oh, man, that is a huge moment. Just got a little bit wide there. Maybe there's some marbles out there, but just had the rear end just chasing it, and then Chris Kavar just went off there. So, oh, boy. Everyone here needs to take a second. That was a scary moment back and forth there. So Brent Walker, that will not be an improvement that time through. But that'll wake you up. Woke me up for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Woke both of us up, woke both those drivers up as well. It looks like he's on a flyer now and could be an exciting lap to watch.
Yeah, great work there by the replay operator as well. And again, Project Prime giving us some fantastic sights around here. A little bit of miscommunications here and there in this session, but you tend to get that. Group C has a pretty wide variety of cars and classes. So here's Ross Ligabell, and that was actually a personal best for him, 158.174, within about a second and a half of Bucky Lasek in the Subaru. And speaking of class diversity, street class, while it seems to be advantageous to have an all-wheel drive turbocharged vehicle, we do see quite a bit of diversity across the categories with a lot of cars like these BMW M3s. We see plenty of those in this field. And it also catches some rear-wheel drive stuff like the Porsche Cayman. Ligabell having a little slide there. I'm wondering, that might have just been for fun, but I've heard that this track can get pretty slick later in the weekend, Alex.
Yeah, and we'll see, I guess, there. I haven't obviously gone through a whole weekend yet. The track, the grip just disappears. On all of these falling turns, you have a lot more grip at turn-in, it feels like, than you do at the apex of a lot of the corners. So, and it does seem to affect the rear of the car, at least for me, affect the rear of the car more than the front of the car. So it's not like the front washes out partway through the track, but the rear just gives up. So that's something you need to be prepared for, and it means, or at least it meant for me, giving up a little bit on the entry of turns that I didn't feel like I had to, just so I didn't end up with one of these big Larry slides partway through the turn.
And I would imagine here, with how abrasive the racetrack is, anytime you have one of those slides, it just makes it worse, because now you've lit your rear tires on fire for a second and put a lot of temperature in them, so it probably doesn't come back that easily once you start to overheat things.
Yeah, I mean, it never helps, right? Doing that's one of the things we talked about yesterday with drift being so accessible for spectators. It looks spectacular. Time attack, often the unspectacular laps are the really fast laps. So yeah, you don't ever want to be doing that. It doesn't help anything for your lap times.
Here's Ligabell across the stripe. He'll pick up the checkers now, and it will not be an improvement. A 158.7 and or 1 rather, and a 159.4 was what he just ran. So a little bit off there, but he'll pick up the checker and come back in. Looks like they're going to extract the Lincoln from the cut through before we move up to Group B. We're halfway through our morning heat for the Gridlife Track Battle Championship. There's Ethan Brown. We haven't really talked a lot about him, but he ran a 59.8. And his best time of the weekend was a 2:03, so a pickup for him by about a half a second. And for Devin Hoffman as well, she has had a 1:55.3 this morning, and that's a 4-second pickup from yesterday.
Excellent.
So I think there's a lot of drivers that are just finding time in their experience around here. This is one of those tracks, I think, especially in the Gridlife ecosphere, where, you know, we spend a lot of our time in the Midwest, and we, you know, on occasion head out east. We've been to Watkins Glen, Lime Rock Park, NJMP, places like that. But this sort of middle between the Midwest and the Northeast, there's not a ton of racetracks around here. We haven't really been here all that much, so a lot of the drivers here is either their first time or it's maybe they're only their second or third time here, and there's still just so much learning happening over the course of the weekend. And again, I know the temperature is going to play a huge factor in this, but with 7 heats, 7 opportunities to improve your laps before podium sprint, I think we're far from seeing the fastest these drivers will go this weekend.
Yeah, I'd be looking. I mean, they're going to spend this session going to try and set good times, and then I think what we'll see is they'll be spending the next 2 sessions I think that they have today honing the car, the setup, the line, just trying to make sure that they're going from that learning the track to mastering the track sort of level, and that's hard to do. You know, learning where you've got little bumps that might help you, learning how much curb you can take in certain places, those kinds of things that make all add up to make a big difference. But you've got to really test those things, practice them, and experiment to figure them out.
There's a great look at the Group B field, and this is going to include our front runners in Falcon Club TR, and the rest of the field is going to be a bit of a mix of everything else. Not the pointy end of anything else, except for almost the top of street class. Andy Holst will be in Group A, but Club TR I think is going to be our focus just from the pointy end of the field. McLaren versus Peter Granberg. That is going to be an interesting battle. I would like to, and again, we'll have our track records for Club TR. We'll stick that at the top of the screen for you in just a minute's time, and you can kind of follow along just so we kind of know where we are. I imagine we're going to see records broken, but traffic has been a consideration. Group C was very busy out there, Alex.
Yeah, Group C was. I think I would have to check, but I expect Group B will have a little bit less disparity in lap time. So I would expect that we don't see quite as much traffic. Also, we're starting to get into these one and done sort of lap cars as well, so we might see, you know, cars setting 1 lap time and then pulling in, resting the car, doing slowdowns, that kind of thing, rather than Group C and D where they just go and lap the whole session and are capable of setting a good lap on any of their laps. Yeah, so we'll leave these Club TR records up here for you this session just for reference, but a 153.442 for Peter Granberg yesterday and a 153.139 for Evan McLaren. These are ridiculously fast lap times for 230 horsepower cars around a track like this. 2.7 miles in 1:53. Just for reference, again, we're only going about, what, 10 seconds slower than we would be at, maybe 15 seconds slower than we would be going at Gingerman Raceway. But this track is a lot longer than Gingerman Raceway. Gingerman's about 2.2, so an extra half mile in 15 seconds. It's just, we're going so fast around here. Yep. This is a challenging racetrack with a lot of different kinds of corners, and I think a Club TR car, if I had to pick one category to run a car in here, I think it would be Club TR, just because of this section here, turn 7 to, really 7 to 14. That whole sequence is just so fun. Yeah, it is, and the whole track is fun. A lot of side to side, a lot of left rights, right lefts, those kind of combinations of corners. But it is all sort of, well, not all, but a lot of combo corners here, where you're not just going through one turn and maximizing that turn. You've got to maximize a whole sequence. Yeah. So watching the traffic here, this is going to be interesting because Evan McLaren's got clear road in his Integra, and Peter Granberg is behind Eric Peachy. Now Eric Peachy's got a Dodge Viper that I imagine does not quite generate the corner grip that Granberg or Maroney does, but on lap times, Peachy and Granberg are basically matched. So this will be an interesting heat here to see if Granberg and Maroney can get the clear racetrack they need to match McLaren. McLaren has lucked out with that top-seeded spot here. Here he goes into turn 1, chasing the track record again, and he'll have to beat his time from yesterday to continue to move that marker forward. But already, he's got that point provisionally, which would help him in this championship fight. He really needs to win the podium sprint. That'll be what determines everything, but this extra point will just be the cherry on top. So here he comes down the hill here. Is he on different wheels today? Was he on the silver ones yesterday? I can't recall. I don't know. But could be a new set of tires, knowing that this might be the session of the weekend to really lay down your best time. Now that you've got the Friday practice effectively out of the way, and you're in podium sprint, so you can kind of put things on the line a little bit. You're already effectively locked in there, so we'll see what he can do. A little bit of traffic down here. Joshua Halka trying to work his way around a street mod entry. Yeah, that's going to be unfortunate for him as he's trying to catch Andy Holst.
And there's the 701. That's an unlimited class car. But we'll see. Big slide for Evan in the Mustang coming down the hill in Street GT. He caught it, but the thing was almost around. Street GT cars are struggling this morning with rear grip. And maybe no surprise with basically stock aero.
Yep.
And a racetrack that they haven't been on yet today. Cody Umba in the street class. Chase in front-wheel drive. A couple other track mod cars out there as well, but Evan McLaren working his way around the course. Again, watching on the bottom of the screen, bottom left will be where we'll see him come across when he comes back around. Tim Lutz is out there in street mod. Jumping curbs. He was really aggressive at Autobahn Country Club. It was fun to watch him take this thing to the limit in a very simple looking C5 build.
Yeah, the curbs, especially the inside curbs at Autobahn, are very aggressive.
Here comes Evan McLaren, and that's a 153.7, so it's not the record. It's a little bit off, but maybe lap 2 is where he's going to generate this speed. Let's see now. Mario Moroni comes across at a 54.9, and for Moroni, that is
that's a huge pickup, isn't it?
It's not. He managed a 54.3 yesterday late in the day.
Oh, okay.
But Evan McLaren, I think he just bailed out of the way of Eric Peachy in the Viper, so it looks like he's bailed out of this fast lap. Here's Peachy now in the track mod Viper heading down the hill, and for Peachy, his first lap of the session was a 150.7, and that was actually a huge pickup for him. 3 seconds from yesterday.
And that car's struggling to put the power down, it looks like as well. Just a little bit of twitchiness as he is applying the power there.
Street mod for track modders. So Peachy driving through the S's now in this Dodge Viper, a car that we haven't seen a ton of in Gridlife competition. I just think back to Luke McGrew's Viper ACR, the Dodge Viper, as he called it. But he went off to wheel race for a little while. Now is back in track battle with a Corvette. Go figure. And all of those cars were black.
Yep. Yeah, he's got a style for sure.
Just like Henry Ford. Any car so long as it's black. And then right behind him, looks like McLaren is catching Eric Peachy again. I think he might be gearing up for another fast lap here, but we'll see. I'm not sure if it looked like Peter Granberg might have bailed out to get some space because he was up in this mix, and I think he's not even in the top 5 right now, so he's looked for some more clear road, which I think is smart.
Yeah, I think I've seen Peter do that strategy that we talked about at Autobahn, where he will sit in the pits and wait for kind of everything to settle down in the session and go out late in the session to try and get that clear track.
And across the stripe for Eric Peachy, and it's not a pickup that time. It was 3 seconds off his PB, which was last lap around. And Mario Moroni, that's a pickup, 154.0. Peter Granberg, 154.3, but he's still a full second off of yesterday. So while they have gone a little quicker than they had this morning, Moroni picks up to a PB, but he's the only driver of those top 3 championship contenders that has PB'd in this session so far. Really like listening to this Viper. It makes some great sounds. I think there's some folks that would argue that this car doesn't sound like it should. It has a very low revving sound that isn't very sports car. It's definitely more muscle car.
But for sure.
Different. Are his brake rotors going? That was kind of wild to watch. But here's Moroni, championship leader, on defense this weekend. And if he doesn't win, the math gets very hard. He went out to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, dominated that event. That was an event that he really needed to dominate at to get those points. But now he's the top seed, but he's just so much on defense this weekend. He needs to go to podium sprint and perform very, very well, and really hope that McLaren or Granberg don't pop over the top of him here. So we'll see what he can manage. And again, I don't know that Moroni needs to go in there as the top seed for me to feel confident. He's been able to attack podium sprint much better this year. He's struggled with it in the past where he would lock up, spin out, really just leave everything on the table. But now he's really dialed into this podium sprint format. I think it's going to be an advantage for him, actually. And he's run a lot of events this year, too, so he's got a lot of practice at it. This should be a quick lap for Moroni. Best lap of the session, a 54.0. That is a 3/10 pickup from yesterday. But across the stripe this time, is Mario Moroni going to pick up a little bit more in his car this morning? He will. 153.747. That is a really solid lap. Doesn't put him up in the seating, but right in the conversation with the rest of the field.
Yeah, good pickup for him. I mean, just the mental challenge of breaking through that 154 barrier and getting into the 153s will be a big help for him, and will help him go faster, I'm sure.
Yeah, he looks like he's still on another quick one here, doesn't he? So heading down the hill.
He does, yes.
Flying through the camera shot there because he is on a mission. Using a lot of the curbing on the inside to help rotate that car. I think with the front drive cars, Alex, I'm sure a lot of the setup involves the differential. How do you get that thing to lock when you need it and unlock when you don't?
Yeah, it's all about being able to get the power down in the turns, I think, and getting that car to behave and rotate as you want it to. That seems to be the challenge, certainly with front-wheel drive cars that I've driven, is they naturally on power want to go straight, and so trying to get them to behave appropriately on the exit of corners is tough.
Yeah, so dropping down into turn 12 now, using a lot of the curbing. I really like when a driver is confident and can use those curbs, because you can cut a lot of distance doing that in some places, help the car rotate. And also it looks awesome.
and widens the corner up as well, gives you more track to use.
And I know Evan McLaren's still right behind him here too, so McLaren's on a fast lap chasing Moroni. Sometimes having a rabbit to chase is helpful, as long as you can make sure that you're still hitting your marks, not the driver marks ahead of you, because these are pretty different cars. The Integra much larger dimensionally than the Civic that it chases.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think I always like having that rabbit to chase. I think that's helpful for me. And did see Peter Granberg also in the back of that shot as well, so he should be third car across the line here.
Moroni, no pickup. That was a 53.8 and a 53.310 for Evan McLaren. It's not a pickup or a record, but he's right in the conversation of the times that he ran yesterday. So things are intense. This is Kevin View again. I got a message that this is actually a JDM Type R. So this is the real deal. That's why it's it's right-hand drive, and it's kind of unique in that way. This is a car that I think there's a lot of drivers or car enthusiasts from around the world that would go, why are you doing this to this car? But that's what makes the Gridlife paddock so cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're for, isn't it? For driving, for getting them out on track. Those performance models, they should be getting out there and getting wrung out. So.
Ooh, 154 flat for View too. That was a good lap. Here's Cody Umba in street class at a 155, and Cody's time yesterday was a 55.9, so he's also picked up a little bit, 0.2 of a second. And actually, if we could swap the Club TR track record graphic out for the street class track record, I'm curious if we're front-wheel drive recording this weekend. And there it is, front-wheel drive. He already set it yesterday, so that was a reset of the track record in front-wheel drive.
Yeah, great job that by him.
So and Andy Holst again with that 151.1, just an incredible lap time that Joshua Hulka has been unable to encroach on. He's still a couple seconds back, and Cody Umba actually a little quicker. I think with a 55.7, he's not quite ahead of Hulka's best of the weekend yet, but it's very, very close between those two. Have we seen Hulka back on the road since the opening of the session?
We have not seen that. It looks like he's done a couple of laps at least. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's not in touching distance really of Andy Holst right now. So I think Hulka's best friend is going to be the other Evo of Barbaros, who because Andy needs to win the podium sprint this weekend to be able to take the championship from Hulka essentially. Yeah. So Hulka doesn't need to win the podium sprint. He just needs Andy to not win it. And Barbaros is right in touching distance, I think, of Andy right now. So that's what I I think Hulk is going to be looking at and hoping for now.
Stan Feingold just did a nice big PB, 155.0. He had a 56.1 yesterday, so that's a full second pickup. And the struggles for Stan yesterday were related to some modifications that he's had on this car, ITBs now, individual throttle bodies, and he had through some 3D printed components that he had installed that use a high temperature kind of carbon infused plastic, but he was struggling with the threads on those, and they were sort of coming loose, and the whole thing kind of broke off and was banging around in the engine bay and melting. And then he had the trans plug drop out. That's what we saw yesterday. And he saw smoke coming out of the car. He didn't know if he had hurt anything, but it doesn't seem to have hurt anything because he just ran his best of the weekend and is still charging right now in this Toyota 86. And as far as Club TR is concerned, for podium sprint qualification, Stan is currently seated 4th, and that time will just bring him further up the order. And Kevin Vu, also with that time he ran this morning, is going to put him actually 4th, and Stan will be 5th now. So that is a really strong podium sprint top 5 between McLaren, Maroney, Vu, Granberg, and that's basically how they are. Peter Granberg, 53.8, so PB in this session, not the PB for the weekend. Stan's car, by the way, K24 Toyota 86, so he's gone for the K-Series swap rather than Jeremy Bailey's FA24 swap. We have seen Bailey on track, but he was only at a 55.087, so that's interesting to note that the difference in the top 5 qualification is 0.07 seconds, and that's even quicker. Now it's a much bigger gap. Stan Feingold with a 154.496, and that brings him a little bit closer to Vu, and that actually drops Bailey now 0.6 of a second out of the podium sprint. That'll have to be a big pickup for the FA24 BRZ. And there's Bailey. Great work there in the truck. They're on it this weekend. So Bailey chasing Foster Johnson. Foster was really quick yesterday, although at a 57.9. I think he's got a little bit more to pick up in this session. He had a 57.3 yesterday, but now he'll need a 54.6. That's the new qualifying time to get into podium sprint in Club TR. That's crazy, by the way. I think that's better than what the track record was last year.
Yeah, and we've seen that a lot this year. We saw that at Autobahn, I think, where you had to break the track record, the previously held track record. You had to break that to even get into podium sprints, which is kind of nuts how quickly this class is advancing.
Yeah, he just ran his PB as well, 57.485. And yeah, that's just the amount of progression in just 1 year, especially at a racetrack. Again, we haven't been here all that much, so the notebook on this track isn't that deep for a lot of cars. Foster really pushing to the edge of the road. And the tricky thing here, and Alex, you've experienced this, is the rumble strips at corner exit aren't very long. So if you run out to the end like that, you end up in the dirt. He demonstrated my point perfectly. You can't really ride the curbs at the exit of corners like you can. And you know what's interesting to me? I don't know if Alan Wilson, who designs these racetracks, I don't know if he has any input on where the curbing is installed, but that's a common thread across a lot of Alan Wilson tracks, like Autobahn Country Club, Gingerman Raceway too, where the curbs just kind of end. And so you can't just go out there and ride them like you can a lot of the grade 1 or grade 2 facilities around the country.
Yeah, it depends. It depends on the track, and even the corner. Thinking about Gingerman especially, you know, out of turn 3, there's a huge curb there. Turn 3, turn 5, there's some huge curbs that you can use, but then you start thinking about, you know, turn 8, turn 9, they do end rather abruptly, and if you try and use the curbs, you're going to find yourself dropping off. Same thing, Autobahn Country Club. You know, is a $1 million corner. There's a good curb that you can ride. Turn 5, there's a long curb there. I typically don't hit that curb because it's kind of scary, but I think it extends fairly long. But then out of patience, again, the curb does end abruptly, and you see cars dropping tires in the dirt there.
Oh, Jeremy Bailey, I know we got the checkered flag out, but he charged 17 pretty hard. I'm curious if he might be on a flyer. And this could be desperation mode here. He is going to stay on the racetrack. Yeah, he's maybe trying to get a little draft there. But across the stripe, Bailey needs a 54.6, or 54.4 rather, to get in. And he will not do it. It is a 203.9. I think he was hoping for not to get the checker that time. But a 55.0 is the best he's done this session. And it's not enough for podium sprint. So tomorrow morning might be his best chance to do it. There's Jeremy Hensley in the 48. I hear what you're hearing, but I think it could be Justin Peachy with his cams on the grid.
Yeah, I was hearing some strange rattling noise, and I wasn't sure if it was from that shot or from something else.
It is a Subaru. Would make sense to have a strange rattling noise. I own sort of one, so I've been there. But, all right, checkered flag here on Group B, and I have to say I've been really entertained by the action this morning. Great camera work here, and also just seeing the flowing nature of this racetrack, and a side-on a lot of the time, too, so you really get the speed and the trees and everything in the background. Really, really neat. Group A, though, is where we get the heavy hitters, and we're going to drop Club TR off the scoreboard because Club TR is done for this heat, and we'll pick up with Unlimited and probably drop most of Street Class off there as well because we'll have Street Mods. So green is out as Jeremy Hensley comes back around. And I heard this morning that Jim Rock in the 921 Honda Civic, he is going out. He is going to try to break the track record that he set yesterday. And then if he does that, he's going to be done for the day and save everything up for podium sprint and maybe tomorrow morning a run. So that black Civic up front is going to be hauling the mail. Alan Patton is going out. Dewey DeWitt is going out. And I think the Unlimited and Street Mod records, we'll kind of balance those back and forth here in the morning because it's going to be a lot of fun to watch records fall. I think that they will with the temperatures that we have this morning. Yeah,
I think there's a very good chance, and this is going to be the number one car that we should be looking at here because this could be going for the overall Gridlife record at this track.
Alan Patton and Dewey DeWitt getting some temperature put in their tires and brakes at the moment. But again, that Civic, it might take it a couple of laps, but I think it's worth following for more than one because he's on a Michelin slick. They had Yokohamas in the pits as well. And they also, I think they noticed that some drivers had tried Hoosiers out yesterday, and those were really good. So
sure.
I think they're going to be on the Michelins this morning. Those will probably last a little longer. Again, they're effectively tires that you would see used in something like the IMSA WeatherTech series. So they are designed to run for much longer than this Civic would probably run.
Yeah.
So he was giving me a little bit of lip this morning in the friendliest of way. Jim Rock is so much fun to chat with, but he was going, yeah, you said there's not a lot of Civic left under here, but it's got a lot of Civic parts left, and he's right. There is a lot of Honda Civic left in it, but again, with the modifications he's got, the crazy aero that this car has, it generates so much speed, about 550 horsepower. So it's not Willy Wonka numbers here. We're still talking in the realm of possibility, but efficient with that horsepower.
Yeah, very efficient, clearly, because it's setting records at every track it visits, I think. I'd be interested to see what is left of that Civic underneath. It sort of looks like a Civic.
Yeah, they said the doors are OEM, the floor is OEM. And so they haven't moved suspension pickup points. They said stock ride height even.
Is it?
Yeah. So
they just dropped the body all around it for the aero to get it nice and low to the ground.
Yeah, it was fun to chat with him this morning about it. And again, I know they've got a handful of folks in the paddock that are waiting to see what he can do this morning with cool temperatures in the mid-50s. So Jim Rock throttling up the front straight. He's the car to watch here for this first go. And here comes Patton and DeWitt as well. These are the drivers battling in Street Mod. They are going for the Street Mod records. But with the green out, Patton throttling. You see him kicking the rear end out. He's so comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, so comfortable driving that car sideways.
And on the brakes hard into the downhill section here. See if Jim is already to turn 5, but Patton really just trying to make Dewey's life miserable this weekend. He's going to give you that Civic for this black one that's out front.
And that is an honorable endeavor.
Thank you. Throttling up out of turn 5 and coming back around to the S's, turn 7, 8, 9, 10.
Brake rotor's glowing on that car as well.
Yeah. I didn't actually see, interestingly, I heard the throttle up from the Civic, but I didn't see him actually trip the timing and scoring. Patton bailed out, and he blew by the timing and scoring, but I don't think I saw him trip it. So I'm curious if he decided to pit in. We didn't catch that, but either way, he's on fresh Michelins here this morning. Well, what we're hearing, Alan Patton's pulled into the cutout. That's interesting. And did I wonder if Rock also pit in? But Patton stopped in a nice spot, a nice cutout here. Here comes Dewey DeWitt. Again, he was chasing the street mod record in all-wheel drive, which he has already reset a couple of times this weekend. A 45.395 is what he's chasing now. And he's also bailed out.
Yeah.
And Luca Barberis will go by. So a lot of kind of false starts here. And it looks like that the Civic did come back to pit lane. He did not cross timing and scoring. Luca Barberis, though, 145.234. That's his best time. Puts him ahead of Dewey for the qualifying for podium sprint. Really, really impressive time. That is a street mod class car.
Yeah, he's also running his street Evo, right? So yeah. I'm sure that's why we're seeing it in the wrong class right now.
And down into turn 5, throttling back up again. He seemed really chasing the steering, clawing out of that hole. Chris Boersma, a 150.1. I think that is his, not quite. 149.9 was his best yesterday, so he's right in the conversation. Dane De La Houssaye in the MX-5. Andy Holst, 151.7. I think he went quicker yesterday, did he not?
I think it was 151.3 maybe yesterday.
51.1.
151.1.
So a lot of cars that are absolutely in the range of going quicker. Zach Joe in the Lamborghini, 157.3. Jeremy Lauder. This is another conversation that I mentioned briefly earlier, that he is chasing Andres Bertulis for 3rd in Unlimited, and Lauder showed up, and I think already, where was Bertulis? So 51.2. So Lauder is closing in on that, and when they get to podium sprint, that'll basically determine who ends up 3rd in the season. So Luca on the brakes into turn 17. Track feels kind of empty, doesn't it? We had a lot of drivers go back out, and maybe they're just scrubbing in some tires. Maybe that's exactly what Jim Rock is doing. But here comes Luca Barberis. And across the stripe. Does not pick up. And we'll see if he might be bailing out as well. So it looks like he's on a cool down at this stage. So everyone that is in the mix at the moment is has kind of bailed out. Andrew Brownfield is out there. And here's Justin Peachy in the 445. His best time yesterday was a 148.881. And he has yet to lay down a lap time here. So here's Josh Briggs in Unlimited. Boersma, big pickup, 147.9. It's a solid lap for Chris. That'll put him in podium sprint solidly.
Big slide for that Lamborghini there coming down into the final turn.
Oh, Briggs is on a hot one here. If you recall WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, this car went for a big jump over the corkscrew, landed, tore the aero off it. They've had to do some work to it coming into this event. But last lap was a cool down, so he'll be on a fast one here. Into turn 3. A little bit of a wiggle there on the brakes, getting it slowed down nice and efficiently. Banging through the gears. You see the car hit the ground as soon as he jumps on the brakes. Just a lot of controlled dive there. Big splitter, big diffuser on this car. And I'll bet this will be a quick lap here on a nice fast flyer. He's got a couple bankers in the books this morning. Brakes glowing red hot. That is so cool. In broad daylight, you can see that. Flames out the hood. This is cool to watch. Ooh, big tank slapper slide there. There's a couple places in those S's where you kind of want to feed power back in. It's not like it constantly decelerates. There's a couple areas where you kind of want to throw some power back at it, and you're in the middle of a corner, so you have to be careful. If you got crazy boost, it can really kind of throw you off. Here comes Chris Smith across the line. I think he's going to be starting a fast lap here. That was a cool down, so this should be a quick one in this 1 Series BMW. Briggs into the braking zone for 17. Curious if the red hot brakes is overuse or if that's just how his brakes are comfortable. Some drivers have those crazy fast, crazy big brake packages that don't seem to mind the heat. But for Briggs, that is a 146.2, and that is going to be a pickup by 4 seconds over yesterday for Briggs.
Huge improvement.
Big.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the brakes. I mean, we've seen it from a few cars, a couple of the Supras. We saw it from the Viper. I think you commented that you saw the brakes glowing. There are a couple of big braking zones on this track. Obviously, going into 3 is a big braking zone. Going into the final turn 18, I guess, is a huge braking zone. And then it must be going into turn 6 or turn 7 is a pretty big braking zone as well. Just thinking about where I'm kind of hitting my top speeds on the track. So there are 3 really big braking zones on this track that do get the brakes hot.
Like this one. This is the run down into turn 17. Chris Smith is on a fast one here, and that was great work there by Justin Peachy to give the point by nice and early and make it very clear what he was doing. So Smith is going to throttle up. Chris Smith's best time of the weekend so far is a 149.1. He's gone faster than already this session. Is it going to be even quicker this time through in the Track Mod 1 Series? 147.960, and that is his new best lap. And I don't think it jumps him up any higher in Track Mod seating, but still solidly in podium sprint as it stands. Big slide for Andrew Brownfield on the run to turn 5.
Yeah, big slide there, pushing that car. And a big slide out of turn 5. We'll see if he stays.
Oh, just got on the curbing there, and I think probably fed the throttle back in when it was up on the rumbles, and that was a big back and forth
back to the drift session. So it'll be interesting to see if we see glowing brake rotors here from his car.
Yeah, just
not really.
Yeah. We saw much more going into turn 7 and then maybe a little bit off into turn 12, but they disappear right behind the trees right before you get on the brakes there, coming down right into this section. But right now, he's been very fast in Track Mod, the leading car in it so far at a 147.1. He hasn't quite gone quicker than that. And I still have yet to see Jim Rock come back. Ooh, Brownfield chasing the car again. Is there, I mean, as a driver, sometimes is the car telling you something that something's not quite right, or that the conditions aren't primed, or you're maybe making a mistake as a driver? What does your car tell you if it feels wild like this? Is it trying to communicate, or is this just the driver trying to wrangle it?
No, I think it is trying to communicate. I mean, I'm known. I shouldn't say I'm known. I get into situations where I'm driving a little bit like Andrew is here, overdriving the car a little bit, and it feels fast in the car. And while everything you know about driving cars knows that you're losing time when you're doing that, it feels fast. It feels really fun, actually. And so your brain kind of tricks you into thinking you're still doing the right thing, even when you're clearly not. And once it starts happening on a lap, it's very easy for it to just continue. So yeah, he's pushing hard. It feels like the car's telling you that you're pushing hard, you're right on the limit, but really you're just over it a little bit, and you need to back off a little bit to go faster.
Andrew Brownfield, no pickup that time around, but kind of running low on time here for this session. I think they've got until, well, probably another 5 minutes. So if you're Jim Rock, I wonder if he had felt something he didn't like, because you would have expected to see him back on the road if he wanted to clear a racetrack towards the end of the session. But you never know exactly when it's going to end. So when you wait till the very end, you kind of risk getting a checker right when you start your lap.
Right.
So
and he was first car out, so massive slide from that Lamborghini again.
Yeah, Zach Joe, and you see the little dust cloud. Did you grab the grass on corner entry there?
Yeah, so Jimmy Rock was, he was first car out, so he had clear track. I can't imagine he came in because he wanted clear track, unless for whatever reason he wanted to be going slower on the next lap and was going to be holding people up. But I suspect he felt something in the car that he didn't like. He was getting, some kind of condition in the car that told him that he wasn't going to set a record here.
Yeah, I also wonder, we saw Dewey lay down a time, just not anything as fast as he had gone. And Alan Patton also had an issue. So everyone kind of turning everything up here this morning, running into some problems. And that's the risk. These are the really high impact sessions. And if you try to get a little bit too greedy with the way that you set your car up, I think sometimes you can end up putting yourself in a bit of a hole. But all the drivers that we're talking about are already well seated in their podium sprint for the rest of the weekend, so I'm not sure that that'll be a big conversation there as far as changing the results of the weekend. I mean, they're already pretty well set. Here's Justin Peachy.
No, I don't think any of those drivers are at risk for the weekend result. It's just a case of grabbing that record.
Oh gosh, this car sounds good. Different engine setup from what we've seen all year for Justin. 50.7 is, actually that's Eric Peachy's time. The best he's done is a 151.846. Not quite commensurate with what he had run earlier in the weekend at a 48.8, right? So yeah, he's got a little time to make up. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't really seen as much pickup in this session as we would have thought. It just, all the fast cars that were really going for records and things just kind of fizzled out.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. We haven't seen what we thought we'd see, but we did see, I mean, Jimmy Rock's car, he pulled off track. Alan Patton pulled off track as well, not being able for whatever reason, and then it looked like Dewey just gave up on his lap again for whatever reason, maybe something with the car, maybe just didn't get it done, so no point kind of pushing through that. So I wonder if kind of issues have inhibited our ability to see those records fall this morning in Group A.
Yeah, Street GT hasn't really been much moving either. I know we haven't really shown it on the timing and scoring mostly because it really hasn't been all that volatile this morning. Luke McGrew, close to matching his best of the weekend here in this C6 Corvette, the number 717, but still not any quicker than he ran yesterday in the high 47s. Ryan Matthews at a 49. And for Matthews, I think, let's see, had he gone any quicker? I don't think so. He was in the 48s yesterday, so none of the Street GT cars going quicker. There's the checkered flag. And Luke McGrew, again, we talked about him yesterday where he ended up in the hospital because of suspected food poisoning on Thursday night, but on Friday morning was ready to go, broke the track record, and continues to lead Street GT. See a little bit of tape work on this Lamborghini. They've had to stitch it together, so it looks like.
I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere about having to tape bumpers onto Lamborghinis, but I just can't quite find it in the moment.
Oh boy. Little brake rotor glow in this car as well. We'll follow the Zestec car around here a little bit further, then we'll go over the results very briefly before we turn things over to the next session on the day, which will be the Eibach Gridlife Touring Cup Series race, the first of 4 this weekend. And you're not going to want to miss that one. That is going to be a blast. I'll have Adam Jabay alongside me here in just a couple of minutes. But see if Zach Joe can pick up any more time in this unlimited class Lamborghini. Great V10 sounds out of this thing. You don't really get to have a lot of Lamborghinis and Ferraris and things like that here in Gridlife. When you do get them, it is a treat. And a little bit of a wiggle on the brakes, slowing it down. And throttling back up. We'll see if he pits in or stays on the road, and it will be the latter. Banging off the limiter here. Here comes Zach Joe. It was a 149.210, and this will be no quicker that time. That'll be it for Zach Joe. Let's have a look here at the results for Gridlife Track Battle Heat number 4 on the Saturday morning sessions here. And we'll start with Falcon Club SC. And it was Sam Dooling at the top at the 210.2, resetting the track record. Nick Berg and Austin O'Brien also were quicker. David Best was right there in the conversation as well. We'll move along now to Falcon Club TR, and Evan McLaren, Mario Maroney right in the conversation of the track records. Then Peter Gramberg, Kevin Vu, Stan Fangold, your top 5. In street class, it was going to be Andy Holst again at the top of the order. Cody Umba, nice run there. He's already reset the front-wheel drive street class record this weekend. In Street GT, it was Luke McGrew once again at the top. Ryan Matthews, Connor Gallagher, kind of the same way it's been all weekend. Street Mod was Luca Barberis at the top, with Dewey DeWitt only running 3rd, and Alan Patton bailing out of his lap. In Track Mod, a little bit of shifting and shuffling. Andrew Brownfield up top, then Borisma, Smith, Peachy, and Bamforth. And then in Unlimited, we didn't see Jim Rocco back out there. It was Briggs at the top with a 146.2. And with that, let's have a look back at our highlights from Track Battle Q4, and it all started with the Group D session with a little bit warmer temperatures than we saw yesterday morning. It was 35 degrees yesterday and about 50 degrees this morning, 55. And so with results complete here, we'll have a look before we get on track here for the next session. It all started again, like I said, with Group D and C, and a whole bunch of interesting cars out there, including a Ford Crown Victoria and the Honda S2000s that we see plenty of in the Falcon Club TR categories. And again, we saw Nathan Traxler make some improvements there in his Toyota GR86. And then the next group ran out on the racetrack with Group C. And not a lot of changes or shifts or shuffles, a couple PBs and improvements along the way. Ross Ligabell was chasing some time, big lateral slide running down the hill. Then it was the Subaru of Bucky Lasek that was making some improvements there in street class in that all-wheel drive car with Subimod's support. Then we moved on to Group B, and this was the one that had a lot of the heavy hitters in Falcon Club TR. Eric Peachy out there as well in track mod in the Dodge Viper hunting for his PBs. Peter Granberg needed some clear racetrack, didn't quite improve, but right in the mid-53s again. Kevin Vu picked up a lot of time in that JDM Integra Type R. And then we moved up to Group A, where we were missing a lot of our heavy hitters after they pit in for issues, but Luca Barberis was one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. Track battle Heat 4 is complete here with Joshua Briggs up on top in the unlimited class. Chris Smith, a little bit of a PB, some smoke out that car. We'll see if he can address it in Heat 5 and 6 later today. But with that, Gridlife Track Battle Heat 4 is complete here from Pittsburgh International Race Complex.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder, slicker, cooler, tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh International Race Complex and Gridlife Pit Race. This is the season finale for Gridlife competition in 2025, round 9 of 9. And it's time to go racing for the first time this weekend with IBOC Gridlife Touring Cup, race number 1. Hi, everybody. Kyle Heyer, joined by Adam Jabay, Motorsports president here at Gridlife. And Adam, you were here for the first ever race of GLTC back a couple of years ago in 2019 at Mid-Ohio. It's come a long, long way, and people spend a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of energy building up for an event like this.
Yeah, this is, I'm feeling the intensity from some of the drivers, but it also does feel like a very lively, happy morning. The vibes are pretty good in the paddock, so hopefully that translates onto the racetrack.
Well, let's have a look here at our starting lineup for this race. It is a field that is about 30 cars deep. Sorry, that's the wrong grid. Something's up with that. Pull that down there, sorry. So we're going to have a look at the starting lineup. A little bit incorrect there. That was my bad here this morning. So we'll have a look at the grid. I'll just give you a readout of the grid. It's going to be Tom O'Gorman starting on the front row in the number 94. Eric Cattell is going to roll off in second place. Championship hopeful there in the number 82. Matan Rosenberg and Andy Smedegaard are going to be in that second row. Then Brian Hedian, Eric Magnuson in row 3. Eric Meadows, Joel Morrison in row 4. Then Nick Barbado and Paul Darling will round out your top 10 before we will have Ryan Power and Blake Korth, Lena Chin, James Smith, Salil Shukla, Shukla and Kevin Zhu in 15th and 16th, and Sam Scott, Michael Pagano in row number 9, John Gatos and Donald Louis in the number 20 spot, then Steve Cairo and Tim Shepelev in the number 930. That's a BMW M3. He's new this weekend. Josh Fleury in 23rd, Thomas Moss, Clayton Fitzpatrick, Shreddy Brown, Robert McDaniels, Lisa Keys, Rory Lonergan, and Natalie Latos wrap up your 30-car field. Adam, this is a big deal. The championship is on the line here this weekend for Eric Catil and Matan Rosenberg. Matan comes in with 330 points to Eric Catil's 322. It is an 8-point difference, which is a difference of first to fourth in one race. If you're chasing a championship, what does Eric Catil have to do if he's the driver on the attack here? Do you drive offensively or defensively here?
Being in front of him, I think the first half of this racetrack, I think, really comes down to a little bit of choices of the car in front of you or the car next to you. You just kind of have to react. If I was Eric, I mean, he's obviously more experienced than I am behind the wheel, but if I was Eric, all I want to do is get to the bottom of the hill, and then you start playing. Preservation of the cars here is, I think, important. The opening lap of this is going to be pretty wild. We got a lot of really fast drivers, really, really big talent, but I think we just need to get to the bottom of that hill, and after that, we've got a bunch of laps of a battle to do. This track races uniquely. There's a lot of places to pass, but also some of them are very difficult. So I think just getting through the first 5 turns is what I'm concerned about. Keep it clean and go as fast as we can.
Tom O'Gorman, 2022 IBOC GLTC champ. He sent me a text this morning saying the drivers of the paddock were like saying it's like the top battle bot returning to action here this weekend. Everybody's got to beat that thing. It's like, what was Jamie Heinemann's crazy walk contraption that like spins the walk around upside down at a billion RPM? That's Tomo.
At least the livery is the same too. I mean, it's kind of fun to see it just like transformed it back into from 2 years ago. It's great to see that same car in its same trim, and it still does well. So
winningest car in Gridlife Touring Cup history as well. It won half the races in 2022. So we'll see how it throws a wrench into the championship standings. We'll show you the championship points at the top of the screen for the duration of the race. They will update every lap, and we'll follow along as the championship battles carry on through the season. The Pace SUV pulls off the racetrack.
Truck is in the pits.
And it's time to go racing from Gridlife Pit Race. IBOC GLTC, the first of 4 races this weekend. One last run at Pit Race. The first of 4 starts now. Green flag, and we're underway here at IBOC GLTC. And right at the green flag, you see how the points shift and shuffle. It's just 1 point as they start this race. And we're almost 3 wide into turn 1. O'Gorman clears Catil for second.
Looks like clean through one for the top 10. Couple of offs off track right. A little bit of a rough ride, but the track is smooth enough that hopefully these cars can continue. Not too much dust inside the front of the car.
Yeah, off into turn 3 now. On the braking into that corner, things get a little tight down here. It's blind coming down this hill. O'Gorman leads the way in the ASM S2000. Catil second, Smedegard third, Rosenberg fourth. The car that was off was Darling. Just dropped a couple tires. We stay nice and straight, pointed the right direction. Darling on the attack on Lena Chin into turn 5, but otherwise nice clean start.
Tight through the bottom of the hill there, and a lot of grip here in this section. This is a much more drastic angle in real life than it looks like on the stream. Same with turn 3. It's way more blind than it looks like on the stream.
Yeah, using a lot of the curbing here. I think Tomo has an opportunity to try to drive away from Catil, and I actually think that might be beneficial for Eric if he doesn't have to worry about being offensive and defensive at the same time. The car that's trailing him has beat him before. That's Andy Smedegard in that FA24 swap FRS.
I think Eric's in a pretty good place here. He just needs to chase Tom as close as he can and keep it real tighty. Andy's not going to have a lot for him in the straightaways. These cars are very comparable in pretty much all metrics, as we saw at Autobahn and Lime Rock.
Great shots there looking down, and the front 4 have already broken away. Don't forget that Eric Magnussen is also in that championship battle, although it would take a pretty Herculean effort for him to steal it away, but it is mathematically possible.
Yeah. Knowing the talent of the top 5 here is it's going to be it still is kind of anybody's championship because these are home-built cars. They can break, but there is a lot. Big jump here by Matan around the right-hand side of Smedegard. We'll see what he's got going into turn 1.
Yeah, and he will probably need to complete this pass. We'll watch the points change. He will
Matan
steal
is
third
now
back.
Cleared it. Yes.
And look at how that changes the points. That gives him a 5-point buffer now over Catil. It was just 1 point at the start. So that's how quickly the things can change as O'Gorman leads by 0.6 of a second on the opening lap.
Yeah, I think Matan's job here is to not battle with anyone. It's just to do as well as he can anywhere. Good braking strength into turn 3 here.
Yeah, the difference was 8 points coming into this event. Again, all Catil really needs to do is O'Gorman has a big slide coming down through 4. All Catil really needs to do is just beat Rosenberg a little bit every race. It doesn't all have to happen at once.
It's not going to be easy, though.
No, it's not. And especially here, coming up out of this dig, I would think that the Corvette is going to have a little bit more pace here. O'Gorman seems to be struggling in this sector, though. Had that big slide down the hill, maybe overheated the tires. But look at this top 3. This is the juggernauts of Eibach GLTC.
And Catil looking tidy behind Tom, but yeah, Matan just getting closer and closer. He made up about a 5-car gap so far from the last lap.
And about 2 car lengths between them now as they head through turns 8 and 9 and into 10 and 11.
You can see the strength of the lighter cars here. Matan falling back just a little bit. This track does balance these cars quite well.
Yeah, Catil actually struggled through 12 last time, but a much better sequence through here. You see Tomo gain a lot leaving turn 12, and look at this pace it has coming down the hill. A little bit of confidence plays into effect there too. You're coming over a blind crest, but now Catil's going to be vulnerable here to Matan Rosenberg in the fast section of the racetrack. Rosenberg looks to the left, drives around the outside of Catil, and he'll clear him, but Catil sticks the nose up the inside. It'll be a braking duel here using his ABS to outbrake Rosenberg into turn 17.
So tight.
And that was a pretty decisive maneuver there for Catil, and Rosenberg trying to find a way around that. Climb up out of 18 is really hard for the Civic.
Yeah, this is quite steep. In real life, it looks like you're climbing a mountain, and then it drops away on you here.
Yeah, so Rosenberg now with that second place away. It's an 11-point differential here. O'Gorman half a second clear of Rosenberg here. Now, Smedegaard closes in, but still pretty tight across these top 4. Brian Hedian in 6th, Barbado, Meadows, Morrison, and Ryan Powers worked up into the top 10.
And the strengths of Matan's car, a little bit evident on the big straightaways, but we will see, I'm sure, Catil and Smedegaard reel them back in about half of this back section of the track.
Yeah, now Tomo is going to be maybe the cork in the bottle for Rosenberg. We'll see the ebb and flow over this track. It has such a difference between some of the sectors that the advantages of each car is immediately apparent when you go from one sector to the next.
We're coming into the section that the lighter cars will probably sneak back up on the bumper of Matan here.
Yeah, Matan can't do much about it into turn 7.
About a 1,000-pound differential in these cars.
Even slightly more than that for him versus Catil.
Yeah. When you look at it from an aerial shot, you can't imagine how that is, but yeah, a lot of weight differential. These cars making speed in very different ways.
Yeah, you see Eric again closing right back in on Matan. So this is the ebb and flow that we were talking about. You see the big flat slide for Smedegaard in the FA24 FRS. Again, just give and take here and there. I think for Catil, it's just going to have to be chipping away. It's not going to be easy this weekend. It all could come down to the invert at the end of the weekend, really.
Also, too, a 15-minute race with a lot of weight on your tires. This track is very aggressive on grip. It's going to probably heat the tires very differently than every other circuit we've been to, so weight might come into a factor here. I'm not sure. We'll see about how the fall-off is in the next 5 minutes.
Barbado on Hetty in there. That's for 6th place. And you see Eric Magnuson even still in the, this is kind of the same exact battle playing out here with Hetty in a much lighter S2000, Magnuson with the V8 LS. And here comes Rosenberg up the front straight, passing O'Gorman for the lead. O'Gorman on the binders much harder into turn 1 though, and clears them. And Rosenberg ate the curb on the inside, wasn't able to complete that pass.
Not the ideal line, but great to see the awareness and cleanliness of these two drivers.
Yeah, Tomo shows the defensive maneuver there on the straightaway and just so late on the brakes. This car, that S2000, one of its strengths always was the brakes. He could outbrake everybody by a full marker back in 2022 when he won the championship. How many races came down to just a braking zone duel between him
and it felt like he could outbrake them in the rain here by you know, how many 10 car lengths almost. The car was unbelievable.
I wonder also if we have some rain tomorrow, if that will come into Catil's advantage a little bit with the front wheel drive. I imagine that he would be hoping for some rain. They went to battle at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta earlier in the year, and it was big slip for O'Gorman and mistake, and through comes Rosenberg to take the lead.
Now, if Eric can work with Tom, they might be better in a straight line than they aren't separate.
Yeah, and Tomo had mentioned yesterday, again, it's been a little while since he's been in this car, and he was reminded about how much work this car is to drive. Yeah. It might not be the easiest to extract speed out of, but a driver like Tomo is able to extract the maximum possible performance. And he's right back on the heels of Matan now, and we're going to see him probably gain through this section as well. through 13 and 14, and then down this back stretch, this is where Matan's car will stretch its legs.
Yep. The braking zone down into the last turn, though, is it's very, very heavy. So the better braking car is going to make up multiple car lengths here.
Yeah, see, Eric Magnussen in this secondary battle, about 2 seconds slower compared to Rosenberg's best lap, who is the race leader right now. So big differential. It's really the top 4 and everybody else at the moment as they claw up out of turn 18 and come across the stripe. Rosenberg leads the way by 0.7 of a second over O'Gorman and Catil Smedegaard. Then Magnussen P5 up a couple of spots here to start the day. Then Hetty and Barbado. And Eric Meadows, keep an eye on that number 3 car right in the spot where the invert could catch you in race 4. And he was able to take advantage of that at Midwest Festival and earn his first victory in this series.
Lap times in the top 10, top 5 through 10 are having really tight lap times where there's got to be some battles all over this circuit with 30-plus cars.
Yeah, in Meadows, Morrison, and Power, that battle's pretty fun as well. So now with Tomo chasing Rosenberg, curious if we're going to see this come back the other way. Again, Catil still in the conversation with Rosenberg there. It's not quite over yet. And here's one of the battles I was mentioning: Meadows, Power, and Morrison. Power's actually gotten by Joel Morrison in the first sector of this lap.
Do you know what drivetrain's in Ryan Power's car?
I think it's just the FA24 that this engine or this car ships with. He used to run an ND Miata with us, but this is just a GR86, a pretty simple build as far as the drivetrain is concerned. But aero, coilovers, brakes, and again, kind of similar to Andy Smedegaard's car, except Andy has transplanted that drivetrain into the previous generation FRS.
And Joel Morrison, that car has been the green S2000 in picture. That car's been in the Gridlife paddock since just about day one. Used to be a track mod car with a turbo S2000, and he has now changed it to a V6 over the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, J-Series, like you'd find in a Honda Odyssey minivan, of all things.
Very reasonable to replace. They are plentiful and cheap. Make good noises, too, with the right exhaust.
Yeah, and chasing down Ryan Power here. Power got by him in the first part of the lap. We'll see if he can reverse the ordering this time through. Gonna jump on the brakes into turn 17. Lena Chin's right behind Blake Korth, Paul Darling. Darling's dropped a couple spots from the start. Eric Catil just ran his best lap of the race. You see 0.3 quicker was Morrison, then Power last time. And look at this on the straightaway. Pulling up alongside in the V6 versus the 4-cylinder Boxer that's in the GR.
Really tight parity in a straight line between these two very different cars.
And looks like Power's going to hang on to it for now, but just. And look at Morrison again, using that torque on the straight, up alongside Power. In the braking zone here, side by side. This will be a tricky math down here. Things get very tight from 4 to 5.
56.6 and a 56.7 between those two cars that last lap. Very clean.
Yeah, Rosenberg
looks like a fun battle.
For the lead, was only 0.2 off his best. This is really tight. I mean, they're not leaving inches between each other here. That's 2000 versus GR86, and all the while, Lena Chin hunting them from behind. And have a look at how close it was last time around. 0.095 between these two, Advantage Morrison.
And then you get a little case swap S2000 behind. 3 very different cars drivetrain-wise.
Yeah, a couple of different kinds of motors. Inline 4, Boxer 4, V6. All kind of classic front-engine, rear-drive sports cars.
Similar weight between the 3 of them.
Yeah, probably in the 2,800-pound range, I'd guess. Maybe Morrison's slightly heavier than that, I'd imagine. But this is a battle for second. Eric Catil and Tom O'Gorman. This would be a pass that would count for a lot for Catil. If he could get by O'Gorman, that would swing the points back 3 points in his favor.
1.64 back, O'Gorman to Rosenberg.
Yeah, just 3 minutes left to go. We'll be expecting a white flag potentially next time by.
Yep.
But there's Tomo, and Catil that time was a little slower than Tomo, 0.15 slower to be exact.
Matan has a lot of laps at this racetrack. I'm sure some of that is really coming down to his setup choices and trying to keep this car under him for 15 solid minutes.
And again, we're going to set race 2 grid by the race 1 finishing order. Race 3 will be done by fastest lap. So, and then of course we have the invert in race 4 that can change everything. So down into the braking for turn 5. Catil, little lateral slide there. The rear end kind of walked around on him a bit.
With front-wheel drive, though, you really kind of want some of that. You don't want to be out of control, but the earlier he can get on the throttle, the better. And if the back end's coming around, he has to.
Yeah, and again, Catil's got this car set up in such a way that he's so good at driving it, and others have talked about how if they jumped into Catil's car, they don't know if they could be fast in it. It's really built to his preferences.
It's wild to watch in-car. I mean, the steering wheel angle doesn't change a whole lot. He's driving with the gas pedal way more than you would expect in a front-wheel drive car.
Yeah, look at Brian Heddy, and just takes a huge chunk of curb to try to get up the inside of Eric Magnussen here for P5, but Magnussen throttles up. He's another driver. He's actually from Pennsylvania, so this will be a track that he's got plenty of laps on.
The final competition weekend of this facility. Great to see some locals coming out.
Coming down the hill, Magnussen, Heddy, and look at Nick Barbado there chasing as well. He's a race winner as of Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Took advantage of the invert there in a E36 BMW M3.
V8 4-cylinder and 6-cylinder here.
And we'll see if maybe Barbado tries outside braking into turn 17. Can't quite get there. And coming up onto the front stretch.
Heading's best of the session, a 55.8 and a 55.81 for Barbado. These two cars are very evenly matched on overall lap time.
And this will be the last lap. White flag is out. There it is. So 1 lap to go here. 2.4 from O'Gorman up to Rosenberg, but just a half a second between O'Gorman and Catil. And Morrison and Meadows trading spots there. Where did Ryan Power go? He's dropped to 11th, so a little slip up there. But here is Matan Rosenberg. He's driven a really solid race here. And he came in with an 8-point advantage over Catil, but first to third is going to get him up to 15 points north of Catil. That makes the math a little harder for Eric, but it's still not impossible by any stretch. Even if Catil were to outperform Rosenberg in the next 3 races, it would very easily switch that even with only a position or 2 advantage. And that doesn't factor in how the invert plays into this, because that will change the math. Look at this battle down into 5. Ryan Power
inside.
Ooh,
just inside Alina and Paul Darling. Very close. That is a tight spot of racetrack, too.
And Blake Korth watching all that in the Porsche Cayman. He wants into this fight. And 4 cars battling for 10th spot at the moment.
Great racing throughout the field here. This is fun to watch. Stressful to watch, as it feels like I said yesterday. It feels like your kid's going off to college or high school. You're 7 years in. Hard to believe this series is 7 years old, going into its 8th season. The winner of this weekend, effectively, will probably be the driver that goes to Germany with Eibach for the 75th anniversary of Eibach Springs.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that later in the weekend. Here's Matan Rosenberg coming across the stripe, and it'll be a 10th win on the season for Matan Rosenberg. Checkered flag. Matan Rosenberg dominates race 1 of the weekend. Tom O'Gorman second. Eric Catil picks up a podium. That will be critical because he'll start right behind Rosenberg when we head to race 2 later today. Smedegard 4th. Magnussen will grab 5th spot over Brian Hedian, who again a local driver returning to competition here this year. Nick Barbado will grab 7th, and Morrison. And this whole scrum of cars, look at Korth. He managed to get around Eric Meadows. Did Meadows slip up? He did. Meadows is going to drop down to outside the top 10 at the very end of this thing and end up P11.
And from our view, looks like a very clean race. Thanks to the drivers for that, and putting on a good show for everybody watching on the live stream. I'm glad we're not on camera because I never know what to do with my hands. But at least these drivers know what to do with their hands.
They seem to. Kevin Zhu, how about a successful race 1? 18th place with a borrowed transmission from DJ Alessandrini. And this quartet of cars had a pretty fun fight there. Here's Andy Smedegard pulling up alongside Catil. These two dueled basically one-on-one at Autobahn Country Club. It looked very classic 2019-2020 GLTC with 2 drivers that were just laying down the gauntlet for everybody else.
Same thing with Lime Rock Park. What a fun one to watch.
Yeah, that was really, really cool to watch. But Catil has math not in his favor now. He's going to have to get really aggressive for the rest of the weekend there. Is he on sticker tires too? Is he saving that advantage for later in the weekend?
We know Matan is well equipped with tires, and that will probably come into play with this racetrack.
And beautiful pit race in the background. First
Gorgeous
of 4
shot.
races is complete. We'll have a look here at our race results for Eibach GLTC race number 1. And we've And there's Matan Rosenberg in P1. Tom O'Gorman right behind. Eric Catil in third. Smedegard, Magnuson, Hetty, and Barbado, Morrison, Chin, and Darling your top 10. And then 11 through 20. We didn't get a lot of looks back here, but there was some great fights. You see Shalil Shukla and James Smith, Michael Pagano and John Gatos. Only 4/10 between them at the finish. Then Zoo, Scott, and then some others. Look at Steve Cairo, Thomas Moss, Clayton Fitzpatrick, and more in this 30-car field. Rory Lonergan at the very tail of the field there, and Natalie Latos in position number 31.
Pretty wild to watch the top 20 here. Most of those drivers have won or been on the podium in a TC race, and really intense competition. Fun to watch.
Yeah, well, with that, let's have a look at the highlights here from Eibach GLTC race number 1. It was a pretty fierce one at the pointy end of the field, at least in the opening half of the race, and it all started with the green flag with Tom O'Gorman, 2022 Eibach GLTC champ, on pole alongside Eric Catil, and they filtered out with Tom O'Gorman in the top spot for a little while, with Rosenberg chasing in trail, and then Catil tried to put up a fight here for second place, but just wasn't able to out-drag him on the straightaways here. He'll have to find a way to defend a little bit better. Then this big moment for Tom O'Gorman, a slip. That allowed Rosenberg to get through to the lead, and he never looked back. Built a 2.8-second advantage as Natalie Latos chased Lisa Keys. Here's Ryan Power and Joel Morrison going at it.
Fun battle to watch.
Super fun. This was on the last lap of the race here, Adam.
This pack must have had a really fun race. I'm hoping we're seeing nothing but hugs in the paddock. That looked like a good time.
And with that, checkered flag for Matan Rosenberg, race number 1 complete. And Matan Rosenberg wins race 1 of 4 here in Eibach GLTC.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon Tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
And welcome back to Gridlife Pit Race and the season finale for Gridlife at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. And this is the last drifting of the year. Kyle Heyer joined by Adam Jabay. We're just going to hang out and chat for a little while, Adam. We just saw IBOC GLTC Race 1, the first of 4 races for that championship. We've got a couple others to sort out this weekend. But this is drift, and this is not competitive drift. Talked with Alex Moss yesterday about it a little bit. And this is so important to the Gridlife culture to meld all these communities together.
Yeah, one of my favorite parts about drift cars is just staring at the way they're built, all the diversity in builds, the engine choices, suspension setups, the development. You see so much diversity in just the construction of these cars. It's so fun to stare at them. They make they make the sport kind of unique. The lack of competition here is kind of my favorite part. It's just they're out there just to have a good time.
When you look at the place to drift in Gridlife, there's lots of conversations around, what next year is going to hold, and we obviously can't speak to exactly how the weekend structure will change or anything like that. But, why is it so important that we see drift cars on the full course rather than just on skid pads?
There's barely anybody else who does it, and so we're trying to be, we've brought drift to a lot of racetracks that have historically never allowed it on their full circuit. Lime Rock, Mid-Ohio, we were one of the first to do it at Gingerman many years ago, maybe the first, I'm not actually sure. Full course Road Atlanta, what else?
Watkins Glen,
Road America, I might have said Road America.
Yep.
The Laguna circuit was wild to see cars drifted for the first time, and we actually had to fight for that one even the day before because they had a recent repave, and it's just trying to put all these different aspects of car culture, these different segments or cliques or whatever you want to call it about the different disciplines, put them all in the same place, and you can see that all these drivers are they've all got the same disease, they just have a different symptom.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. And you were on the Perfect Lap podcast a couple days ago, Mark Kilgore, Mark Yeager, which I listen to a lot of the podcasts in the Gridlife ecosphere. You've got by the way, when's your podcast coming back?
Slip Ankle? We do one once in a while. I just kind of got tired of talking about cars at the moment. I think Abe is in the same spot.
It used to be an RV podcast back in the day.
It was an RV-focused podcast for a few months. But, the season, the last couple of years has been pretty intense. I mean, the workload that goes into doing this many festival and festival-light events it does wear on you. And at some point, you just got to stop talking about cars. But I love that the automotive car culture podcast world, a lot of those podcasts have stemmed out of our paddock, which is so fun to see. It's fun to see the diversity of builds and cars and just bringing a lot of people together. A lot of people make a new friend in a Gridlife paddock. And often it's just because you walk up to somebody and ask somebody 3 questions about their car. You share so many similarities with people in this sport.
Yeah, and you brought up all the podcasts that sort of exist, and there's plenty of them, but there's the Lizard Brains podcast, Tom Gorman, DJ Al Sandrini, who have been around Gridlife for a long time. You've got Perfect Lap, which I mentioned. You've also got Heat Exchanger, which Dewey and James Houghton and Devin Giles and some others. There's plenty of them out there, but it's just cool to keep the conversations going post-event. And there's a lot of bench rule writing and stuff too. How much influence, when you're looking at the tail end of the year and you're looking at making rules changes, how much of that is influenced by the drivers, and how much of it is Adam Jabay and Abe Schmarker going, we know the direction this needs to take. We can see it from a different perspective that the competitors don't see.
Sure.
And so how much is of a blend?
It's kind of a mix. I typically start a document at the first event of the year of idea changes for the next year, and that document gets added on. Sometimes it's huge, sometimes it's not, and then you start going through it this time of year and start making the draft for the next year. But it's constant conversations. I mean, communication is important for just about every aspect of life, and it's huge when it comes down to creating the place that these drivers want to build cars for, want to race at. So always building the event that these drivers want to be at, and that comes down to rules, operations, flow of the event. There's no way to weigh and balance all the requests and all the ideas, but you do your best to kind of square the circle of this giant thing of ideas and turn it into the event that these drivers want to be at. So
the other thing too is one of the big changes this year was the 3-day competition weekend. I know that there's lots of conversations, internal, external, about the 3-day weekend, but talk to a little bit about the challenges about getting all these things into even 3 days.
Well, and the problem with if we just did a Friday, Saturday or a Saturday, Sunday is Lime Rock is a very challenging event because we only have 2 days. So everything gets condensed. We can put less time attack cars on the course. You can only run so many of a wheel-to-wheel class. A couple of years ago, we did the A main, B main for TC, which was exciting. But with GT, we kind of had to condense that. But you can only put so many people in some of these facilities, cars on track. But also, if we were to just run a Friday, Saturday, which is kind of a request from a lot. Gorgeous shot here too, by the way. Holy cow! What a pretty facility. It looks really cool with the smoke. But if you're running just a Friday, Saturday, which is sort of a request by drivers, we're still stuck renting the Sunday because the track says, okay, we'll put all that effort in. You want to throw a party Saturday night? We can't rent it Sunday because you can't move the next event in. So last year we did a bunch of DE on Sundays, which some events maybe that's a possibility. Just a lot of moving pieces, but it's a 3-day competition weekend. Gives people 2 nights to fix cars. It really spreads out the ability for more drivers to have a better experience on track because they can fix things. They can really dial the car in, especially if it's a new track to a driver. It can take you a couple days to feel comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. And talk to me a little bit also about, we're not going to talk specifics of the schedule because, first of all, I don't think we know them exactly yet. But I am curious.
We're getting close.
We're getting close. Yeah. And I know that, we'll probably see the schedule probably sooner than we have in the past, which is exciting. But
that's cool.
Tell me about, we were going to lean into this facility next year. Of course, we got the news pretty late that it won't be around next year.
Big off by the Big Wing Mustang. I love this car. It's been at a lot of events this year. Yeah. And I was looking at it last night. It is quite well built and very clean, actually. People think of drift cars as like zip tied together. Not all of them. Like some of them are gorgeous builds.
It looks like he's got his bumper still clipped on the old-fashioned way. So, and his license plate is DRFT, which I think is dope. But
you were talking about the schedule and this facility, announcing that it was closing. I was actually told by the manager that I was the first person to get called because this was their next big event, which is kind of a terrible honor to have, I think. But it definitely threw a monkey wrench in kind of the planning. But several other racetracks have reached out and wanted to either take the place of it or keep the focus in this area. So there's been a lot of conversations in the past 2 or 3 weeks between Chris and Michael and I and other racetracks. So
and what do you look for in a racetrack? I mean, I've been privy to some of this in the last handful of years, but when you're looking to build the grid life, what you're looking for in a facility to put on the best grid life?
Well, we've done some smaller circuits as far as Lime Rock isn't a big track, but you can actually park a lot of cars there. You can put a lot of people there. It's a great place to be. This track has so much of that, like, wow, what a nice place to be, which is getting to be more and more important, especially as you're spectator focused to kind of pay the bills and make these events happen. It's kind of a shame to see this gorgeous spectator hill not be used for what it's being used for right now in the future. But some of that goes down. You want to have a good experience for the drivers. You want to be able to park them all there. You need some decent amenities without having to bring in, bathroom trailers and all that kind of stuff, which we definitely do at some events. Historical events like Gingerman, we're building a city in a field, and that's a huge effort by the ops team, by everybody involved on the Grid Life side. But a track like this, or Road America, or some of the other bigger facilities that we've been to or go to, there's a plus and a minus when it comes to the facility. Sometimes the track is amazing to work with, but we can't fit everybody. And sometimes the track is difficult to work with, but wow, it would be perfect if they wanted to get on board,
Yeah, and to that point also, getting everyone in the facility, one of the big news items this year was the addition of the Gridlife GT series to the championship, just adding another way to race in the Gridlife ecosphere, and I'm just talking about GLGT, and it's bringing something new to the Gridlife paddock, and also with the Gridlife Rush series. So in a similar question, when do you build a new series? When do you modify an existing series? Like, there's only so many slots in a day. Yep. So how do you determine what things exist in that slot?
We do want to stay away from the model that it's almost inevitable in this sport. Is like, okay, just keep trying to bring more people in, and then you just segment down into so many similar classes. GT and TC are probably where we end, big picture, and they'll probably keep getting tweaked to the desire and the kind of the cars that fit them, desire of drivers, and what we're looking to see. But the time attack classes are actually the one where we struggle the most with what do you do, because there's, especially with the changing environment of just trackable cars in the past 10 years, we've had to really react to so much in the last 10 years because cars have gotten so fast and so different. It never ends, but you can't have too many classes. If we had 20 classes, 30 classes, I think some of the allure would go away because you want to have a very competitive, tight field. But you also want to have rules that people want to build the car for. You want to have aspirational rules. Yeah. Some place that somebody wants to. It's a lot of work for these drivers to be here.
Well, and to your point about the emergence of new technology, going back, not that long ago, to find shifting performance, you might go to install a sequential that costs a lot of money. So you wrote rules to prevent people from putting in things like sequentials. But now, OEM vehicles have dual clutch transmissions and crazy good automatics that sort of necessitate equalizing these older cars.
In 2017, if you had told me about like how wild things would get in the next 3 years, I would have never believed you. As far as just how the OEM offerings are and how strong vehicles are now too. A brand new-ish BMW in the last 5 years, what does it take? A downpipe and a tune, and you got 700 horsepower. It's nuts. Like that never happened. And we see some of those cars out in drift, like just real simple builds, F80 M3s and stuff. You bulletproof them a little bit and crank the power, and you can drift any track with stuff like that. You can run any time attack track and have an advantage in power, and you've got a modern chassis. You can fit huge tires. It's a far cry from like when we were playing with old Honda Civics and Miatas and Evos were the big dog.
Yeah. And in some classes, it's just funny to watch, like, the drivers have progressed with their car in some instances. Like we were talking yesterday about Chris Boersma and how that car, he drove his wife to prom in that car 20 years ago, right? And now it was a drag racing car for a while. Now it's a road racing car that's seen 3 different iterations of the track mod rule set and is chased
coast to coast competition. And
so super cool. Then going back to drift, I mean, the accessibility of drift with cheap horsepower. Yeah. I mean, looking exactly at the C5,
C6,
as an example, they got cheap enough.
It's wild. And they're strong enough. I mean, that's part of the reason that they are so popular in our wheel-to-wheel and time attack classes is they're built for this. They were designed to do this. And they're so flexible. The chassis are so developable. You can change so many things. The aftermarket exists, and they're amazing drift cars. We saw someone drive cross country to Laguna Seca in his Corvette, drift Laguna Seca, put the tires back on the roof and drive all the way back. I mean, some of that it's really speaks to the strength of cars in the last 20 years. Like, they've just gotten so much better than like the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, and just looking at drift even within our own community, I mean, I think you have to also look at collaborations with people like Formula Drift, which we had that kind of debut collaboration at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, which I think everyone thought that was really cool, and I hope that we get to do that again.
Yeah, talking with them about that a lot in the past month. Chris and Ryan are pretty tight, and I think the desire to blow that event up more from a driver participation and from like attract more of the a couple offs here. Attract more of the spectators. We have a decent amount of spectators that are coming to see drift, but there's people that are invested in the time attack series, the wheel-to-wheel series. A couple years ago when we were at Coda with Super Lap Battle, right next to one of our guys on the campground was just a guy that had towed his trailer out from about 10 hours away because he had been a fan of Gridlife Touring Cup and he wanted to see it in real life. And it's pretty humbling to hear stuff like that. But more and more we're hearing from drivers that, and we saw with the fan walks, which was kind of an initiative at a bunch of festivals this year that you pushed forward, posters and markers, that these drivers are becoming kind of the IMSA of the 80s 80s as far as in the eye of the car curious and like the people that are following along. So.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking to, I've been here now almost 7 years.
That's wild.
And which is crazy to think about. But, when I first heard about Gridlife and I had my first event at Gridlife Midwest, it was like, this feels like if IMSA was like full of dudes that I wanted to hang out with all the time.
Well, even like there's a book that's a great book. They Call Me Mr. 500 by Andy Granatelli, who ended up being the head of STP and won Indy with Mario Andretti in like 76 or 78 or something. And he talks about early days IndyCar and stock car, and this book is written 40 years ago. And when I recently reread it, it's one of the books that got me into this sport. Like, I thought it was so cool. They used to race in Soldier Field in Chicago.
Oh, so cool.
They would do oval racing in Soldier Field. He rented it out with his brothers, and like it was like, it's what we're doing here. It's just different.
Yeah.
And like early IndyCar, 60s and 70s, you'd build a car all year, you'd tow it there with your mom's station wagon on a borrowed trailer, and you try to qualify for a couple weeks. Like,
it feels a lot like a Gridlife.
It feels a lot like this. Like the evolution of the. I don't want to evolve into what the pro racing is now, but I feel like there's a special place in racing, and I want to stay there.
And I think you're exactly right. And I think one of the other things is, you look at the presentation, and Project Prime puts on such an impressive show, and we're always pushing forward. The presentation of the sport looks pro, but that's not the intention. The intention is to keep it grassroots, but demonstrate it.
Yeah, build a place that the drivers can also make it sustainable for them with partners, and make it good for the sport. Like a rising tide raises boats, whatever. Like you don't want to be the place that. You don't want to be the place that hurts the sport. You want to do nothing but keep it. You want to keep this around. In 20 years, I would love to be able to retire and drive Gridlife.
Yeah.
I would love to be able to retire and drive other places, because we brought a whole new generation and helped bring a whole new generation into this hobby and sport.
Yeah, we're really excited about the rest of the weekend here, and it's coming up in just a moment's time. Look at the water tower there at Pit Race. Let's have a look at the highlights here from our drift session for today. We've got Gridlife Rush Series racing coming up next, and a lot of really cool, clean cars out here. It's a small but mighty grid of drift cars this weekend on the skid pad and the full course, Adam.
Yeah, I think we got 25 and like 20 on the big track, and the skid pad was pretty busy yesterday. This track, the biggest thing we worry about is the aggregate that we talked about yesterday, really burning tires up. You can see how easy it is to really smoke and haze a set of tires here.
Yeah, great camera work there, capturing everything in slow motion. There was just some unbelievable shots at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca coming down the corkscrew, but just putting on a show here. Gridlife Drift at Pittsburgh International Race Complex is complete. It'll be the Gridlife Rush Series coming up in just a few minutes. Saturday action continues from Pittsburgh International Race Complex. More in just a moment.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder, slicker, cooler, tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Gridlife Rush Series finished out their championship season a couple of weeks ago, all the way out in California at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. This event does not count for championship points. This is just an encore of all the action we've seen this year. If you're not familiar with the Gridlife Rush Series car, it is the Rush SR built by Rush Auto Works, 150 horsepower from a GSX motorcycle engine, and bodywork that just bolts right on. Very easy to work and maintain on. They advertise these for about under $50,000 and about $150 an hour to run, including fuel and tires. A great way to get into spec racing at an affordable cost, and they don't take up all that much space either, so easy enough to transport and work with your buddies in a garage. But the Gridlife Rush Series will race 4 more times on the season. There's no weekend or championship points on the line, but there will be weekend points being traded all through the year. And you see Jason Ayler there in the 74, Max Krause, Ayrton Grimm, and others up in the mix, all battled at Autobahn Country Club. There's a host of drivers that really only entered for the season points, and a bunch of others that are right up at the pointy end when we are just racing for the weekend. So the front runners will likely change up. My name's Kyle Heyer. I'll be joined by Adam Jabay here in just a moment when he gets back from a quick little break. But there's Max Krause, the young driver in the number 314 car. Just under 20 cars are in our grid today. And just getting set there. I just heard the whistle for the 1 minute. Ayrton Grimm is rolling now, and we're headed out on the racetrack for our one pace lap before we turn them loose. Cars headed out onto the grid. Let's see if we have our starting lineups fixed here this morning. We'll have a look at our grid, assuming that it's all working nicely, and indeed it is. Jalen Batley starts alongside Ayrton Grimm in row number 1. They'll start side by side. It's Jason Ayler in row number 2 alongside Max Krause in the number 314. Starting in row 3, it's Jared Anderson in the number 99. Robert Desjardins starts in 6th in the number 81, followed by Lee Kellert in 7th in the number 13. Jeremy Boysen in 8th in the number 22 car. Nick Billingsley starts 9th. Trip Stout starts 10th in the number 1 machine. It's his first rush race here this weekend. Kelsey Billingsley 11th, Sam Reed in 12th, and the last couple of rows, AJ Campo, Pat Brady starts in 14th in the number 82. The last 2 rows here will be Bill Dorrance, Paul Click will start in 16th place, and then starting in 17th and 18th, bringing up the rear of the field, Ben Carroll and Chuck Desjardins. Adam Dubé, welcome back to Gridlife Rush Series. You've been the race director for him a lot of the year. This is a fun little series.
Yeah, it's great to see a good field out here just for the weekend. They're not competing for a championship, and they're just here to put on a show, make some good noises, and have fun one more time on a competition weekend at Pit Race.
Let's have a look at the weather here as well. It's been a nice cool morning, but 59 degrees. It hasn't come up quite as much as we would have thought.
It feels nice out there in the sun, though.
It does. A little bit of a breeze out of the south, 8 miles an hour there, and 65% humidity. It's great out there. And you see on the radar, not much on the radar. No. Promise you that animation works. Yep. And we saw it at Autobahn Country Club, but not a cloud in the sky at the moment. It is looking beautiful for our Rush Series race here in Wampum, Pennsylvania. So
looking for a high of 73, so this track should not overheat even in the sun. Should be a solid day of competition.
Yeah, excited also to see what Ayrton Grimm has in store. I talked to him yesterday. He was really, really excited about his front row start. Yep. We documented in qualifying yesterday that he had previously run inside the top 5 and podiumed in a Rush Series car in 2024 at Lime Rock Park, but they were renting from some other people. They bought this car, and they just struggled to find the setup, but they have got it figured out.
Yeah, they bought it right before Lime Rock this year, if I recall. But figuring out this car and how to race these things cleanly. Ayrton's always been pretty clean on track. Mechanicals plague him sometimes. I think they blew a diff in the NC GLTC car yesterday. Yeah. But shame to see that, because when it works, he's got pace on that car.
Yeah, he's podiumed with it, I believe, a couple of times, and a few top 5s as well. But it's just been a struggle to keep both those cars running, despite all the efforts put in by his parents and his family. It's a full family affair. Wilb's young brother Wilbur is here as well.
Yeah, I saw them sharing a scooter earlier today.
It's adorable. Yeah. But all right, lights are off on the safety car, and coming down the hill, we'll be doubling up and going for racing for about 15 minutes here, Adam. This racetrack seemed like a pairing made in heaven. Any expectations for this race? Who do you think's got the top step here?
I think it probably anybody on the front row has a pretty good chance of getting on the big climb up the bottom of the hill in first place. Really, you just need perfection. These cars are hard hard to get heat in the tires, but I'm hearing this track is a little easier for that because of obviously, you know, the 10-year-old aggregate that's really showing its spikes. But we will see. All we need to do is get through turn 1. That's what I've always told them.
13-inch wheels and 185 width tires, so very little rubber on these cars.
13 25-pound minimum weight with driver post-race.
Yeah, so lightweight and low power, but they make up a lot of speed, actually quicker than the iBot GLTC cars, which make a lot more power than this. But here we go, time to go racing for Gridlife Pit Race, Rush Series Race 1. Green flag and we're underway, and 3 wide already. A car popping out here on the run to turn 1, and Batley is going to lead Ayrton Grimm to turn 1. Grimm tried to outbrake him on the outside, but couldn't do it.
Jason Oler sneaking back up again in 3rd place, keeps it.
Oh, Boysen off in the grass at the exit of turn 1.
Looks like he'll continue.
I wanted to see if he would make it over the edge of that curb coming back across the grass. But off to 3 now, and single filing for the most part up in the top 5 and plunging down towards turn 5 here. Batley, Grimm.
I always forget to talk because I'm so busy studying what's happening, taking notes for if I need to investigate.
There's a good portion of the audience that would rather me not talk.
Yeah, so I doubt that. We hired you for a reason.
Clawing their way up the hill there. And single filing out in the run to turn 7. Hey, Greg, make sure that you're on this 1 and make sure that you have the timer set and you're set to positions. Coming around the backside of the racetrack in the S's, Ayrton Grimm still pretty tight on Jalen Batley's rear bumper here. Think back to Autobahn Country Club in September. Batley was barking up the rear bumper of Bryce Merzberger most of the weekend.
That was a fun weekend to watch. They were so clean together and tight racing too.
I wonder if we'll have something similar here with Grimm all over Batley coming down the hill through 14. Got a nice big run and some slipstream to play with here. And he'll charge through the left-hand bend at turn 16 and come back around to 17 in the braking zone.
We saw throughout the year that the aero on these cars plays such a big part in how it drives. If a car sheds a piece of bodywork front or back, the car just doesn't do what it needs to do. And this track, I'm sure, with some of the high speeds, aero is got to be hugely dependent, especially in the kink and in some of the upper sections.
Across the stripe here for Grimm, lap 1 was 4/10 quicker for Batley, and that's why you see 4/10 up on the timing and scoring. A lot of shuffling there. Oh, off in the weeds there. Was that Grimm that had the off there?
I don't think it was Grimm.
No, it was Grimm in the 121. So he ran a little wide at the exit of 2.
Jason Oler jumping in front in P2 now, chasing.
Yeah, just tracked out a little bit too much. Easy to slip up there. It's kind of a 2-stage corner. Turn 1 and then 2 is faster and a little less radius.
And Jalen really putting on a clinic here down the hill. Hopefully the car is still underneath of Ayrton. I'm seeing dust flying off of that car. He definitely collected some earth there.
Yeah, what's the air intake setup like? Can you clog it with grass like you can a typical car?
So the radiator actually is in the back of the car. So it's heavily fan dependent. You can't really clog the radiator, but you can definitely get a bunch of dirt in the front. There's a bunch of spots to put things, and then they'll fall all over your tires. So that's not good for business either.
No, certainly not. There's Stout in the number 1. That's the pink car chasing Nick Billingsley in the 9, and then just ahead of that is Max Krause in the 314. This is a battle for about 5th, 6th spot. Lee Kellert in the 13 just up the road, and Stout in his first ever Rush Series race looking very aggressive now heading into turn 12.
We got a good battle here between Jason and Ayrton in P2 and 3, and clean battles throughout the midsection too. Hopefully this racing just stays green to checker. That's always the goal, and then I don't have to yell at him at all time.
Yeah, we don't want that. Grimm on the attack here. Wants this position back after making that mistake at the exit of 1 up the inside. No ABS in these cars. Pulls up alongside Oler for 2nd place. And 3 wide into 17 there with Krause in the middle. That got a little dicey, and they're almost 4 wide leaving 17 now. But Batley comes across the line, leads the way. Oler hangs on to 2nd.
One of the cool parts about these cars is how narrow they are, and I've heard from various drivers their first time in it, it feels like you're on a bigger racetrack because you just have more to play with, which we talked about how neither of us have driven one. I almost don't want to because that seems like fun to have a wider racetrack underneath of me.
Yeah, more room to play for sure. Oler still on defense from Grimm. Ayrton stuffed it up the inside at 17, just wasn't able to complete the pass, but is still hounding Ayler on the run down the hill. Plenty of racing left. Ayrton does have time to catch Jalen Batley if he is able to get around Ayler and then carry better pace. But last time by, Batley did a 152.7. That's a good bit quicker than everybody else.
2.12 and 2.59 separating P2 and P3 from the first place driver right now. And in the incident log, we are looking at quote unquote lots of grass on track in turn 2. So hopefully that clears itself. The aero on these cars actually does a pretty good job of clearing the dust off the racetrack. It sucks a lot of things up and does, they do a pretty good job of keeping the track in one piece, even if they do drag some dust and grass onto it. Look at the gap between Jalen and P2 and P3 are slowing themselves by battling here, but this has got to be some fun racing.
Yeah.
Ayrton trying to stick it up the inside. Jason knows he's there and leaves it for him.
Yeah, Ayrton has just been trying everything, sticking the nose in, but he's compromising his exit when he does that. And try to make that move into 12. I think the better opportunity is down here at 17, but he tried that last time and couldn't complete it. The challenge at 17 is that the radius is so tight, you kind of bind up the car there, so it's tricky to get a run out of the corner.
Yeah, you have to kind of run this perfect and conserve all the momentum you can, because this is such a big, long climb, especially with a low torque car like this.
Yeah, so it looks like the battle for P2 is going to fizzle for the time being. But see the gap change. Last lap was Grimm 1.4 seconds slower than Ayler, 0.09 rather. So much closer delta that time through. Max Kraus gained some ground on Kellert, got by him for P5. Then Nick Billingsley and Kelsey Billingsley 7th and 8th right now.
And the top 5 through top 10 has nothing but about a half a second between them lap time wise. Seeing good parity across the field here. Jalen right now has this car really dialed in. Some help from Diversion Motorsports throughout the year and some crew here with him this weekend, putting in a lot of work to set up. Setup wins these races realistically.
Oh, spin, top of the hill, right at the exit of turn 4. Everybody scatters. And that was the number 9 of Nick Billingsley, and they did a
Nick
great
can get
job.
it restarted. Let's see. He's looking down track. Looks like he wants to keep going. Here he goes. Here he goes. Has continued. My favorite 2 words on the radio at a Gridlife.
Yeah, that was a big moment there, right in the heat of battle, and everyone did a great job avoiding him. Here's Kraus on Kellert. This was a battle for P5. Kellert got back by him on the opening stage of this lap because the scoring has Kraus ahead of Kellert. So they've swapped positions a couple of times the last few moments. And Kellert right now looks a little bit better through this high-speed section that I think is really confidence-based in a car like this. And there's a couple of places I was mentioning with Alex Moss, so you kind of have to squeeze back on the throttle a couple of times through this section. It's not always decreasing. Here's a look a moment ago at what we saw at the top of the hill. Right at the top, all on his own, just was a little bit offline there. And
good
just
avoiding. It's either Tripp or AJ.
I think that was Tripp in that battle there. But yeah, just got out into the marbles there. You can see there's a lot of marbles off the racing line and was probably trying to get that over-under arc move and just stepped a little bit too wide.
It's a tricky spot with a little car to see another little car, too. I'm glad the drivers had good heads-up awareness there.
Yeah. Oh, slip for Kellert. Here comes Kraus up the inside. Maybe a little contact there as they tried to sneak up. And now it's Kraus going to edge on by Lee Kellert. Kellert's not done yet, though. A little dissuasion into turn 1, a little defensive maneuver. Wants to be sure that Kellert doesn't fly up the inside again on the brakes. Not quite.
I did tell him not to dive bomb. Dive bomb equals crashing. So if they listen, maybe we'll get to the checker flag under green conditions.
And here it is a moment ago as they left turn 17.
Big
right
wiggle
here.
there.
A little touch.
Just a boop.
Yeah. I don't even think that left a mark. That was the tiniest.
I don't think they'll be
boop.
too mad about that. I think, yeah, we got lucky there.
Yeah, here comes
Good
Grimm.
battle here between Grimm and Jason Ayler in P2 and P3. Real tight. They've been tight for the last 3 laps.
Yeah, Grimm has just been trying to get by Ayler, but his advantages are coming in different places. And all the while, Jalen Batley's gone 5 seconds up the road, but Ayler a little loose there, using the curbing as Grimm to try to tuck up the inside.
Yeah, you can see Jason running a defensive, slightly wider line, not giving him the opportunity. And these cars obviously so close. They are the same car. It comes down to setup and talent. And I think both these drivers have been very reliable behind the wheel. They know what they want to do. They're going to get to the checkered flag if they can help it. And well set up cars. We'll see who can defend and who can overtake.
Yeah, coming down the hill here through turn 14. Grimm with a big run right out to the edge of the road. He is just locked in right now.
And Jason not making it easy for him. All he has to do is hit his marks and maybe be about a car width off, just to give him no room. You can see he's just a little bit defensive, wants to make Ayrton tempt on the outside and then takes it away from him up the hill here.
And Ayrton Grimm also recently announced that he's actually paired up with Firelapse, which is our official data provider for Gridlife GT. So he does have a Firelink on board that. And if it's working this morning, we'll try to give you a view of that. Here you go. Braking force for Ayrton Grimm. Not on this list. Greg, you got to set it to all.
Yep, got GT drivers there. They'll see if they can grab the data from Grimm here for us. And you can see that outside move down in the final turn, going up the front straight. Did not save it for Grimm, but he is now clawing back.
There you go. So this is paired up with all the non-GLGT cars that we have in the database. And you see Ayrton Grimm there, 1.3 Gs on the brakes.
It's actually better than I would have placed that car if I had to guess. The other cars in front of him have very good ABS systems, and they have a lot more weight and a lot more tires. So that's kind of an impressive stat to be P4 out of 5. And there's a bunch of hammers there in 1 through 3, and the 5th place driver is no slouch himself.
Yeah, and of the drivers that are non-GLGT with the Firelinks, you notice Grimm is actually the second fastest lap time of them.
Right.
And quicker in none of the sectors, but just so consistent over the course of the lap. Really cool to see that data. And again, we'll look at plenty more of this in Gridlife GT coming up next. They are our official data provider of Gridlife GT. And not quite in the top 5 at cornering force, though, but there's some big tires.
That's where I would have actually bet these cars to be, but like we said, it's only a 185.
Yeah. Also, interesting note, too, that he's been following Ayler, so his aero hasn't been quite as efficient.
Sure.
And we noticed that yesterday in GLGT with AJ Hartman, that when you have clean air on your aero, you generate a lot more corner force.
Yeah, that was impressive to see.
Yeah, so super cool. And again, he needs a little bit more G in the braking to get by Ayler here. And just a couple minutes remaining in this race, maybe 2 laps.
Yep, probably not white this time by if I had to guess.
And Jalen Batley is just going to town, just trying to snag victories here. They won't count for season points, but there is a weekend trophy on the line. Ayler and Grimm both ran their best lap of the race just now.
Oh, and another spin here. Where are we at here?
It's 17. That's Boysen. And looks like he's trying to get the thing refired right in the middle of the racetrack. And let's see if we can catch a replay here. He was right ahead of Sam Reed and just throttled up a little too soon, and around he went.
Good avoiding by Sam, and good on Jeremy for not rolling backwards there. Hopefully he gets restarted and we don't have to end under yellow. But we've had great racing for the previous 15.
And so Sam Reed down here, and then also the battle for P7. That one's fizzled a little bit. Stout, Reed, Dorrance, Campo. And really it's that battle for second that remains the closest on the racetrack.
Patiently
didn't get going there.
Did not go. I'm patiently watching the incident log, but yeah, he is staying. If you don't clutch in on these cars when you spin, often you will blow the starter because of motorcycle-based drivetrain, and then you cannot restart. Sometimes they do have gear issues also, selecting gears, and some of the older cars especially can be harder to get into neutral if you don't have a clutch switch and all that thing.
And Jalen Batley leads the way by 8 seconds over Ayler, and you see that yellow in Sector 3, so you can't pass it to 17 at the moment until Boysen clears that. And that's kind of a critical area for Grimm and Ayler, because you see them go right around Boysen. You can't make a pass in there. Oh, checkered is out, so they were on their final lap. So it looks like Jalen Batley's going to pick up the checker, and Ayler and Grimm.
And checker at the same time.
Okay. So that simplifies this.
Luckily, you got good vision going into that turn, so they probably all had good eyes on Jeremy Boysen. Sometimes the race control needs to make these decisions where you don't want to finish under full course yellow if you can help it. We probably didn't have the time even for that. We would have had to just bring them around, but the sight lines towards the incident were probably fairly safe. So good job on all the drivers being heads up there.
Yeah, so looks like Jalen Batley will pick up the win again. We didn't get the white before the checker because they were going to throw a full course anyway. So in order to keep things moving, we'll give you the white of the checker. At the same time, Batley picked that one up by a pretty good margin. And he has not slowed down either.
Yeah.
he is still hauling, but I wonder if he even noticed the checker because he wasn't looking for the checker just yet.
The white might have distracted him. We'll see. They will chase him around with the checker if he did not see it.
Yeah. So with that, our race is complete here for the Gridlife Rush Series. We can have a look here at results in a moment. Yeah, I don't even think Batley knows, but
he might not know that he just won a race.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's got an idea of it. But GT staging up right here from the false grid, as you can see.
Good for results. And we'll have a look here at the race results for the Rush Series Race 1, although they don't seem to have populated. But either way, Jalen Batley did get the job done there in the top spot. Ayrton Grimm third to Jason Ayler in second place. So job well done by the Rush Series drivers. A couple of little slips and slides here and there, but very, very exciting. Look at that packed full paddock, and we're not done yet, Adam.
Yeah, we're starting to put people into the south paddock, which you can't see. It's down after turn 3, but had some Saturday-only drifters, had no place to put them, so both paddocks are starting to fill out here.
Yeah, there's a look at some highlights here from the Gridlife Rush Series Race 1. The battle was primarily for second place between these two, Jason Ayler and Ayrton Grimm. Ayler snuck by Ayrton early on and was able to defend for a while. Nick Billingsley had a big slide at the top of the mountain. Everybody missed him. And then there was this close moment between Kraus and Keller. Just a little touch there as they bounced off each other. And then the Grimm and Ayler battle continued. So up and around. Ooh, slip and slide for Boysen. And again, he was the reason why we ended a little bit early there with the white flag and the checker coming out at the same time. But it was Jalen Batley that went on to win here at Gridlife Rush Series Race 1. More races coming your way and more Rush Series action later this weekend. Gridlife Rush Series Race 1 complete.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Gridlife GT, a brand new series introduced at Gridlife Midwest Festival this year, taking all the learnings from Eibach GLTC and turning everything up a notch. It is the last round of the season for a brand new series in Gridlife competition. Welcome back to Pittsburgh International Race Complex. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Adam Jabay here. Adam, this is another one of your brainchildren of one of many, and there's some really cool cars on the grid here.
All the learnings. You mean I'm supposed to learn things? I'm not just shooting from the hip blind?
I think we all do a little bit of blind hip shooting now and then.
We try not to.
But Gridlife GT, brand new series this year with the idea of higher power and kind of a similar build or bring whatever you'd like to do. And that includes cars like this Toyota Supra GT4. This is owned by Thunder Bunny Racing and Alan Patton. AJ Hartman is here in a home-built, high aerodynamic Ford Mustang with a twin-turbo V6. It makes Ford GT sound. It's super cool.
He does do carbon kind of for a living, but he definitely did it for himself. This is a home-built car.
Yeah, really cool, and that's a great example on the front row of the bought versus built sort of mentality. The car starting in third is Chris DeLucia, who drove all the way out to California, blew a motor in his E36, and is on a borrowed car from Jeff Zazoulis this weekend.
S54 powered E36, and this car's about 20-ish horsepower underpowered for its current weight for the class, but Chris putting all of the power down and getting a good lap time out of it yesterday.
Yeah, and then starting along alongside him is going to be Eric Jensen, one of our Eibach GLTC competitors, running about 100 horsepower higher than he typically does. He is really excited about this trim.
First weekend he's ever driven this car in this trim, which shocked me when I heard that.
Yeah,
he's so excited about it.
Yeah, really cool. LS swap FRS with a dog box 4-speed, so real cool car.
It makes cool NASCAR noises.
It sure does. David Bamforth in a Porsche Cayman. This looks like a GT4, but it's not. This is a standard Porsche Cayman that's been modified for track mod.
I believe it's a Club Sport, though, isn't it?
Is it a GT4 Club Sport?
I don't know if it is a GT4, but
it looks like it. But
David gave us a thumbs up. I'm sure he can't hear it.
And then behind him, again, we've got a handful of other cars like Adam Ulrich, also a previous Eibach GLTC competitor.
And
with
Street
one of those
Mod, too. He ran that car at about 600 wheel horsepower in Street Mod. Same drivetrain, all three classes.
Oh, is this not his the gold one that was gold, or
this
was the same?
Yep,
okay,
same car. But previously he had ran it in Street Mod.
Yeah. Then behind him, one of the championship contenders, Hans Horpedal, in the silver number 77. That is one of the drivers that stands a chance to win the title because points leader James Houghton is not here.
Yep.
So it will either be Houghton, or sorry, it'll be Horpedal, Hartman, or possibly Chris DeLucia. Yep. He's got a little bit more to dig out of as far as the points hole. Gary Wimble behind in a similar C5 Corvette. That's another GLTC car swapping trims.
Yep.
We have seen this car before here in the series back at Midwest. It just didn't make it very far in the weekend.
Yeah, it had a diff problem at Midwest. They swapped it, and then he swatted it away from Luke McGrew. And we also see Alex Moss here, been on the stream a bunch this weekend, and running GT with us on the racetrack. So this car is a turbocharged K-Series S2000, and we've got Jeff here. He gave his other car away, and Chris is in it, and this is his backup car, formerly just an HPDE car, and now a wheel-to-wheel build just this week.
Yeah, really neat. And there's a couple other cars at the tail end of the field here as well that I don't actually have the name on that car from
the E92 M3.
Yeah.
What's his name? Chris? I forget. I'm bad with names. Yeah, but he's ran this car in
this
TC.
is Chris Schooler.
Yes, Chris Schooler. That's right. He ran at TC at Lime Rock last year, heavily detuned, and he was much more excited to run a little bit more in its natural form here in GT. So
yeah, before we get cars rolling off, we're going to show you a little bit of highlights here from qualifying.
Home Depot, man. It's Carson.
Yeah, Carson Crystal. But let's have a look back at some of the qualifying highlights from yesterday when we saw these cars on track for the first time and on the green. This is some of the GLTC qualifying that we saw yesterday. We saw this battle happen a little earlier in the day between Eric Cattell and Matan Rosenberg, and of course Andy Smedegard was in the conversation as well. But in GLGT, though, it was A.J. Hartman, and we also saw Chris DeLucia out on track as the cars roll off on the grid here for their pace lap. Carson given the that was so cool.
Rock and roll, Carson.
Yeah,
Carson always looks good on camera.
Looks like he just launched an F-18 off an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, it's true. Just about everybody's favorite is Mr. Crystal. Glad to have him out here. Travels the country with us just to work these events.
Let's have a look at our starting lineup here for GLGT. It's Christian Aranha driving the 606. He ran this car in Street GT at Midwest Festival. A.J. Hartman, championship hopeful, starts in second. Chris DeLucia starts third in a borrowed car with Eric Jensen alongside him in fourth. Then David Bamforth in that number 404 Porsche Cayman, and Adam Ulrich rolls off in sixth. Alongside him, Hans Horpedal trying to beat A.J. Hartman in that 77. He's got points from Laguna Seca stacked up. Gary Wimble in the number 11 starts eighth, and Alex Moss and Jeff Zazoulis starts ninth and 10th.
Jeff's picture out here.
11th.
Yeah, the field is growing, and I think this class is going to have a very natural good growth. A lot of people talking about it, getting a lot of inquiry throughout the year. We did announce it a little bit late for a class at PRI last year, but I'm pretty excited about it, and it seems to be building the driver culture that we want. Last night I was over by Jeff and Chris, and then Adam Ulrich was over there, and Eric Jensen was over there. I think they're really getting to know each other and having a good time hanging out after track goes cold too, which is a big part of the sport.
It is, and you know, the other thing that this class is designed to catch is some of the factory-built race cars that sort of land in this power to weight, and that includes things like GT4s and TCRs. We've seen examples of both this year, and there's an example of that right on the front row. Interesting to note also, Adam, we should mention that Alan Patton, this car belongs to him, and that 606 Supra that Christian Aranha's driving. He is a driver in SRO GT4. They are racing in Indianapolis this weekend. He is here, Alan Patton.
Yeah.
So just on the scale of all the things
silly.
that he could be doing, you know, they weren't in the championship hunt in the M category there, but they have been successful up on the podiums in the mix. He just ran an IMSA last week at Road Atlanta, but he's here this weekend running a Supra in street mod and running this car for Christian
borrowed
Ronha
Supra
here.
from his buddy Kyle McHugh, who had big success here last year in street mod as well, and track mod too. I think he ran both classes here last year. He ran both classes a bunch of places in that Supra. But a lot of Supra knowledge on the front row, and Christian gets to steer this time.
Yep, Christian Ronha in that GR Supra, and this car has only entered one event. It was 4 races at Gridlife Midwest Festival. It won 3 of them, and that was alongside James Houghton. We did see James Houghton go head-to-head with Hartman at Lime Rock Park. I have a sneaking suspicion the Supra is going to be a little bit quicker, but we'll see what Hartman can do with the aero on this car, the twin-turbo V6 alongside the inline turbo 6 in the GR Supra. So this will be a fun battle. Again, this makes me think, you know, all the Corvettes versus that twin-turbo V6 Mustang. It makes me think the classic Ford versus Chevy battle that we saw in GT Le Mans. And now we've got Toyota, Ford, BMW, Chevrolet, Porsche representation, and Honda.
Don't forget about the Honda.
The little car that could. Here we go. Gridlife GT at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. Race 1 of 4. Toyota Supra and Ford Mustang on the front row. Green flag, and we're underway here at Pit Race.
Saw Harpendal look deep left, chose different, and they are clean into one. Let's see if they can get out of it.
And side by side for a moment, but Hartman drops to second place. Championship battles on the top of your screen. Know that James Houghton is not here. He will not gain any more points, so it's up to Harpendal and Hartman to eat up that differential. Side by side into turn 4. There's DeLucia up the brakes really late on Hartman. Not quite overlapped though.
Dives into third place going down the hill. Kept it clean and tight racing in the first 3 corners here.
Yeah, coming down towards turn 5 now. Look at how good DeLucia is on the brakes. He found so much speed in practice yesterday. Seems like it's firing off better than A.J. Hartman's car, but Ronha's gone in that Supra.
Yeah, that car's well sorted and well driven. We've seen Christian go very fast in several series here with us.
Yeah, and Ronha is not going to be relevant for the championship fight. So, you know, we will be watching the black Mustang and the silver Corvette, but you cannot count out Chris DeLucia. Again, you probably won't see him pop up onto the points in the top 3 this race, but once we kind of dispatch Houghton's advantage, we'll probably see all 3 of those drivers up in the mix.
Yeah, Houghton probably watching us from Canada, spraying oil on cars. His profession. He is. This is the busy season up there at Houghton Rust Control. So sad to not see the. It's a really cool car, the TCR that he was driving this year. They're such a deal.
See that slide for DeLucia coming down the hill.
He is using all of that car.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, the BMW seemed like such a simple build, but that's such a flexible chassis as far as what you can do with it, not how twisty it is. And it's kind of amazing to see what looks like such an attainable HPDE level car go so fast. Really a testament to the setup and the driver in that car, chasing such a monster here.
Ronha leads lap 1. Hartman's going to be second and DeLucia third. This is going to be the fight, I think, for now, for second place on the board.
These two are very close in qualifying lap time, and they have raced each other several times this year, earning some trust. And we're seeing Eric Jensen in P4 there, trying to figure out how to go fast with all this frontal aero and all this extra horsepower. He did tell me last night the extra horsepower is a lot of fun.
Yeah,
he's really enjoying it. He said he's in, which and he also he said that there's a whole bunch of V8 friends that are coming. So there's a lot of people that might be in. Familiar names next year.
Yeah, let's have a look here at braking force on the opening lap for our Fire Laps information. Once again, Fire Laps, the official data provider for Gridlife GT. And on the opening lap, look at this, Chris DeLucia tying A.J. Hartman there. Adam Ulrich right behind. Just really cool to see how close everyone is on the opening lap as everyone dives into turn 1.
Yeah, we're seeing 2 very different cars make very similar speed here. It's fun to watch. A.J. Hartman probably in a good spot with his aero package. He has clean air in front of him, clean dense air, especially today.
Yeah, all these cars carrying Fire links, which give us an inside look as to the live data. It's also uploading all their information to their Fire Laps dashboard after the race. They can immediately get tips on how to go quicker based on all the other laps that have ever been run here at Pit Race. It's a really cool system. A lot of the cars are carrying that Fire link and giving us a really cool perspective here in GLGT. A bit of a gain for Hartman on the backside of the racetrack, though.
Yeah, we're seeing the car do very, very well in those really tight but also fast, twisty bits. And I don't know his experience here, but he's driving the car pretty solidly. He's gotten progressively faster faster throughout the year every time we see him. So you can see he's working on the mental game and the setup game.
And Eric Jensen had David Bamforth all over him heading into 5 last time around, but he's gained a little ground. There's that battle for second. Last lap, Hartman was about a 1/10.5 quicker. Let's see what it is this time across the stripe. It should be gain Hartman by a little bit more, and that time 0.2 of a second quicker.
51.4 versus a 51.77.
And again, looking at that fire lapse information, the storytelling piece for A.J. Hartman should be the cornering force. We'll have a look at lap 2 cornering force. I'll bet you that Hartman, I'm not going to put my money on it because I've seen this change a little bit, but here, well, I was right, 1.6 Gs for Hartman, and he's the highest cornering force generating car in the field right now.
And down the hill here, it's got to be a lot of fun to have just a tiny bit of extra grip, so grip dependent, and then we'll see Chris probably get back on him in the next couple sections and use that extra braking that he's got. Big angle there, a little bit of angle, at least from the GT4 car. Christian out there just driving right now. All he's got to do is be clean.
And he does have some experience in this car. Back at Midwest Festival,
I forgot that he did time attack.
Yeah, they took the rear wing off of it and ran it in time attack. Look at this battle for second, though. Hartman getting run down. This isn't an interesting spot, actually, for DeLucia to gain. But this is another battle to keep our eyes on. Hans Horpedal, look at the points, top of the screen. Horpedal has 215 on the season, and he needs a little more. And I think if he gets by Wimble, this will be a pickup. It'll only be worth 1 point, though, if he makes this pass.
A little stronger on the brakes than Gary going into the turn there, but both running clean and tidy lines. They're kind of very identical cars almost at this point. The silver chassis being a recent purchase by Hans. He got rid of his GLTC S2000, and he's been developing this car pretty much since the start of the year.
And he had a little trouble with it earlier in the weekend, if I recall.
So spent a bunch of time in the dyno trying to make it do the noisy things that he wanted it to do. But it was solid at Laguna. He did win the Laguna weekend.
Yeah, see the comparison to second place. A.J. Hartman last lap around was almost 2 seconds slower. But again, that's the championship battle. So he's got to have to find something. He does have a slight advantage over Hartman. You can see based on the points there. And looks like someone might have gotten around somebody. So he's actually gained that point regardless. Maybe Alex Moss or Zazoulis pulled in.
Yeah, a recent ABS change on that car. I believe him and fellow GLTC competitor Ravi over in Ohio changed that car up, and they got it stopping pretty well. Gary, I believe, similar brake setup, but right now Hans is using it in the stopping zones.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a challenge, though, for Hans. I mean, he went out to Laguna Seca knowing that he might have a chance to take the championship from Houghton, but with A.J. Hartman outperforming him by this big of a gap, that 3-point differential is going to immediately be wiped next race. So, see a point
by. We might have a car problem, unfortunately.
Oh, boy.
This battle here between A.J. and Chris has been fun to watch. The cars are so different. They do things differently, but they're making really similar times.
And have a look at
min speeds and max speeds.
But again, you know, just looking at the max speed there, Hartman has the second highest minimum speed, but the slowest top speed. Again, high drag configuration potentially. So I love looking at the fire lapse information here that we get from these cars because it gives you such a unique perspective of which cars are making speed where. Adam Ulrich, 23 miles an hour min speed there, so must have had an issue.
Yeah, this onboard telemetry for the live stream is such a, it feels so special to have this. Thanks to Fire Lapse for helping us with it.
Yeah, there's Hans giving that point by there to Adam, and it's probably hard for Adam to see that over the top of the Corvette, but he did get on by nice and smooth.
Hopefully Hans can finish a race here and put himself into a decent spot, but just a little bit too much there for Chris. That's going to slow him going onto the front straight, climbs the hill, and we'll see what he's got coming for us in the next couple laps. About halfway through here, 7:30 on the time.
Yeah, he's been using a bit more racetrack, leaving 17 and 18 than most of the field. So that was probably bound to happen at some point. But also curious about the sector times for the previous lap because, you know, for Ranha and Hartman and DeLucia, I don't know that Ranha's got a Firelink on board, but we should see their Hartman best in Sector 2, DeLucia best in Sector 1. How about Ulrich, though?
Yeah.
Best in Sector 3.
We've seen Adam perform quite well in other classes. When he gets the car under him and he's comfortable, he is no slouch behind the wheel. This is his second time, I believe, in TC. He ran at Autobahn as well, or in GT. He ran at Autobahn as well. But a lot of extra additions to the car for this weekend.
Yeah, and 4/10 better for DeLucia in that first sector, but he lost a lot of that back, half a second worth in Sector 2 to Hartman. So just fun to watch. Looks like Hans, whatever issue he had, it's slowing him down, but it hasn't pulled him off the racetrack. Maybe he's trying to diagnose that.
the car is still moving. That's all we want. We don't want him stuck in a bad spot. We want him driving around, so hopefully the car's under him. And it looks like it's got some speed here, so we'll find out post-race what's going on with that car.
Yeah, just lost one position. You see the points only changed by 1.
This is not a cool-down lap. We're not watching a cool-down lap for sure. This car's been a race car for a long time. You can see the they call it the old-school kind of cage, where it actually extends flusher outside the bodywork, the A-pillar bar there, to provide extra driver room. It's not a small car, or not a big car inside.
Yep.
So.
Well, going back to our battle for second, DeLucia kind of fell out of competition with Hartman with that slip up last lap, but on the brakes again. And after they cross the line here, I'd be interested to see their braking force again, because I'll bet you DeLucia is still hammering the binders in this car. Borrowed car, he's driving it like he stole it.
Yeah, had a little bit of a slip here 1 lap ago, but has not lost a lot of distance to Hartman. So this is still kind of anybody's P2, in my opinion. One mistake can send it the other way. Hopefully we get clean driving for both of them, and they get a little tighter and have a good battle for us.
Yeah, let's have a look at the braking force on that lap, because I'll bet you DeLucia near the top of the list. There you go. Well,
wow, a 5.6 versus a 3.6. That's impressive.
I got to buy a lottery ticket, Adam. I'm right on the money today.
I think you might have insider knowledge. You know, you got that big brain of yours. I don't know how you remember all this stuff, and I think you're using background knowledge. You got stuff going on up there.
Yeah, DeLucia and Hartman back and forth battling for second place, and this could be for second or even first in the title.
You can kind of see Chris coming into the car more and more every lap. We will see what he's got. We got 4 minutes roughly here.
Yeah, looks about 4.
AJ is running for his life. You can kind of see it.
Yeah, and
starting to think about defending, I think.
Yeah, Christian Arana has just lit the afterburners. He's gone. Battle is for second.
9-second gap there between P2 and P1. Probably putting on what is likely a clinic for anybody watching.
Yeah, and
but
again,
this race is fun to watch between 2 and 3.
It is, and again, with Arana's experience in the car, and also Alan Patton had some learnings from that car from Midwest Festival.
Sure.
They struggled with it a little bit on the brakes with the narrower and different tire compound than that car is designed to run. It's designed to run with a very wide slick,
right,
and a 200 treadwear tire, very different for use in a race of this short length.
Hopefully all these cars are having a good time out there, but right now we're seeing the distance in the P2 P3 battle stretch a bit, and the back half of the track is kind of where right here we're seeing the braking come into play.
And Eric Jensen running a solid 4th as well. Last time by, 4th quickest car, pretty neatly 4th, and actually just ran his best lap of the race at 152.18.
The lead car running in the mid 49s. The rest of the cars about a second off from qualifying, so they're racing each other a little bit more, not qualifying laps. But Christian right now gets to just lay down qualifying lap after qualifying lap.
Yeah, just ran a 51 to a 51.6 for AJ Hartman, but there is Arana in that GT4 spec Toyota GR Supra.
Probably some advantage with Alan Patton having so much time in his Time Attack Supra on street tires. I'm sure it wasn't a tough transition into this chassis from slick to street tire.
Yeah, and the other thing to consider too, just for a little car history, that 606 car right here, this was the car that Laura Hayes, his co-driver in SRO, drove to the top of Pikes Peak last year in the
still has a sticker on it.
Yeah,
right
the GT4 Yokohama class. So that was really cool to see. I'm curious if they'll bring that car back out again next year. Pikes Peak is one of the cool things I get to do kind of outside of the grid life world, and see a lot of grid life crossover into that world, and Laura Hayes and Thunder Bunny just one of the few.
Yeah, super fun to see my buddy Kyle doing all this big motorsport stuff. I remember the time that I just found you on Facebook Messenger, and I said, hey, you're doing a good job on that iRacing thing.
I quit the big motorsport stuff, Adam.
Well, I mean, you're doing a lot of things in your life here, but found you on the internet, and you're fun to announce with. I don't know if I've actually ever been on a broadcast with you before. Maybe more than a few seconds.
Once or twice, yeah. Maybe
I was
a
on
session
with
or
Greg
two.
at Lime Rock,
yeah,
and maybe you at Heartland. I don't quite remember. They all kind of blur together.
Yeah.
A lot of events.
We haven't done a ton of it, but it is a lot of fun. 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Should be 2 laps to go. We'll see if we can.
Look at this.
Oh, there's the white.
The white flag is out, but the gap between 2 and 3 is right there going into final turn here.
Yeah, last lap, and maybe we'll have another look at the cornering force after they complete this lap for lap number 6. I'll bet you that Hartman and DeLucia a little bit closer now with them figuring this out. We'll have to try that again a little bit later in the lap once the information updates.
Good battle between Gary and Adam Ulrich as well.
And coming across down into turn 3.
Hartman's good at turn 1. You can see it. You can see he stretches it after turn 1.
Yeah, this car, again, it's just really good in the corners. But here you see DeLucia has been able to out-G Hartman now. Not by a ton,
yeah.
But Hartman isn't pulling as much G-force as he was at the start of the race, near the high 1.5s. Now he's in the mid 1.5s. But on even footing, these two, even on the brakes and now even in the corners.
Lap times very, very similar for both of them.
Up the backstretch towards turn 7 on the last lap of this one here. 5 car lengths between them, and DeLucia just needs a little bit more. Look at the braking force. DeLucia still out-braking everybody. Hartman tied for second there with Horpedal.
DeLucia's last lap slightly faster, so if he does that one more time, we might have a door-to-door battle. But right now, this is a solid spot for A.J. Hartman to be. Doesn't have to quite defend, and his car is really good on this section of track.
Yeah, great little battle beginning to formulate back here between Bamforth, Wimble, and Adam Ulrich. They'll have to pick this up where they left off in race number 2, though, because Christian Aranja is likely coming back around to pick up the checkers in just a moment. The number 606 Thunder Bunny car in the hands of Christian Aranja has been dominant. Doesn't mean that we're done battling this weekend, though. You have to get all 4 races in. And while the battle for second is on, here comes Aranja up the hill towards the finish. There he is. Christian Aranja picks up his first win in Gridlife GT across the stripe. Gets it done in the Thunder Bunny Toyota GR Supra and wins race 1 of 4. And for second place, A.J. Hartman closes in on Hans Horpedal for the championship fight and picks up P2. Chris DeLucia P3 in that borrowed car.
Solid, clean run for all drivers here. They did what we asked them to do. Green to Checker Racing put on a good show. So.
Yeah, this is that battle for 5th. Eric Jensen comes across 4th place. Then Bamforth, Wimble, and Ulrich. They're going to pick up where they left off a little later today. And great noises coming out these cars as well.
Yeah, very diverse noises too. Flat 6s and big V8s and turbo 6s and turbo straight and V6s.
And there's a look at the Thunder Bunny 606. Christian Aranja behind the wheel just made that look easy.
Yeah, he got out front and did what he needed to do.
And Alex Moss comes across the line. Chris Schooler, Jeff Zazulis, and they all looks like they finished the race, but Zazulis down, maybe had to pit in. But let's have a look here at the race results for Gridlife GT. Again, you saw Aranja with the purple wipe there. He was a good bit faster on his best lap of the race, and by 9 seconds clears the field. A.J. Hartman finishes second, then Chris DeLucia and Eric Jensen, David Bamforth, the rest of your top 5. And then Wimble, Ulrich, Horpedal, Moss, and Schooler, the rest of your top 10, Adam.
Mm-hmm. Yep, solid driving. Thank you for them.
Yeah, so great work there. A little bit of a battle. I think that 5th to 7th fight is going to be a lot of fun. Horpedal's got to find something if he wants to defend from Hartman, because another race like that, Hartman's going to take the lead or the championship.
We got 3 more to go. We'll see how it goes. The stagger and the way we do our 4-race format is sort of designed to eliminate a little bit of the strengths and weaknesses of some car versus some track with the inverts and the fastest lap setting race 3. So we'll see what happens in the next couple.
And let's have a look at our highlights here from Gridlife GT race number 1. While the field spread out a little bit, it started with this great start down towards turn 1. Nice big field of cars, and Christian Aranja immediately set out and set sail. But for second place, it was immediately Hartman and Chris DeLucia that went to fight each other. Then Hans Horpedal fought with Gary Wimble for a little while. Ended up giving a point by to Adam Ulrich a little bit later in the race. But Christian Aranja in the 606 Supra just dispatched everybody and made that one look easy. All the while, Hartman and DeLucia, they might end up being the ones battling for the championship, but Hartman's got a big advantage over the 62.
I think they're going to have a good weekend this weekend. I think it's going to be fun to watch. If Hartman can stay out front, though, that car is solid.
Well, Christian Aranja got it done in race number 1, and there's still championship fights to determine. We've got more racing this afternoon. Track battle coming up after lunch here, and Gridlife GT Race 1 is complete from Pittsburgh International Race Complex.
If it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might hit you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle. Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too, but yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the Gridlife Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards down to turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here, this is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&P is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, to turn A, especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9, and now into this wickedly quick kink here. Turn 10, they're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding that curb. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
First of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one. But
sorry about that.
Yeah,
it's just like I don't have confidence yet in some of those turns. Yeah, but that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink, and I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm going to do in race 2. I'm just going to try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen. Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. Talking with Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave. Like, go do it. He said, you know, work up incrementally. And I know that. But to hear someone else tell me that, you can do that. You can go flat through the kink. I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind, and I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I've been scared of it the whole time. I finally got it. I finally was able to find that pace and go completely flat through there. Do you know the silver E46 562? Yeah. Do you know where he's paddocked? I gotta go apologize, I've dive bombed him. I'm still overdriving the car and not doing what I can out of it.
Pick up time or?
I did, I got a 149.5, so I broke under 150, and I'm very comfortable going flat through the kink now. So,
nice!
Yeah.
There you go.
In fact, I'm looking for that guy. Have you seen a 562 silver E46? And I was coming up on him really quick into 11. Oh, yes. That's him, perfect.
Oh,
yeah, I'll get you coffee later. Who's the E46, is that you?
This one, yeah.
E46.
Oh,
Who's this guy?
Yeah, so you need to apologize to him? What'd you do?
Yeah, I thought I was going to rear end him, so I dive bombed him instead.
Oh.
He did a great job keeping it clean, but...
I told him when he gets out here, you're going to whoop
Oh,
his ass.
yeah, okay, good. Is this you?
That's my car, but I wasn't driving.
Oh, okay. Kevin Bandy, I was in that white Miata.
Oh, right,
I
yeah,
thought I was going to rear end you, and so I just made a quick judgment, and I dive bombed you there, but you gave me
after
11. Yeah,
that was fun.
Okay, good. I was like, you kept it super clean.
I saw
okay,
yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
These drivers, they're so friendly and so eager to help that I feel like a peer. I know that I'm new, and I know I'm coming to them for their help, but they don't make me feel like I'm not part of it. They don't make me feel like I'm, as inexperienced as I truly am. The fact that I'm out here and I'm making it happen, and they're more than willing to help me get there, is really exciting. I've learned that mindset is like the biggest thing, at least coming from not having raced before. It's just that really close dueling, and you're right up next to another car, and you got to figure out, what are they thinking, what are they about to do, when do I need to brake early to not run into the back of somebody, or when can I switch over and gain an advantage because I know they're going to run wide. That kind of stuff was really fun.
About going up and making it 3 abreast. That's really difficult, man. No. And there's the inevitable result. And then Wallbum just got clipped.
There's the full course yellow.
There it is. So everybody's going to scrunch up. Here comes our pace car. And you can see Wallbum right in the middle of the track here. So they had absolutely no option but to throw this full course caution. I mean, safety is always paramount.
Here's a new variable. Now there's something to avoid. The guy I bought the chassis from thought I was absolutely crazy that I was going to take this meticulously built chassis, build it into a car, and then take it to wheel racing. In his mind, it's immediately going to get crumpled up and thrown away. And where did all that hard work go? This is incredibly hectic. 50-car grid in a small track. The things that come with incidents, like heated arguments in the paddock and people being aggressive back and retaliation and those kinds of things that I fear, is not present, even with all this going on. These are the racers I want to be door to door with. These are the racers that I am okay bringing a car that I've poured everything into and putting it at risk out there.
The hard thing about building a car and building a driver at the same time is like your learning curve is just steeper than Mount Everest. Like for me, I was an idiot. I built a 500 horsepower car, so it was traveling twice the speed.
Terrifying to get to that limit. Yeah, exactly.
Which is just stupid. If I could go back and do it again, I'd be like, buy a spec Miata, you idiot.
Right. Going into race 4, I didn't have any specific strategy. Like, I know I picked up pace in race 3, so I really wanted to just see, could I move up? Can I race clean? Can I improve my times, do better? And race 4, it all clicked. I'm definitely a much better racing driver at the end of the day than I started at the weekend. I went from, wow, I'm all the way at the back to I am racing and I am improving by huge amounts and I'm actually making positions up. I'm moving up. .149.5 was the fastest time I got in race 3, and the last like 6 laps were all 148s. I'm really proud of that. I am on cloud 9. This is what I'm here for. I got that experience. I'm getting that experience, and there's so much more left in the year. I know I've got a car that is more capable than I am driving so far, and I know I'm capable of driving much better. I still don't have my sights set necessarily on trying to be at the pointy end, but I'm really still excited about being in great mid-pack battles. These drivers are phenomenal, and these cars are dialed in. So as I develop the car, as I grow as a driver, it's going to be more and more rewarding. And yeah, probably way harder to say I'm going to do less of this next year.
Family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber on track and in the paddock, right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I am way off. Like, I don't really know if the car's making as much power as it should be, or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Luke. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it, it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine. The spark, we checked one spark plug was okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something? Does that all look like it's still plugged in? The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was going to stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're going to try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm going to fix this and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this going to be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling. All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
We've got cars on course right now for Gridlife Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm going to get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like,
holy shit.
Number 7 spark plug is crushed.
Oh, that's a problem. Valve or piston or both.
The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know? It is what it is. Like being upset about it doesn't help. So like you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix how?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the Gridlife Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. Gridlife Touring Cup race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here. Matan, tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like, you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson. Looks like they single
wow,
filed
Dana's
out
keep holding it together. Can he hold around the outside of turn 7 here?
Big wiggle, he's off, and Wimble spins. Right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6. And Eric Cattill's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
All punched in.
Yeah.
That is going to be very, very frustrating. We saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone, right? And so like you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it, you know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time. But hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day 1 and for Gridlife Touring Cup Race 1. Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Just leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the cause of this chain reaction. Yeah, I saw that.
I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan. And there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for, Matan. An early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Catil, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
We'll try this again. Gridlife Touring Cup at Road America. Green flag flies. Magnussen gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James Howden helping Eric Magnussen push by Luke?
For the first corner.
Eric Magnussen pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong in this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here. You know, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? Everybody has to be precise, everybody has to be on their game, everybody has to be in the right mindset of, you know, I'm not going to make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnussen with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnussen.
You know, if Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is, that's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Matan.
Absolutely, Kyle. And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for Gridlife Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Baton. We got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous weekend, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and sometimes that fight can leave you if you have multiple incidents in a weekend. 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. But then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in. And then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language, you know.
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds the hold next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1 Owen. Tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab, down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah. Looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax. I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know. Take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh yeah, but not for long. Here comes the 7. He's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. The strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Ryan Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Matan, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone. It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right? We're going to go side by side through the carousel. This is going to be a tough one. You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnuson, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Matan.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement?
Gosh, what is the ratio? It depends on how reliable of a car you build. What do we get in a week? An hour and a half of track time? So it's somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, this is a bad investment.
Like, when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like, this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that?
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end to come out and you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies. That's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person. So it's not that I'm racing an S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena. You know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Walbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage, Owen into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking, it's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first Gridlife Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Baton here at Road America.
Great job, guys. You got it all.
Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend. But
yeah, seriously.
Next best thing is having people in the booth. It's fun. So
watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just how it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Best family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being Gridlife. You guys are Gridlife. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here, and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
You have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the Gridlife Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in Gridlife than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to Gridlife. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to, because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10th, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more, and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me, E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena!
Woo, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7. But you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost to confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in Gridlife Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year, going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn, I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get to...
I think there's a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
everybody, and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Howden, Matan Rosenberg start in the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is I think, a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. Just trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger, where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th, and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill. So as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchev wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Bend just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
It's this super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. You have to be very smooth, but very, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
Here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're going to go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't going to push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come.
Checkered flag. Matan Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel. I was like, yeah. It felt really special because it's like, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in Gridlife Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
I've been wanting to be there a long time, since my first race in 2022, so.
And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh, no, not gonna work out, So, but it was a really nice job, that you did with defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy.
Oh, I want to be here all the time. Right? It feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, Gridlife Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race, they bring out the scales, and depending on that weight, determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
So we have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes and torque. Went in a little nervous, but last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah, kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
We'll see if it does better.
Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how Gridlife spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers. All right. Thank you.
To the Valley GOTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the false grid. GOTC drivers and cars for the false grid for Group B, Bravo.
With our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but dyno.
Yeah, just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that. You know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just gonna run my race.
Here we go. Cars are coming down, Chin on the pole.
Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
All of that jockeying, look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already. Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. You can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Thankfully, there were some battles happening behind me and checked out from the field a little bit. The course is very fast. It's less than a minute lap time. With it being so quick, it's easier for me to get into the flow of the track. You just kind of get into this mental headspace. Yeah, front stretch, you're on driver's left. Brake at the 2, start turning in toward the middle of track to try to hit the first apex into Big Bend. Not too heavy on the brakes, but not too light either. Let the car drift out about a car length and a half for the left-hander. Brake until you can see the exit, bring it onto the curb, turn it back the other way for the next corner. Don't go over the curb because it is rough. Carry your speed out down the no-name straight. Get ready for the uphill. Expect a little bit of understeer, let the uphill grab you. Over the hill, enjoy the ride, go down to West Bend, hit the apex, go down the hill, breathe off the gas. Once you feel the compression, back on the gas, and then you're back on the front straight. Should only take 58 and some change seconds. I noticed my body's a lot more sore at this race than most races. Just the constant G-forces, you know, your body doesn't have a chance to kind of relax and chill. Like the amount of times we're under a G and a half, you know, maybe up to 1.75 Gs of cornering force is substantial here.
Well, Lena Chin, after getting bumped to the B group after failing post-race tech last time out, she is going to go back to victory lane. Gridlife Touring Cup Race 3B. Lena Chin wins it here at Lime Rock Park.
Well, how was your little single session out there by yourself?
It was a great laughing session. I really enjoyed it.
My wife's rooting for you on the live stream.
Oh, tell her thank you. It was nice to win race 3, but I love coming back to the paddock and just congratulating and hugging a competitor because we had such a good race, and that's really the fun part. It's more than the win. Yeah, it's about the good battles. It's about the good memories and pushing yourself to be better. Race 4 starting in the back of 8. I came from the mid-pack, so I'm no stranger to it. Just got to move up again. Sometimes you feel like a hero for a bit, and then all of a sudden people start getting faster and faster, and you're like, oh, it's not there anymore. And then that's when you get into a few more battles. And I've done these back races, you know, starting from the back. They're fun. They're a good time. It's party time.
One last race for GLTC at Gridlife Circuit Legends.
This weekend, you know, called Circuit Legends, and it's about as apropos as it gets because Sam Posey, a legend here, Paul Newman, a legend here, Skip Barber, and then, of course, the new legends that are getting formed in Gridlife. And here comes Lena Chin, and it's working through on Robertson. And the one thing to watch here is Lena Chin, folks. She is an absolute master of the outside pass.
I've been called the queen of outside passing, which is kind of funny. There's really only one passing zone at this track. Turn 1 is Big Bend. My car has a ton of grip here, and yeah, I can just hold my line really well on the outside for turn 1, and then by turn 2, I now have the inside, and I was able to kind of hold it out there and make up a few positions.
It's hard here at a track like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start.
You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass.
The racecraft. I love seeing where I'm faster than others, where others are faster than me, and just making moves. This track is just all about the flow. It has this sense of danger because of how close some of the guardrails are. The quick elevation changes of Lime Rock are really exciting. It's like a roller coaster you don't want to get off of. I think Greg said it best, is once you start getting up there, 1, you hope that you continue to stay up there, but 2, I think that confidence you get kind of sticks with you.
We have a new fast lap set in the race. Lena Chin.
Really?
Just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12. Fast lap in this group, that says something.
I finished 16th, got the Hard Charger Award and the fastest lap of the race. I think it's cool that I know it's possible. The art of possible is nice. You know, I started questioning how good I was. I know that I can still be up there, fully legal, and take the battle to them. Some people get frustrated. They're like, oh, I should be up there. But I'm like, listen, like the weekend happens, right? Like I want to go out and have a good time. I want to play with my friends. You know, it's not the only time I'm going to be up there. And it wasn't a fluke.
No, it sure as hell was.
No, it's coming up. Just
Seriously,
seeing you.
great racing.
Thank
Good weekend.
you. I love this track. I love this race. I want to get a podium in a race. That's next step. I did my top 5 win. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing. Just keep on improving, you know.
She's a star.
It's true.
She is a star, bona fide.
If it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might hit you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle. Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too, but yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, Located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the Gridlife Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards down to turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here this is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 apex series of corners in there.
Yeah, CMP is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, into turn A, especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9.
This is it. It's the season finale for Gridlife competition at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. This is the last event of 9 in the 2025 competition season at a racetrack that's going away. It's closing in just about a month's time here at Pit Race, and we're so excited to be finishing out our season at this fantastic racetrack. There's so much on the line, championships coming down to the wire, all here at this 2.7-mile racetrack. Let's have a look here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. About 2.7 miles and 19 corners around this beautiful facility, about 25 years old, originally called Beeve Run, but a couple of years ago it was named Pittsburgh International Race Complex and extended another mile and a half or so. And this 19-corner racetrack is a thrill along its length. Kyle Heyer joined by Alex Moss. Alex, this is your first and last chance to drive it here this weekend. What's been your impression so far of this layout?
It's a great track, a really fun track. I think it's one of the busiest tracks that we visit. There's very few breaks for you as a driver as you look at all of these twisting S's here. But a lot of fun, very rewarding when you put together a good lap.
Yeah, and a good lap all matters when you get down to turn 12 as well. Hard on the brakes there up over the crest. That was a trouble spot this morning in Street GT. And then all the way down to turn 16, a kink right before you hit the brakes, and you finish out the lap at turn 19 when you come back to the start-finish line. Of course, this is day 2 of the action. Here's a little preview of what we're expecting to see from what we saw earlier and for the rest of the day. It's day 2 here from Pittsburgh International Race Complex for the Gridlife Finals. The second day of action brings the first races of the weekend for IBOT Gridlife Touring Cup, Gridlife GT, and the Gridlife Rush Series, and the continuation of qualifying for the Gridlife Track Battle Championship. So far this weekend, Evan McLaren and Peter Gramberg have already broken track records in Falcon Club TR, and on pole in GLTC is 2022 champion Tom O'Gorman. So with those races coming up and plenty more action coming your way, we're so excited to be here at Pit Race. And like we said, this is the finale event for Pit Race for Gridlife. 9 rounds in, no rounds to go. This is it. We're crowning our champions at the end of the weekend here. Tomorrow is the last day of action with podium sprint in the last 2 races, but this is going to preview our action here for the rest of the weekend and kind of set the stage for the championships that we have going on. Of course, there's plenty more coming your way, so make sure you stay tuned. We'll also have Gridlife Drift on the racetrack, and the vibes here have been fantastic. We had the Sunoco Pump Party last night in the garage area with the arcade. We had music going on. It's a blast here. We're so excited to be out here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. And of course, the Gridlife Rush Series, this is just an encore for them. They already had their season championship finish out at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca last month, and it was Ryan Leach that topped the charts there. He's already won the championship, but it's a field of 20 cars that will take the green with no championship points on the line. It is all about winning the races. And for drivers like Tom O'Gorman in Eibach GLTC, it's still just about the races. But for Matan Rosenberg, Eric Kittil, Hans Horpedal, and AJ Hartman in the GT Series, it's the championship that's on the line here today. Well, there's plenty more coming your way here today, so make sure you stay tuned all day long with Eibach GLTC, Gridlife GT, and the Gridlife Rush Series. Well, this morning we had the first of our track battle heats for the day. We have 3 heats on each day. We'll have 1 more tomorrow, and we'll finish up with podium sprint. Early on in Group D, though, we saw quite a bit of diversity through the field here, Alex Moss, but we also saw Sam Dooling back out on the racetrack and some track records fall in Falcon Club SC this morning.
Yeah, I think we saw several records get updated, or several people beat that record that was set yesterday in Club SC in this morning's cool session. And so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see that continue throughout the afternoon here, but excited to see what happens.
Yeah, Bucky Lassick was back on track. Street class was pretty fun from about 5th to 10th in class here this morning. Ross Ligabell went for a slide. The track conditions were cool, but it seemed like some of the cars without aero were struggling a little bit this morning. But Group B was another group that had a lot of action, including second place runner in street class. That's Joshua Halka. Saw Eric Peachy out there running his PBs in the Dodge Viper. But again, Falcon Club TR, the standout performance was Mario Moroni this morning, getting his times up co-requisite with Evan McLaren and Peter Granberg. Kevin View ran a personal best, and so did Sam Feingold, all pushing the limits on what's possible with about 220 horsepower. And then we got to Group A, and that was sort of a disappointing session this morning. We had a lot of the fast cars go out, Alex, but none of them really PB'd. Luca Barberis, though, was one of the fastest cars on the day.
Yeah, a little bit of an anticlimax when we got to Group A. We didn't see those real fast cars in Street Mod and in Unlimited set a time, pulled off track before they completed a lap.
And with that, Track Battle Heat 5 is up next here from Pit Race. Welcome to Pittsburgh International Race Complex and Pit Race, Gridlife Pit Race, the season finale for the Gridlife Track Battle Championship. 7 competition classes all coming down to the wire. You see the paddock is packed full, and during the lunch break we also had a really cool moment, which I'm sure you'll see more of later today on the Gridlife official Instagram, but we had all the competition cars and the drift cars out on track together for a couple of parade laps around here, celebrating Pit Race. Of course, this track is closing, Alex, at the end of November. Of course, it's going to be redeveloped into something else. It was a sudden change, but we celebrated that with community, with everybody on track. And of course, I mentioned the season championships wrapping up. Here's Mike Jansen in the 156. He is leading, but he got knocked down to 4th in Club SC as far as the seeding for the podium sprint is concerned.
Yeah, he did. So, I mean, he doesn't need to get a good result here to claim the championship. He's already claimed that, but I'm sure he would like to be able to stamp the end of the season with a win.
Yeah, it's a whirlwind in Falcon Club TR. Moroni leading the points and is currently, I think, seeded 3rd for podium sprint. So things are looking very, very solid for him. Peter Granberg is also in the conversation. Joshua Halka on the outside looking in. He needs to find a lot of speed before podium sprint tomorrow. Andy Holst, who's 3rd, can steal this title away with a win and a record, and he's looking very solid there. In Street GT, Luke McGrew has been the dominant force. It really has been just him and Ryan Matthews pacing the field this weekend. In Street Mod, it's been Dewey DeWitt, who already claimed the championship, but Alan Patton is here just to do a little cleanup on Dewey's confidence here. Ryan Matthews, of course, not running his Street Mod car. Luca Barberis is here trying to get up on the podium as well. Alan Patton already won the Track Mod Championship. That's why he's running in Street Mod. No Jackie Ding, but Justin Peachy and Chris Smith and Chris Boersma all battling for 3rd in the title. That'll be fun to watch. And Unlimited, the big news earlier yesterday, Jim Rauch, new track battle record holder here at Pit Race, and Bertulis and Lauder will be fighting for 3rd of the championship. Lauder showed up this morning. Of course, no Super Unlimited points here. We do have a Super Unlimited entry, and that is that LMP3. So plenty more coming your way with Track Battle Heat 5 starting in just a moment. Gridlife Track Battle Heat number 5 is going to start with Group D, and I see a green flag waving now, at least on our timing and scoring, and now they're getting released from the pit lane. Group D is the slowest group of the cars here. We have 115 registered here this weekend, but our eyes are squarely on Club SC. No Mike Jansen, he's at a wedding or something this weekend after he laid down a time earlier this weekend. We might expect him back for podium sprint tomorrow, but he told us that if it rains, he might not bother running, and that opens up the door wide open for a Sam Dooling, for a Nick Berg. Big news earlier, though, Nick Berg's lap time that he ran this morning was disqualified, 2 horsepower over on the dyno, but he did add the necessary weight, and he did go back out earlier, and it looked like his dashboard said he still has some time in it, even with the extra weight, and that's based on his lap time from earlier. So yes, he got DQ'd, but I don't think that's going to prevent him from going faster, but probably tomorrow morning in more ideal conditions.
Yeah, probably tomorrow. I mean, we don't have a whole lot of reference here for how times are going to stack up between the afternoon sessions yesterday and now in the heat of the day today. I think it's the hottest it's been all weekend at the moment. It certainly feels that way outside. Only reference we really have from GLTC, GLGT, and I think some cars were able to beat their qualifying times from yesterday. So there may still be a little bit in the track here.
Yeah, so coming back down and around it on a warm-up lap here, the weather has been gorgeous today. 72 degrees in the air. It's a little bit warmer than it was earlier today. It was about 56 this morning, but it was in the 30s yesterday morning. So we'll see how things shift and shuffle. A little less wind, humidity's dropped a bit, but not a single, well, it says, no precipitation, but there is a little bit of cloud cover here. But it's kind of that hazy cloud cover. It's not really going to factor in a whole lot here, but I'd still say good conditions. Scratch that for now. Good conditions, but it's not going to be necessarily track record worthy, I think, based on what we had this morning.
I agree. Yeah, I don't think we'll see track records falling, but we've been proven wrong before. We'll see what these drivers have got for us.
So as the cars come back around to start their first flying lap, we will see them come back around. The top car in Group D is going to be Chris Owens in a Nissan Silvia, then Eric Nur in the Honda Civic, Garrett Bolton in that red MR2. You see him there, and then followed up by I think that is Michael Fay in the Toyota GR86, his best lap time of the week at a 204.178. So green flag for the Silvia. Again, this is not a car that you see in grip very much. Actually, that's Chris Owens in the 107. Oh, yeah, sorry. I think I had that right. Chris Owens in the Silvia. Not a car that you see a lot of in grip. You see a ton of them in drift. So kind of a different chassis, but the reason why they're good drift cars is probably the reason why it's not a bad place to start for, I would say, maybe a Club TR entry on any other day, but this one's entered in street.
Yeah, I mean, there's not that much difference between or I shouldn't say there's not that much difference, but what makes a good drift car also makes a good grip car for this, So in drift, they still want all the same things. They still want a lot of grip. They want a good balanced chassis, all the things that we look for when we're good hunting lap times. So I think it's quite normal to see these cars out here now. They're not as popular as they are in the drifting world. I'm not exactly sure the reason for that, but like you say, it's a little bit more unusual here.
Yeah, great looking. Kind of the paint kind of shines in this weather here. Sort of the what would they call that? The color changing chameleon paint or what have you?
Yeah, I'm not sure the name of it.
Yeah, but really, really cool looking. And of course, Chris Owens is entered in street class, showing up on timing as street mod. So I'll see if I can get that fixed. But Sam Dooling is out on track ahead of Berg and O'Brien in Club SC. So we'll keep an eye on those, as well as Tom Halka, Amos Winter in the Porsche and the 888 car. And then, of course, the beginners of our Club TR drivers are out there making revolutions. A little bit on the outside looking in for podium sprint for the drivers showing on the screen here in street and Club TR. But Isaac Rodriguez
looks like he's got a problem and is just trying to hide that car away behind the barriers, and he's successfully done that. That'll help preserve the session here for everybody else.
Yeah, so good job getting off course there. You see the 107 navigating turn 17 back around. There's the MR2 of Bolton, and then the 728. This is Nathan Traxler, who was on track quite a bit this morning, chasing Dave Laps in the Cobalt SS up the hill. What an interesting car, that Cobalt SS.
Yeah, I remember those coming out back in the day. I was very much into autocross at that time, and the Cobalt SS came out, and it was just such a huge jump from the rest of the Cobalt economy cars, you know, and had so much more power, was so much more capable, and was really doing surprising things. Good to see him still out here, still running around with us.
Bronson McNeamer is out on track in his NA Miata. Here's Logan Geyer. We haven't really put the camera on him a ton this weekend, and he's got those aero block-off plates that we're talking about with Jeremy Bailey as well, but I think he had some braking issues early on in the weekend, and saw Peter Gramberg helping him out, get him on course. And it appears like they've done just that, but needs to kind of carve his way up through the groups. Note that the Club SC cars have just come across the line with the green flashes there, all putting down their first scored lap of the session. David Best to the top of that group.
Yeah, and that's sort of 2-3 seconds off their best times from this morning at the moment. So I think the track has definitely deteriorated. We're not going to see those record times as they continue to circulate here.
Yeah, again, I think really this is probably decent practice, assuming that the rain holds off tomorrow. Decent practice for what we'll have as far as conditions for podium sprint tomorrow. Just as far as the schedule is concerned, on Sunday, we see track battle podium sprint at 1:10 p.m. It is currently 1:07 local time. So if the rain holds off, we'll probably get treated to very similar weather to this. So maybe you're not going to go PB, but I wouldn't be using sticker tires right now, Alex, but maybe this is a good opportunity to kind of feel out how the track should feel tomorrow.
Exactly, yeah. It's going to give you a good idea of how the track's going to feel at the same time tomorrow, give or take. And again, assuming it doesn't rain, as you mentioned, but also just, you know, polishing those things. There's always something to be working on. Nobody has set a perfect lap. They've all got something they can do a little bit better, so they'll be working on those things and making sure that they can polish those things up.
Yeah, from what I can tell, I don't think anyone's really even close to the times that they ran this morning. And this is sort of what I would expect in Q5 in any given track battle weekend. The track seems to get slower in the mid-afternoon with that extra temperature. Logan Geyer, though, again, we mentioned he didn't get a lot of laps. He ran a 2:03.6 this morning, so about a second and a half off. Maybe there's time to be had there. But I think there's value in being on track regardless, especially if you've got the reliability in your car. You might as well get out there and get some track knowledge. Again, most of the drivers here have limited experience at this racetrack, so at least in the Gridlife competition world, we've only been here once before with a full track battle field. So more laps can't hurt.
Yeah, more laps can't hurt. And again, this is everybody's hobby here. Nobody here is a pro. Nobody's purely trying to accomplish something here. A lot of these drivers, or all of these drivers, are here because they love doing this thing. So absolutely get out there and get on track and drive the cars on track, even if it's not record-setting weather. It's not, while Time Attack is all about the records, the driving on track isn't all about the records.
That's 100% correct. I see the Club SC cars come across the line. No major pickups for any of them, but they're all running in a very tight group, as they were at the end of the heat this morning. Is there any opportunity to slipstream here? I mean, this track has a couple straightaways. It looks like that's what they're trying to do here, but you see Austin O'Brien bailing out of the way of Nick Berg, so no longer is that big refrigerator box-shaped fit in the way, pushing the air out of the way for Berg.
Yeah, I think there's two places really that a slipstream could help. Really the run from turn 1 to turn 3 is a pretty long flat out period, so you could slipstream there, and then also the run, this car dips a couple of wheels there. Also the run down to turn 17 also has a pretty long, I call it a straight. There's two turns in that straight, but they are flat out turns in these cars.
Ooh, big slide there for Berg with a lot of rear rotation. And I've had the chance to ride in a couple of Club SC fits that were set up for this category, and I'm always amazed at how well these cars are very basic economy cars. And they don't make a lot of power, but the amount of energy you can get out of them driving them aggressively kind of blows my mind. You're hardly ever touching the brakes around a lap like this. Just down into 5, really. Everywhere else, you're probably just maybe just a little bit of a brake, maybe a downshift, but you're just hauling the mail around here so fast, such lightweight. You can really toss them around, and you're on pretty sticky tires, though they're not very wide, 205 width tires in this class. But they really generate a lot of cornering grip that you would not expect if you've never had a ride in one of these.
Yeah, I got to drive one actually at a fairly well set up fit, Club SC fit at Lime Rock Park. And you're right, it was just one braking zone down into turn 1, one braking zone, one downshift, and then an upshift, and basically flat out the rest of the way around the track.
And that puts a lot of emphasis then on your line selection and carrying momentum, making the track as wide as possible. Whoop, Nick Berg given a point by there, but a little hard to see with Sam Dooling right up his tailpipes. And they're going to shift and shuffle here a little bit. Bruce Yoon wants none of this. He's going to get by the Club T or Club SC cars here, and both Dooling and Yoon improve on their best laps of the session, but I still don't think anybody has gone faster. Yoon, no, still 3 seconds off his PB for the weekend. Tom Halka, this was the previous record holder here in street all-wheel drive. And Halka is one of 17 cars in street class here this weekend. So there's pretty well subscribed as far as the classes are concerned. Club TR mentioned as 27 entrants. Street I mentioned as 17. Street Mod has 14. Track Mod has 15 entries. And then what am I missing? Club SC had 7, which is, that seems almost disappointing in comparison. Street GT has 9, and then Unlimited, there's a handful of cars in that category. 8 cars across the field there. So a really good representation from really all the categories in track battle with our championships coming down to the line. There's Bronson McNeamer on the outside there in the NA Miata using every ounce of the 115 horsepower this thing probably makes.
Probably made that when it was new. It might be down to maybe 110, 105 now.
I had the chance to drive a NA Miata that was set up as a spec Miata. And it was back when spec Miatas were the first gen cars. And I spun it out at Gingerman on power in first gear. And then it dynoed a week later at 85 wheel horsepower. So if you ever want to know how to spin out a car that makes less horsepower than my electric toothbrush, I got you. So Nathan Traxler in the 728. Toyota GR86. See him in street class in P6 right now, and that will put him third at 209.239. He was out earlier, must have done an out and an in. Decided to wait a couple of minutes and come back out for a second go. The other thing about this, this car looks very stock. For street class. I mean, again, you can't really do anything with the aero, but it's very high off the ground. It looks like it's on stock ride height, and the tires don't look very wide either, so I'd bet almost that he's just on the stock wheels with maybe a 200 treadwear sticky tire, but it's not a very wide tire and not really a lot done to this on an outside glance.
No, it does look very stock, and that's fine. I mean, these cars are you know, come from the, is that a roll bar in there? It does have a half roll cage, it looks like, in it. So not totally stock. Got some safety equipment in. These cars are great from the factory. These, you know, they come out here and can go and be a good track day car and you know, go pound some laps.
I also like the, you know, putting the half cage in. You start with the safety mods first, then add your brakes and then your suspension, and then you can start adding power if you're so inclined. But again, from factory, this GR86 and its predecessor before, and even its predecessor, its ancient predecessor, the AE86, which was basically an economy car, but the focus was chassis balance, not horsepower, and carrying momentum is the name of the game with these things. Now with the second generation car, they've matched a motor that kind of fits the chassis a little bit better and has better and more fun characteristics, but still so much similar from the first generation to the second gen. Most of the things, the knuckles, the suspension, all bolts right on. There's some stiffening changes, some adhesives changes, but for the most part, the interior is actually quite different, but very similar bones underneath.
Getting into the real nerdy stuff when you know about the adhesives used in the cars and the differences between those over generations.
Well, again, it was one of those things where, like, when Toyota and Subaru announced the second generation of the car, again, it wasn't like they started over. The car looks very different. Everything except the roof has been changed, but again, underneath, very similar. I've had the pleasure also, their finale is wrapping up this weekend, but I had the pleasure of announcing the Toyota GR Cup North America Championship for 3 years, and those cars in racing configuration are very, very stock, other than the brakes. They have a set of sequential in there, but other than the brakes and the suspension and a couple aero bits, the chassis is left alone, and they're quite capable factory sealed motors. So again, I think they've proven their reliability on the racetrack. Now there was lots of drama when they first launched about RTV and the oil pan, and you know, it depends on your personal experience to know if that's an issue or not, but I haven't really seen it be as big of an issue as claimed, especially in the track day world. Honestly, we've seen a lot of them on track, Alex. I can't think of one, much like the Toyota Supra, I can't really think of one that I've seen broken yet.
Yeah, from the ones that come out and and run with us. Yeah, they are reliable. They seem to always finish the events and don't have a whole lot of trouble. Now, obviously, some people have had a genuine issue with them. How widespread that issue is, I don't know. Every car has the potential to have an issue here and there, but I'm not discounting those owners that have experienced some challenges. We haven't seen that from the sample size that we have.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we see a very small sample of the automotive world, and you kind of get a pretty good idea of what level modification starts to make cars unreliable, and you work your way up the categories, and you start to run in. By the time you get to street mod, you start adding pretty complex things to these cars, and your reliability kind of tanks. And I think it's something that even with Super K, it took a long time to get that car in a spot where it could just run laps, and even still, it's not really designed to go for more than a few. It's a time attack car, so that's not necessarily an inherent weakness. It's just designed to attack a very particular discipline of motorsport.
Yeah, I mean, what we're doing with those cars, or what we've done with Super K in particular, I mean, it's an S2000 for those that don't know, that's pushing over 500 wheel horsepower, so we're 2.5 times factory power. We're just taking all of that factory R&D and what have you, and pushing it way past its limits. So then we have to do that R&D and figure out, how much cooling does it need now, what kind of strength does it need in the driveline, and it's just a case of chasing the weakest links on these cars. So you're right that when they're in stock form, it's one thing. When we start pushing them to these extremes, it's something entirely different.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and I think you also just run into not only just the driveline stuff, but you start to run into the weaknesses of a chassis when you start to get into double and triple the horsepower, and we see that even in things like Track Mod Unlimited, where you're taking, in Bronson's case, I know he's running a very simple looking NA here, but he took an NA Miata V8 ITBs. You're going to find the weaknesses of an MX-5 not only from its strength of a driveline, but also how much can it take from the stresses, the cornering loads. This is something that Mario Moroni was actually dealing with that I was messaging him about on Instagram this week. He's putting so much G load on that car that they have gusseted control arms to help prevent things from cracking and breaking, and even still, with all the G-force that they're putting into the road, they're still breaking those components about once a season. So it can really put a lot of stress on a car to put these big fat sticky tires on it and expect it to pull 1.6 Gs for 40 minutes.
Right, exactly. And we had the same problem. We were breaking knuckles. We broke several knuckles on Super K. So we've replaced all of that stuff now with the aftermarket suspension parts that are a lot stronger. There are some other solutions now available, strengthened stock components and what have you, that have been found and developed for it, that have come along since we've done that. But yes, putting on tires that are several sizes bigger, several times stickier than stock, and then all the aero loads that we're putting on it as well, just stresses everything that much more.
Yeah, Isaac Rodriguez there in the 505 Mazda 2 comes across the line, picks up a checkered flag here. No improvements as far as I can tell for PBs here, and I think we'll probably see this across the gamut here a little bit. This car, this is another one of those Toyota GR86s. I think this is Faye in the 123, and this car has some different color bodywork, so I wonder if this is a car that he's been working on repairing, or maybe just didn't want to cut that very nice, I'm trying to remember the name of the blue. I think it's Neptune blue on this car.
Yeah.
A very low produced color for that generation, and I think he might have just gotten a red one to cut up instead.
Yeah, it could be. Obviously, he's got a hole in that hood for some venting. Could be that he wanted to find a cheap one to cut that one up. Maybe the car's going to get wrapped at some point in the future.
I honestly, Alex, I respect that. My car, I have an FRS that's very lightly modified, but I replaced that. The headlights and the wheels and the suspension and a couple other things. I still have all those parts just in case, right? Because no one wants. It's hard to find a buyer for like the thing that you built. It's a lot easier to find a buyer for just the car, and sometimes your performance parts are much better off being sold individually than as a part of a very particular mousetrap that you've built.
Yeah. I remember the very first irreversible mod that we did to Super K. Right, everything we'd done to that point could be unbolted and put back, but the first time the cutting wheel came out and started taking that to the bodywork was a painful, stressful experience for me.
But then once you make that cut,
happen,
then you might as well.
The next one's way easier, and then it just becomes a normal thing, to the point where people are crazy. What did you do this weekend? Oh, I went up to the shop and me and Andy chopped up, this part of the car, to cut all and by me and Andy did this, or Andy and I did this. What I mean is I watched Andy do it.
How much of that S2000 is left underneath?
Unmodified, the windshield frame, the windshield itself is stock S2000. I think the door panel, the doors themselves, the outside skins, I think everything else has been touched in some way.
Yeah, that is the time attack sickness.
Yeah.
You might as well make it all better, right?
Yeah.
But do you think that the goal of time attack builders has changed a little bit over the last decade or so, with cars from factory getting so good? Of course, that comes with a lot of added weight, but there's cars nowadays, the performance potential is already so high, and this is something Adam and I talked about, where you just put a header on a tune in something, it's making 700 wheel if it's a BMW, or things like that. Is that changing the game in time attack with how much you have to adjust?
I think it is. I mean, I remember when we first started getting crazy with Super K, and it was at the top of the game for street mod, right? We were, probably the fastest car in street mod. Get to do podcasts and things like that. And I remember talking, that our time is now, but this will pass us by. This will get to the point where this is no longer a competitive car. And we've seen that with the newer cars being able to catch up and them solving a lot of those challenges. Factory R&D is just better. Like, we can't spend the millions of dollars that go into factory R&D. Now, factory R&D is a set of compromises, and it's a different set of compromises than the compromises we want to make. Because we're all about performance. But these factory cars, and as you mentioned, especially the BMWs now, are so capable and have so much headroom, certainly in the power department, that I don't think it's changed the goal of time attack builders. It's still to build the best mousetrap, but it may have changed the approach a little bit to find those keep as much factory stuff as you can in there.
We'll talk a little bit about Gridlife classing, because we had Adam on a little earlier to kind of chat during the drift sessions about time attack and its place in the world and Gridlife's approach to it. We have 7 competition classes, 8 if you include Super Unlimited, which is sort of a catch-all for all the factory race car stuff. Is there, in your opinion, is there an area that is unexplored as far as classing that you think would be a good slot in between 2 categories, or are there categories that could or should be merged? I mean, I think from the most part, to me, it seems like the spread is pretty well captured. Maybe there's an opportunity for something kind of between Club SC and Club TR prep that allows you to not have to engine swap really to maybe be competitive, but it seems like there's kind of a place for everybody in a fairly limited number of categories.
Yeah, I think so. I think the classing is generally pretty good. I haven't studied, all the classes and all of the places where something might fit. I think I like the smaller number of classes that we have. Winning in time attack is a huge achievement for anybody who has done it. Podiuming is a huge achievement, and the more classes you have, the more that gets kind of diluted. I think one of the misconceptions of time attack is about the parity that we talked about before, that we are chasing parity with the rule sets. We're not. We're chasing, a set of things that you can do. And that means that some cars are never going to be able to be competitive in some classes. Some cars might be competitive today, that in 5 years they're going to no longer be competitive as well. And I think that's okay. I think that's good in the chase of this pursuit of just setting the ultimate lap time. So I like the approach that we have, even though, as I say, it's kind of left us behind. We knew that was going to come at some point. We've not entirely given up hope. We still want to push, and we still want to try and catch up and prove that maybe that's not entirely true. But I think that I like where things are, and I like where things are going, and I don't want to see a whole lot of change around the established classes. Maybe there is opportunity for 1 or 2 additional classes, I'm not sure, but I like where things are right now, I think.
We've seen some ebb and flow with classes too. I think the last couple of years, there was a kind of a weak point, I think, in track mod for a couple of seasons, and that class has resurged hard the last handful of seasons. And I know we don't have our heavy hitters here because, you know, Jackie Ding kind of had an accident at Laguna Seca, and it took Alan Patton's defense off so he could focus on just messing with Dewey this weekend, basically. But that class was so packed this year. And street mod as well is just, again, the pointy end is very strong, although Dewey really did dominate this year. So is someone going to take the fight to him again next season? We have yet to see. I think Club TR has been the strongest it's ever been. I think coming into an event where any of the top 5, you know, realistically had a shot up to Laguna Seca, and now 3 could win this event and win the whole season. That's the closest I think we've ever seen. From a time perspective, 3 1,000ths last year was the differential in the championship. You can't really get much closer than that.
Yeah, and I think the popularity, it's important we don't react too quickly to say, you know, a particular class being popular or unpopular is because of the rules being good or not good. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think, you know, those big personalities and good competition attract people to the classes. So, you know, Jackie Ding making the switch from street mod to track mod, and now you've got him sort of promoting that class. That just brings people in and brings people in wanting to compete. Dewey, obviously, a big personality in street mod and is doing, you know, he does everything he can to promote street mod and time attack more generally as well. Club TR, there's such good, a lot of cars at the pointy end of that who could win any weekend. That attracts people in. Club TR also being, you know, it isn't a stepping stone to GLTC, but it can be used as a stepping stone to GLTC by drivers if that's what their end goal is.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the prep for Club TR brings you pretty close to the prep for GLTC, just sans the roll cage. Ethan Brown having an off here. Might just have a mechanical, actually, and could just be getting off the road. But to your point, Club TR, we've seen a number of drivers, you know, build their car to Club TR spec, and then they're only a couple of changes away in a roll cage from GLTC. And Dana Basinski did that to very much success. Early last year, I think, was his first start, and he's been very, very solid every time he shows up. And I think, you know, we've seen James Houghton kind of run both here and there and also find a lot of success. I think Peter Granberg is one of those drivers, Mario Moroni, that are kind of like, you know, maybe evaluating wheel-to-wheel racing, but they're different disciplines. One's not necessarily a feeder to the other, but it is generally true that wheel-to-wheel classing has a higher prep level just from a safety perspective. So you're going to build out your car how you want it and then add the safety pieces, and you could go racing should you choose.
Yep, and there's a risk tolerance thing as well. Wheel-to-wheel racing has you have to have a much higher risk tolerance. You can do everything you can to prep the car, make sure it's mechanically perfect, all the safety stuff's in place, drive within yourself, and you know, it's just part of the game. Your car could be lost through somebody else's action, and you have to be ready for that. Very difficult for that to happen in time attack. Very difficult to lose a car for whatever reason in time attack and not have to look inward on, okay, there was something I did that caused that.
Yep, and I think that's true even in GLTC and GLGT, where contact is not tolerated and it doesn't happen very often. And I could probably count on one hand the number of cars that were written off because of another driver's mistake. It still means that the risk is there every moment. And the thing I like to say about incidents in racing in grid life is we don't tolerate it or accept it, but you acknowledge that is the risk that you take with the car, such that if you can't walk away with that thing mangled on a trailer, then it's probably not, or probably shouldn't go out there on the racetrack. That being said, the goal is to never do that still.
Right, exactly.
But again, that's the risk tolerance that you talk about perfectly, which again, in track battle, it would be an absolute disaster and the end of Adam Jabay's patience and niceness, I think, if we were to start losing cars to contact in a session like this.
Exactly. As I like to say, you know, every time we strap in for a race, right, we're not expecting anything to happen, but you still put your helmet on.
Right, exactly.
So you acknowledge that there's a chance there for something to happen.
Yeah. Here's Ross Ligabell in the number 46 or 45 rather, comes across the stripe. His best time of the weekend so far, I think, is in the 158 region, 158.1. So he's right on his PB for the weekend, just about a 10th off. So that tells me the track is not far off from where we were. What about Adam Roble there? What did he do this morning? A 156.857. He's still about 2 seconds off. So that tells me that Liga Bell had some time left in the bank this morning, and Ethan Brown's back on course. That's good news. Might have come into self-report, and he's back on. Or check out whatever potential mechanical issue he was facing. It's got to be an interesting car to drive, I'd imagine, with fairly short wheelbase. An aero that's pretty high up on the car, kind of that scoop style rear spoiler.
Yeah, it's an unusual looking car, isn't it? Street mod, it's very, obviously has a lot of work done to it. Quite powerful, I think, in a straight line, if I recall correctly, if it's the same Golf that we've seen for a few years coming to the East Coast events.
And then in track mod here, Sebastian Fleischer in the Subaru. We haven't seen him lay down a time yet. This is the start of a lap. This is a very Time Attack-esque track mod car. Again, track mod is one of those categories where, you know, depending on if it was intended that you'd run in track mod or you're taking it to the limit of the rules, you get two very different sides of the series. You know, Bronson McNamara and a very stock-looking NA Miata, and then you have, you know, cars like Alan Patton's crazy C7 Corvette with an automatic. That is also in the same category, and this seems to kind of fall somewhere in between. Some aero on this car. I'm sure there's some mods done to the engine, but maybe not quite to the limit of the rules from a power perspective. Little all-wheel drive slide there coming out of turn 5.
Yeah, that was a change. You know, speaking of the rules, that was a change that was made fairly recently to track mod. Kind of shook up that class a little bit, kept most of the spirit of the class intact, but also gave a path for those supercars that we're seeing show up. You know, the McLarens, Lamborghinis, things like that. And those cars really didn't have a home before. So you know, 2-3 years ago, there was a gap in the rules of where do we put, you know, a stock supercar? Where should that go? Street GT wasn't quite the right place. Track mod seems like a good spot for those type of cars.
Yeah. So again, Street GT, this class isn't super well represented here. So what we're going to do, we'll swap that out for track mod. Jessica Powers is on track, leading track mod so far in this 5th heat. Bronson McNamara still 2nd, Mark Gatos in 3rd, and Sebastian Fleischer in this car is in 4th. He has no time yet set, but we'll likely see it this time around. And you'll note that track mod and street mod, despite the times maybe not being fastest from top to bottom, we arranged the ticker in the class index is what I call it. So basically the class that in theory has the least or lesser rule restrictions goes on top. So unlimited track mod, street mod, and so on down to Club SC at the bottom. But here comes Sebastian Fleischer. Lap 1 of this session for him is a 158.192. And that is about a 2 2/10 off from his PB. So not terribly far off for the first lap of the session. It's Ryan Koblenz, Subaru WRX STI, looking quite stock in this configuration. But again, street class is really a place for a lot of the all-wheel drive 4-cylinder turbo stuff to land. And the championship is coming down to WRX versus Evo, and that's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, classic battle that's been going on since, what, 2003 in this country and the mid-90s in the rest of the world. Yeah, the turbo all-wheel drive cars really have risen to the top of street and really able to drive the front of that class.
So with the field working their way around down into turn 14, Ryan Koblenz is coming down around towards turn 14 or 15. So heading down towards the last couple of corners, and we'll see if he can go any quicker this time. Jump at the curb there at turn 16. And of the Evo versus WRX thing, have you had experience in either of those two cars to settle it once and for all? Alex Moss is telling the world which one's better.
Yeah, well, my first new car coming out of college was a Bug-Eye WRX, only because the Evo wasn't out here yet. I then immediately bought an Evo 8 when it came out. I bought an Evo 9, and I had an Evo 10 as well. So I'm pretty firmly in Camp Evo, I guess you could say. But then I found the S2000 and realized that I was was asking the wrong question. It wasn't which is best Evo versus STI. It was why aren't we all just driving S2000s all the time?
That's a fair point. Have you had a chance to drive one of the twins from Andy's camp? What are those crazy engine swap things?
I have. I've driven Andy's GLTC car, actually. Very good car. I struggle to get in and out of it and have struggled with it a little bit. I think they are sort of the natural successor now. I think we'll see those take over the S2000 as that great club racer car.
Yep.
Just because of availability now. I mean, S2000s are getting rarer and rarer and more expensive by the week, it feels like. So yeah, I think those are the natural progression, and I think if I ever went through another build, which just the thought of that pains me, it would probably be with that chassis.
Yeah, I think Andy's on the bleeding edge of that too, getting ahead of the development for an easy engine swap to make them reliable and quick on track, and it's just fun. The motorsports and really the automotive community is very very passionate about their car, and that's why I really enjoy that we've got this Subaru versus Mitsubishi battle in street class, and we've got a BMW versus Chevrolet battle in track mod, and all these kind of make on make and model on model fights that really make this fun. People definitely get in camp one or the other and fight on the internet about it.
Yeah, we all have our little cults that we live in, and Gridlife is one of those cults. Club SC is sort of a subcult through that, and then we've also got the Subaru guys, the Evo guys, the Honda people, the Corvette people. I think it's fun to play that stuff up and to pick a side and get a little bit of extra spiciness going on to the battles, but nothing that anyone should take too seriously, I don't think.
At the end of the day, we're all here, I guess, as Adam Jabay said earlier, we're all here with the same disease, just with different symptoms, which I think is maybe a pessimistic way to say it. But checkered flag here on Group C, and no major changes or shuffles here. Jessica Powers did pick up a little bit, though, a 155.420. That is about a 1.1 second pickup from her best earlier in the weekend, and Fleischer did a 158. Earlier, which is still a little shy of his best. How about Jeremy Hensley, a 159.2, and he still has gone quicker earlier this weekend. So a couple cars here and there picking up, but B&A, as we move into the pointy end of our Club TR battle, I am curious to see which of the championship front runners bothers to go out in this session. Are they going to use up some tire? Are they going to put on some scrubs? What could be the plan here?
I think the plan, if anything, will be to come out and enjoy this track. It's a great track. Why not come out and get some laps in and enjoy it?
So Hensley comes across the line. He'll pick up the checker flag here. And Luke Paglione in the Integra, wrapping things up. Don't think that Paglione has gone too much faster. Actually, don't even saw. There he is. 2:01. I think he has gone a little quicker, has he not, Paglione? Yeah, I did a 59.9 earlier today or yesterday. So Group C is in. Group B will be up next, and it's going to include some of the heavy hitters. We talked about the pointy end of Club TR. That includes Evan McLaren, Peter Granberg, Mario Moroni, Kevin View, Stan Feingold. And then it'll also have the 777 of Joshua Halka, who's currently second in the street class. I don't think we've seen Andy Holst. He is still set up for Group A, but have we seen Andy Holst since yesterday, since he ran his record?
Yeah, he was out this morning.
He was, okay.
He didn't quite match his record, I don't think, from yesterday, but I saw him on track this morning.
Okay, so still getting after it there. He's pretty well ahead in street class, so we're very well qualified into the podium sprint, but still maybe worth trying to chip away at re-breaking the record and also setting himself up for podium sprint, learning some things on the racetrack as the field pits in to pit race. Foliage looking, it's not quite peak yet, Alex, but it's still pretty out there. This is such a great area of the country.
It is, and I feel like it's changing day by day. I feel like the drive-in this morning was just a little bit more colorful than it was yesterday.
Yeah, I think you might be right about that. Honestly, it happens really fast, and I think peak probably the third week of October, I'd imagine. We're probably in that right now, so And there's a look at the paddock once again. Huge paddock here, and again, it is such a shame that this facility will be no longer after the conclusion of November and a couple more grassroots events here. But there's just so much room for activities here, and it will be activities of other kinds in the future as cars roll off and head down to the pit exit. Peter Granberg has elected to come out, and Mario Moroni. I didn't catch McLaren, but Feingold's there. Looks like no McLaren. So might not think that it's worth doing. Peter Granberg was telling me during lunch that he has a little bit of an oil leak coming from somewhere. He thinks a tiny crack in the pan, but doesn't seem to think it's going to affect him. Or at least it's not concerning enough, not leaving enough oil that it's going to cause a problem. But he did say it's just K-Series stuff.
Yeah, hopefully that oil stays inside the pan.
Yeah, it was just, he was looking in his engine bay, so comically I went up behind him and just poked my head in the engine bay as well to act like I knew what I was looking at. And there was just a little bit of moisture down in the bottom from a little bit of spray, but it didn't seem like it was significantly leaking, but we'll see what he can do. Jeremy Lauder's on track as well. I'm going to be keeping my eye on that Camaro. Again, trying to beat Andreas Bertulis in Unlimited. And if he can do that by at least 3 points, I think that would put him up in 3rd for the season. So it'll be RCF versus Camaro. Japanese versus American muscle. And I think Bertulis is still going to be in the very tail end of Group A, so he'll be up in a little while. Warm-up's happening here, and again, we'll probably be focused. There's a bunch of track mod cars out there, but street, track mod, and Club TR. A couple street GTs out there as well. But probably not a ton of representation at the pointy end of street mod until we get to the next session. So coming down the hill through turn 14, that's the other picturesque corner on this racetrack. You know, there's the broadcast team was saying it's like the Laguna shot, right? Coming down the corkscrew, that's the picturesque area of the facility. Here, I think it's that run to 5 and the run down from 14. And if you point out the foliage here, it is very brightly colored. And we could probably compare frames from yesterday to see how much it's changed. I bet it's a little bit.
It's beautiful, really.
Yeah, Igor Keselov. And, ooh, lock up down into turn 1 and straight off.
Yeah, that looked like an ABS issue. I mean, that car has an ABS system. That should not be locking up. And he did not get the braking force he was looking for there.
No, he didn't. And he's going to pull off and try to get a good visual on what's coming up. But here's a look at it again. Watch that left front tire. Yeah, it just locks completely. I think you're exactly right. And again, I don't know much about, as far as drivetrain, you can't really do a lot to these cars because they're electric motored, obviously, but he's got a ton done to the aero. I'm sure extremely sticky tires, and sometimes it has a way of messing around with electronics that are of stock calibration, like ABS and TC, that aren't necessarily set up for the super high G loads and the forces that you're dealing with bigger tires.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either. I mean, I know they have, I don't think you can do really anything with the battery and the motors on them. They do some work on the controllers, I think, to allow them to extract more power from the batteries or more consistently. But I don't think that they can really increase peak power on them at all. Obviously, a lot of work done to that car, so you're probably right that it's just messed with the sensor somewhere.
Yeah, oh, big slide for Josh Powers there, leaving turn 12. And heading down the hill again. This is a track mod configuration. Corvette, Jessica Powers there right now leading in track mod. And they have some friendly competition. And I think Jessica's license plate says something like Josh sucks or something on the back of it. Back at Laguna Seca, we were enjoying some fodder for the husband versus wife combination here. And who's cleaning up the garage? That is one of the things at stake every time.
Oh, is that right? Who gets to put everything away when they get back? Loser puts it all away?
Yeah, here comes Josh across the stripe and goes right to the top by a couple of seconds, in fact. So looks like he's leading the way right now. And keep our eyes on Club TR. See Jeremy Lauder put his first lap time of this session in at a 155.381. Looks like Igor's back on the road. Would expect that he would have to come to pit lane now. He's got his hazards on, I think.
They came on automatically.
Yeah.
They were on immediately after he went off.
Yeah, that's another one of those modern car things where they detect that you've been in an accident, so they turn hazards on automatically. But
I bet Elon's giving him a call right now to find out what happens.
So that's another modern car problem is they've got those automatic crash detection things where it calls like a call center and they check on you. I know that that was a thing with the GR Corollas for a little while. They would call Toyota's, whatever safety sense, whatever the heck they call that.
Yeah, the car immediately tells on you. I think I heard a story once that someone on the track managed to have a little bit of an accident, not a big accident. Maybe it was just they went off track and it called the police and got the police sent to the track.
I've also seen and heard of airbags going off on curbing, especially at places like Road America. Yeah, that was a thing with Chevy Camaros for a while. So, again, modern cars, they come with some advantages, but there's also, those compromises, the safety compromises to set them up for things that you want that on the road, but on a racetrack, they are just a nuisance. And to turn those things off, they make it hard to defeat on purpose.
Right, they make it hard to defeat and make it very difficult for the car to perform while those things are defeated.
Yes. They had an issue with some of the BMWs at Lime Rock where I think it was Mike Jansen in his Street GT car. His windows would roll up every time he went through the corners because they would detect a lot of G-forces. It's like, what's next? But Michael Budai lifted up the inside right rear tire on this Civic hatch. There's Keselov heading back to the paddock. I'm sure he'll have to go figure out what's going on there. That's probably such a hard thing to diagnose also, and how do you fix that?
Yeah, I don't know. That's way beyond my pay grade.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you would go about trying to solve that issue.
It goes back to, reminds me of what Dewey said, is see Lauder pick up some time there at 53.1. Did Holtka just loop it down there?
He's got a lot of smoke coming out of that's consistently coming out the back of the car, so either something's rubbing or there's an engine issue there, maybe.
That is a big problem as Peter Gramberg goes a little quicker in Club TR, but that does not bode well for Holtka. I was just about to make a comment, I will not finish, but it was about Dewey and Subarus and how there's a problem with one. But I'm going to, just in case, going to hold that joke back for a little while. But Budai coming crawling up out of here. He's had a couple of really nice results. I think back at Lime Rock Park was up inside the top 5. And kind of a unique car as well. You don't see a lot of Civics like this with this sort of hatchback configuration of this vintage.
Yeah, I think that body style was a weird one where they had the shifter right up on the dash, isn't it?
I think so. That would be similar to, they kind of went through a little phase of doing that, didn't they? With the Civic a little later on, too. Like the 8th gen Civics had some of the shifters were up on the dash as well, which I thought was kind of funky. But
see Holtka pulling in there.
Yeah, doesn't seem like it's still smoking now, but maybe put it neutral and shut it off. This is a street mod entry. Watching the 850 of Evan English working his way around the course. And Jeremy Bailey is off at turn 6.
That almost looks like that left rear wheel isn't quite pointed in the right direction. I wonder if something broke on the suspension on the back of that car.
I mean, I guess for his sake, I hope it's something that broke that's easy to fix like that, a suspension arm or something, rather than a mechanical failure.
No,
it's dug in. Oh, yeah. We'll see if he can get back rolling, struggling to get moving.
Yeah, that wheel does look straight. I don't know how he's gone off on the inside of that corner.
He could have just pulled off there, but
certainly he's got himself stuck, though.
Yeah, I wonder if the splitter's digging in. See if he can get back on. Watch that ledge. Okay, he got over it. All right, so he's back moving now. So something has gone amiss. All the while, just got an update from Mark Kilgore, who's with the Turn-In Concepts team, and said word from Turn-In is Josh has a turbo issue this weekend. They've tried Band-Aids, and that's why it's been down on power, which explains a lot why he's so far off of Andy Hull. So appreciate Mark Kilgore giving us that update. Let's get a look at Evan English there in the street mod entry. But that does not bode well in a championship run like this to have it all kind of come apart at the tail end of the season.
No, I think his attention turns to Barberis, who's close to Andy Holst in the down times anyway, and hoping that he can do something in podium sprint, because as we know, it doesn't matter you know, Andy Holst can run as fast as he likes in these sessions. That's not enough.
Yeah.
He needs to get it done in the podium sprint as well.
I am curious if there's any intention of Barberis to run in podium sprint with that car, because as far as I knew, he's running the Supra, and that was sort of while the Supra was down and out, he ran the Evo. I don't know why else the Evo would be here if he didn't plan on running it, but running 2 cars in podium sprint can be a little tricky. Now, Street and Street Mod have Street GT between them, so it would be possible to do both. But we'll see if he tries to go for 2 trophies. It has been done. Ryan Matthews has done it a couple of times.
Depends how much Holker wants to pay him to run the street podium sprint, I suppose.
Yeah, again, because if Barberis were to win in podium sprint, that takes away Holst's opportunity to win the title.
Exactly. Yeah, Holst has to win the podium sprint, and really all. And does he have to get the record as well? I think he just has to win the podium.
I think he just has to win the sprint. Yeah.
And for Josh, really, he just needs Andy Holst to not win the podium sprint.
Yeah, that's going to be hard though. That Evo is really, really fast. Here's Mario Moroni in the 727. He and Granberg are a couple seconds off their PBs, but I'm sure just getting a feel for the track, for how it will be in podium sprint tomorrow. Their entire season is going to come down to 3 laps, and Moroni pulls right up against Granberg here. And you know, I think that the telling tale is that Moroni's been just nipping at the heels, but not faster than Granberg and McLaren. So he's going to have to turn it up for podium sprint somehow. And with these cars, it's not just going to be a boost controller. It's going to be the driver is going to have to find something. And,
but again, it's podium sprint. It may be in the wet, which also, you know, I don't have any knowledge on who drives well in the wet and who doesn't, but it is a factor that pulls in, and one little mistake in the wet can send you 4 wheels off, and that's an automatic DQ in the podium sprints.
Yeah, I guess that's the other thing about podium sprint is that it's not just up to Moroni. Granberg and McLaren both have to also execute. So whether or not Moroni is faster right now, you know, that can, if everything went perfectly to plan for the other 2, maybe that would be a problem. But we saw at Autobahn Country Club, Granberg was quicker than Moroni for most of the weekend, and then when it came down to sprint, gave it away with an off.
Yep. Yeah, it just a small mistake can really really interrupt the weekend for you in that way.
So watching Granberg and Moroni come up over the crests here, and for Granberg, he's fighting 2 front-wheel drive cars. And you know, one of the conversations about Club TR also is, you know, you're limited generally to the engine mods that you can do. You can swap engines in, but you're looking at 1.6 liter and under turbocharged engines and 2.5 liter and under NA engines. And you know, for Granberg, the consideration, he's using a rear-wheel drive car, which has a little bit more drivetrain loss. So at the larger racetracks like Road America, those front drive cars kind of are the ones to beat generally. But Peter has sort of defied the norm there. He's been really strong at those bigger racetracks, and we'll see. This is kind of a mix of both. There are some digs and some straights here where that extra drivetrain loss would be kind of a big deal, I would think.
Yeah, it can be, but as we've seen, and as you mentioned, you know, Peter's really been performing well this year, I should say. And I think a couple of times he's kind of dug it out of the bag and come from nowhere. Road America was one of those. I seem to remember that he was, you know, he was never really a front runner throughout the weekend, but then podium sprint came and just put it all together and made it happen, if I'm recalling correctly. Opposite happened a little bit at Autobahn. He was out in front most of the weekend and then lost it right at the end.
Yeah, and that's the give and take of a format like podium sprint. Is some days it goes exactly to plan and the fastest car wins the event, and other days it's the driver that is fast and also puts together the lap that they need to in the moment that they need to. And Granberg, a little wiggle there. That's a fast area of the racetrack to have that wiggle.
Yeah, but it's a great format. I think the format is hugely improves time attack as an accessible spectator sport. Gives you a time and a place that you know that you can tune in and see these guys doing battle. And I think it's wonderful for that reason.
I'm excited to watch the viewership tomorrow afternoon around 1 o'clock when we do our podium sprint, because the entire season, everything that these drivers have fought for is going to come down to, for each class, about a 5-minute chunk of time. Yep. And so all that energy, all that the dollars spent and the miles traveled and the days spent in the garage come down to a 3-lap shootout with your champions to be, right? So you've got to turn it on, you've got to put it together, and all that you did, you know, breaking track records this morning, yesterday morning, that's all fine and dandy, but if you can't turn it on when when you need to, you're not going to get the big gold trophy at the end of the year.
Yep, exactly.
And these drivers, man, what they will do for a big gold trophy at the end of the year. They do look cool now. I mean, the last couple of years, the trophies have been really solid. But Bill Pye Recognition does all of our trophies, and they've done trophies for IMSA and SRO and other places, and they are cool.
Yeah, they are. They've come a long way since the good old days.
Yeah, the other thing, we give drivers that win the events and break track records little stickers, too, to put on their A-pillars. And honestly, I think sometimes drivers fight harder for the stickers than they do the rest of the things. Honestly, if we offered them $5,000 cash for the sticker, they'd probably opt for the sticker.
I mean, the stickers represent the records, right? And that is from a purist time attack perspective, that's what matters. And that's certainly what goes down in history. So the stickers are important, and stickers are good recognition of that. I think the event, who wins the event and the championships is a lot for us watching. It's also for the drivers, but it's a lot for us watching. So I can see, from, especially as you go up into the, crazier builds, the unlimited sort of time attack builds, I can see them caring a lot more about records than trophies. But I think that having both satisfies both of those sort of points of view. You have the purist point of view with the records, and you have the, who performed on the day with the trophies, and I think that's great.
Jeremy Bailey making his way around the course after having that off earlier. Went back in, came back out. The chat is still absolutely just lighting up Dan Persing. Poor boy. This one is my favorite. Dan Persing's talent took a wrong turn and is still stuck at a roundabout.
Man,
that was brutal.
I hope that guy doesn't have any enemies, because with friends like that.
Oh, boy. Poor Dan Persing. But there's Jeremy Bailey in that 2.4 FA24. And, again, if he could qualify into the podium sprint, I think he's on the outside looking in by a couple tenths of a second. But tomorrow morning, if he can get in, he has stolen podium sprints before. He has a knack of just turning it on at the right time and, taking that, at least improving his position. This is something we also saw with Mark Kilgore in Street GT at previous rounds, where he would get into the podium sprint and then always kind of outdo his seed by one. Sure. I think Bailey is very similar in that regard. I think it is kind of common in the sprint to see at least one driver make a mistake, whether it's an off or just enough of a mistake to kind of flip the order around. The volatility of it is, again, what makes it so much fun to watch. So, all right, Bailey is in. Check and find us out for Group B, and Group A is going to be the last one for Time Attack Track Battle Heat 5. And, of course, just a little bit of a preview of what's happening for the rest of the day. We're in the middle of the Track Battle Heat 5 right now. It'll be Drift after this, and then we'll have a couple of races. Ibach GLTC Race 2, Gridlife GT Race 2, and then Rush Series Race 2. And then we go track battling one more time after a drift session at 4. So we're solid until the end of the day here on the show. Probably take a little bit of break off the mic during the drift sessions and just show you some of the cool sights of that. There's Ryan Sari in the LMP3. Again, if you're going to spend six figures on a track car, you might as well spend it on a car like this. So, just very... Is Adam reading the chat right now? Oh, boy. Dan Persing sheds his skin once a year. Ew. This is bizarre. So, anyway, Jamie Santos is in there. Dan Persing helped me pay all my taxes. He didn't do that, but that's very nice. All right, there's Andrew Brownfield getting... Adam's having a blast, guys. He's in here just laughing. Oh, boy. All right, there's Chris Borsman. There's Mac, our RF operator. He's crushing it this weekend, giving us the beautiful Netflix-worthy shots of all the drivers right before they go to battle. There's Chris Borsman, one of our friends from Ontario, Canada, that's out here once again in his track mod build. Chris Smith in the 1 Series. Luke McGrew, Ryan Matthews. There's your Street GT leaders there. And whistle blowing because we're about ready to roll. And there's Luke, Ryan Matthews, getting ready for the Street GT fight. A couple of Corvettes. These are your Street GT competitors. Let's talk Street GT for a second. A couple of years ago, 2023, I want to say, the top 5 was 5 different manufacturers. I think there was Chevy, Ford, Porsche, Toyota, and I think, did I say BMW yet? BMW in the top 5. This year, all the top 5 are Chevrolets. And again, this is the ebb and flow. The Street GT rules have not really changed very much, Alex, but why is that sort of, I imagine that we'll see a very different mix again next year, but why is it all Chevy this year? Have people figured out the formula for Street GT?
Probably. I mean, there's not many questions that the Corvette isn't a good answer to, or a very good answer to. They're a very accessible car. Certainly is the safe choice, you know, over a Porsche or something like that. I think that, you know, it tends to be older Corvettes as well, whereas I think the newer BMWs, the newer Porsches are the ones that could potentially compete there. But it comes down to, you know, this class was created to be like a street class, right? But for the bigger, more capable factory cars. So it's not too, and it has an MSRP limit as well, which Chevy makes some very affordable cars for the performance potential.
Here's Zach Joe getting set to go in the Lamborghini Gallardo, and a handful of others getting ready to do battle here. And cars are throttling up. They were just checking to see if there was some oil down at turn 12, which was the reason for the hold. So they were just making sure that the track was nice and clean and clear, and off and away we will roll. And Dewey DeWitt is one of the drivers out at the pointy end of this one. I don't think we're going to see Jim Rock. I don't think we're going to see Alan Patton.
No, we saw both of those guys pull off on their flying lap. So not sure if they've had issues there, but certainly Jim Rock is, if his goal was to reset the record, this isn't going to be the session to do it, so he'll probably save it for tomorrow morning. Alan Patton, I think he's made his point now. He's in a borrowed car. He's probably not going to be able to make any more of a point this afternoon, so he might be saving it for tomorrow as well, or maybe even just say that he's done at this point. I don't know.
So Dewey was fourth in the grid, but was the first one off pit lane because I think Luca Barberis is also setting this one out.
Sure.
So again, Dewey has no reason not to go on the racetrack. He's won the championship already. He's already locked into podium sprint just based on the lap time that he ran earlier this weekend at a blistering 1:45.395. So he's just out here for fun.
Yep.
I'm sure they're turning things up, trying some things out. I kind of joked with him that he should throw some slicks on it, run it unlimited, just to see what it'll do in its current setup. Because honestly, the thing holding this car back is a 255 width tire. It makes 600 plus horsepower. It has a ton of aero on it. It's very capable. It's got a sequential gear set in it. I think just adding some more tire to this car would make it an incredible weapon. But he really likes it in street mod trim, and that's the class that he's built this for, and that's what he wants to do.
He does, and you know, he'll shout from the rooftops all about street mod as well. I don't see him ever leaving this class. And he's been developing this car for 6 years now. I mean, I think I competed against him with this car with Super K at Speedring, which was last time we did that, 2019 I think. Yeah. So you know, he's built it for this class, and yeah, you talked earlier about, you know, is anybody coming back out to kind of give him a hard time next year? I know Sheldon Krebsbach's planning, or at least threatening to come back on Facebook. He's making the odd post here and there, asking who would win in the Evo versus Subaru war there. We would obviously like to make his life more difficult next year than we did this year. I'm sure a Supra of some kind will show up and come and give him a hard time as well. But right now, he's sitting at the top at the moment.
There's Ryan Sari chasing Dewey down the hill here. Again, Sari in Super Unlimited, which is a class that is not a class. It doesn't get any points or trophies, but it's just here for all the factory race car stuff. It's going to be very different than Dewey's car and very fast in a different area of the racetrack, though their best laps of the weekend are just half a second apart, which is crazy. I mean, that's a props to Dewey. But again, I think, you know, if I owned an LMP3, I probably wouldn't be taking it all the way to the limit all the time either. So there's something to be said there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would struggle to push that much money down the road and potentially throw it off the track as well. Even if they are inexpensive expensive for what you get. They are still a lot of money. And you know, I think we're seeing here that an LMP1 car is faster than the street mod car. That's not surprising. But you know, we're in the 5th session here. The LMP1 car hasn't got it done to this point.
That was a little bit miscommunicated there.
Right, the LMP1 car's kind of forced its way through that. So the point I was going to make here is that based on our qualification to this point, oh, big slide from Dewey. The LMP car was gridded behind Dewey, right? We're on our first flying lap now in Heat 5. Dewey really doesn't owe that car anything. If you catch the car in front of you on lap 1 in Heat 5, that's really on you. You didn't leave yourself a big enough gap. Wait till next time. If you caught them, next session you're going to be ahead of them, so you'll have the clean air there. Lap 2, lap 3, that's when you start owing the cars behind you something. So I think the LMP1 car that's just kind of forced his way through. Dewey wasn't expecting that. So a little bit of not the best etiquette, I would say.
Yeah, and in his defense, I think this is his first ever Gridlife track battle, and I think he'll be taught that after this session as well. The race control will take a look at that. Dewey definitely showed his displeasure out the window there as well, but he'll take a second, cool things off, and go again. Like I said, this is not a critical session for him, but that was a bit of a close moment, so he'll want to kind of recalibrate and reset here. And he's got enough racetrack at the moment with a couple other cars sort of not running this session. He's got some space to get gridded, and that's honestly one of the best things you can do as a driver is if it's clear those around you aren't necessarily kind of in the same headspace, you back up, give yourself some room. You've got the opportunity to go back out and just kind of reset and try again, right? So it's never good to just kind of stick around, and you saw him bail out. He did exactly the right thing. Right. You know, this isn't going to work, so giving himself the space, controlling what he can control.
Yep, exactly. So you've got the time on grid to say, hey, you know, I'm misgridded here. I haven't shown my potential here. That you may sort that out on the outlap as well. If not, you know, just do what you can do. Get up behind the car in front. If you get a point by, then fine, take it. Or if you get let by, take it. But forcing your way through on lap 1 isn't ideal.
Yeah, there's Eric Peachy in this Dodge Viper. This is, again, a unique car that we've seen a couple of times this weekend. Right behind Justin Peachy in the Corvette right now, about a second and change between them at the moment. And, man, this is one of the older gen Dodge Vipers, but I guess the contemporary, the newer Dodge Viper. You know, it was one of those things where I think at the tail end of the sales cycle, Dodge was having trouble moving them, and so they brought the prices down a lot, and I think for a while it was kind of a steal for the performance that it offered.
Yeah, I mean, those American cars have always been, you know, when you can compare them to equivalent performance on the European side, they've always been an absolute bargain.
Yeah, so here's Luke McGrew peeling in now in the Street GT entry. A couple seconds off where he'd been all weekend. I think he's going to recognize that, but still outpacing Matthews and looking at podium sprint tomorrow. McGrew pretty well suited there. Interesting to note the 606 car out here. This is the Gridlife GT entry that's driven by Christian Aranja. I'm not exactly sure if that car is out there. Let's see, the 606 is registered in... It is registered in track mod with Alan Patton behind the wheel. Okay. So he's going to be running it in double duty. I guess, whoa, why not? There's the Zach Joe car zipping on through, and Patton just did a 49.7 with it. And I don't know if they've set the power back to stock. That car, I think, has to run a very slight detune for Gridlife GT use. I don't know how easy it is to change between the tunes. Again, those ECUs are pretty locked down, but at least in the GT4 trim. But Patton is running about a Gridlife GT time. We saw it in the 49s in the GT race. But that's kind of fun. Throw a little wrench into things. Why not?
Yep, and I think Alan Patton's just here for fun at this point, right? There's nothing to gain, prove. He's out here playing spoiler and street mod and just getting laps in track mod, I expect.
Yeah, and again, it's interesting also because the concept for Gridlife GT was effectively track mod aero rules. So while the GLTC entries, when they move over to track mod to run a little time attack, they end up in track mod because of the interior rules primarily. It's the aero rules that GT was modeled after as far as track mod is concerned. So that kind of drops right in, and you see it run basically right with the rest of track mod. It's kind of an interesting transition. And maybe, you know, we look at Club TR and how similar it is to GLTC. Maybe for the track mod competitors that are looking for wheel-to-wheel path, maybe that's the route that they could take with these classes aligning a little bit closer to what you'd expect. Probably a little bit less power. Slide for Patton and off at turn 14. And you see the grass is kind of wet there. It pirouetted a couple times.
Yeah, he went around a couple of times, didn't he? He had carried a lot of momentum into the grass there.
Ooh, he was offline a little bit at the top of the hill already and just walked it out and right across the curbing there. But did a nice job kind of gathering it up and keeping it in the green.
Keeping it off the track and out of the walls. That was a good job by, whether that was a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill. That car stayed right where you kind of wanted it to once it went off track.
Yeah, and again, it just coming over that crest. I mentioned I had a chance to drive this track last year in HPDE, and honestly, the scariest corner for me was 14. Coming over that crest, you have to turn in and basically be on the curb, because if you don't turn in, you're wide just like that. And I think Alan just judged that a little bit, turned in a tiny bit too late, maybe trying to carry speed, and just ended up going a little bit wide there. Here's Chris Smith in the 212, another track mod entry. And this should be a pretty fun fight to watch with him and Boersma and Andrew Brownfield come podium sprint tomorrow. Ooh, really tight to the cone there on the curbing, using all the curbs. I think when they're smooth and you can jump up on them without upsetting the suspension too much, I like being aggressive on the rumbles, Alex, or just on the curbing in general. I think if your car can handle it, the chassis can take it. I think there is some advantage to cutting some distance and also using it to help rotate the car. If it can find you a dynamic advantage, get up on those curbs, get aggressive. Around here, there's plenty of width.
Even if it's not rotating the car, it's just extra track, right? It's if you can use it and it's not upsetting the car, then you should use it, because it's just extra width. It's almost like, you know, saying there's 3 feet of curb there. If you can use it and you don't, you're essentially 3 feet off the apex, which is a lot.
Yeah. And Smith, you see that car wobble a little bit on the braking into turn 17. Got it woed down. Again, pretty short wheelbase car, but it's got some stability with that big rear wing, dual element rear wing on that car as well.
Yeah, and a big diffuser coming out of the back of it as well, and we know that's working because it keeps getting pulled off.
And across the stripe, no pickup for him that time. I don't think improving on a 147.96 that he had. Eric Peachy knocked out of the top 5 in this session by virtue of Alan Patton jumping to the top. Now for Alan Patton, if he were to run both street mod and track mod in the podium sprint, that would be a little bit tougher because those classes run back to back. So if he were to do podium sprint in the Supra, in the street mod class Supra and his track mod Super GT4, then I think he'd have a little bit harder time than someone like Luca Barberis, who's got a class between both entries, should he decide to run both.
Yeah, I expect he'll have a decision to make, especially being first in street mod. So, you know, he's going to be the last car to run in the street mod podium sprint.
Well, Mark Kilgore is helping me with Be the Eyes and Ears this weekend. Sounds like the 29 car, the Supra that Alan Patton was driving in street mod, had an engine failure earlier, which we saw him go out this morning, and that means that he will no longer be in podium sprint in street mod, so that opens him up for track mod, I suppose.
So Dewey gets the last laugh again.
Oh boy. Well, now Alan does have the record, so maybe that was the thing that he was more concerned with. Should note also that Patton's time of a 149.7 is going to get him into podium sprint, but just. And I just got delivered a coffee from Logan from our Turn 14 hospitality. That was awesome. Logan is, by the way, like a half a mile away from me, and thought maybe Kyle needs a coffee this afternoon. So you should definitely check out his Instagram, @DrinkSidecart on Instagram. And every morning I go there and get a nice coffee from the Turn 14 hospitality area. And Logan, big appreciation, buddy. Needed it in the late afternoon here.
Excellent. Where's mine, Logan?
You got a couple NOSes over there.
Yeah, I picked these up on the way.
Yeah, NOS Energy are partners for the stage this year. Of course, past partner with the Track Battle Series as well. But I was in a coffee mood, so this is perfect. Man, I owe Logan a big thanks. But there's Ryan Sari coming back up pit lane there. And just a couple minutes, I would think, left in this heat, looking at the schedule. Probably only 3 or 4 more minutes, if that. And didn't see Dewey go back out.
No, Dewey came in after that first lap.
So with the last couple minutes here of Gridlife Track Battle Heat 5, there's Ryan Matthews. We have not talked about him enough. Ryan Matthews has run 2 categories this season, both in Street Mod and in Street GT with 2 different Corvettes. Most of the season ran both. Yep. And is performing very well in both. Is set up for a podium in both classes this year on the season. And he just quietly does this. He's never a problem with any of us or with the staff. He just goes out there and does his thing. Yep. Does exactly what he's asked how to do it. He does it incredibly quickly. And just a model citizen as far as track battle competitors go. And how do we reward him with that? We never talk about him because he's so quietly in the mix. Just doesn't make it a wild show. He just goes out and executes, grabs his trophy, and comes to the next one. So we owe him a high five and a thanks for that. But Ryan Matthews is gearing up to take on Luke McGrew in Street GT tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah, great competitor, Ryan Matthews. Obviously, we've seen him in Street Mod. And that's kind of how he appeared. I think it was at Autobahn in 2021, maybe 2020, 2021, when I first became aware of him. Me, Jackie, and Sean Krebsbach were having this battle at Autobahn, and all of a sudden there's a Corvette in the mix in Street Mod, and we're like, who's this guy? Well, this guy came over and introduced himself and said hi, and he's been a fixture ever since, and a great guy to be around in the paddock.
Checkered flag, Zach Jono in pickup there in the 574 Lamborghini. And with that, the track battle Heat 5 will come to a close, and we'll get set for results here in just a minute. We'll start with our Falcon Club SC category. I'll be honest, Alex, we expected this, but we didn't really see a lot of improvement this afternoon. But that's because those track temperatures got a little bit higher, a little bit hotter. And so a couple drivers that had some stuff left on the table gained some, but David Best was actually the driver to top the charts in Club SC. Nick Berg, Austin O'Brien, Dueling, Isaac Rodriguez, your top 5. So, no major shifts or shuffles here. No PBs even, I don't think, amongst this group. And same was true with Falcon Club TR. I think in there, we didn't even see Evan McLaren bother going out. Peter Granberg topped the charts. But the difference between Granberg and Maroney, that kind of gap, less than 1/10 of a second, that's what I expect tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the gaps between them, the relative positions is interesting to see here, with that being so close. But as you say, that no records being set this afternoon, and I don't think we'll see any records till tomorrow.
Yeah, then in street class, we just look at the very tail end, 24 cars taking times in Club TR, unbelievable. In street class, Joshua Halka topped the charts, but we did see him have a turbo issue potentially, so we'll see if he can get that sorted overnight. Again, turn in concepts. If there's any team that can do it, they can. Luke McGrew, Ryan Matthews, again, top of the chart. Stephen Chang sitting in 3rd there. Potential podium on the line for him. And then in street mod, despite only getting 1 lap, Dewey, 149.3 leading the way. Dayton Delahousse of the MX-5, then Cameron Newman, Evan English, and Devin Hoffman. Top 5 that session. In track mod, Alan Patton at the Thunder Bunny years. Man, that 606 Supra is inevitable, isn't it? Somewhere, somehow on top again. Boersma, Smith, Powers, and Peachy. And then in Unlimited, Briggs, Bertulis, and Lauder. The key thing here is Lauder has yet to get to Bertulis in lap time, but give him a couple more sessions, he might do just that. Let's have a look at the highlights here from Track Battle Q5. Again, not a ton of excitement as far as lap times, but we did see some big moments, and it started with the battle in Falcon Club SC. On the green flag there, Chris Owens was the driver that led us around, and Nick Berg, who had his time DQ'd from this morning for a dyno pop, had a moment here as Dueling drafted on by, ended up leading the session there. And this is Luis Rodriguez. He just had a very simple off at the end of the straight there. Nathan Traxler in the Toyota GR86, Dylan Rogers in the 915 Club TR car, getting on the rumbles. Love watching the tires bounce up and down there. There's Isaac Rodriguez finishing up. Then Group C, Kevin Horn in Club TR, and a good mix of classes here in this group, Alex, but just not a lot of improvement we see.
Yeah, and again, it's to be expected. The heat of the afternoon, it's the hottest it's been all weekend. We're not going to see the capabilities or the performance window increase at all. The drivers who are improving at this point have left something or are building up to it. This is where we saw the Tesla go off here.
Yeah, just a little ABS issue it looked like for the Tesla in track mod, and then a couple other drivers trying to beat their PBs and taking things all the way to the limit here. Checkered flag there on B, and then in A, Dewey DeWitt led the way. Then there was a moment at the top of the hill right here, a little bit of a miscommunication with the LMP3 thinking he knows a good spot to go around. Just didn't plan that quite right. Then Alan Patton in the 606. This car's running GLGT with Christian Aranja, but the top of the board in track mod, Dewey leads street mod, and that is the conclusion of Track Battle Heat 5 here after this big slide from Patton, just charging around trying to find some speed, and all the drama is yet to be fully concluded. We'll have one more session with maybe temperatures cooling. We have so much more on the line. Track Battle Heat 5 complete here from Pit Race.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits? Absolutely zero. And there's a non-zero sugar to get me there.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? FireLabs is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLabs helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Can win it too. It's so cool that you can bring your own flavor here and make it work.
I love it. It's been great for years. It's going to be even better this year with the support from IBOC and this new partnership for the IBOC Gridlife Touring Cup Championship. Time to go racing. Here we go. IBOC Gridlife Touring Cup action from Carolina Motorsports Park. The first race of the season is underway, and we're green flag racing.
It's been an amazing year as an official partner of the IBOC GLTC Championship. We've been wanting to be part of this program since its inception, and we're finally here, and we're really happy to see you guys and gals put it all on the line and have an amazing race after race, from CMP all the way out to Laguna and back. You guys have been killing it, and we're excited to see all of you drivers really put it out there. As IBOC approaches our 75th anniversary, we thought it would be fitting to bring the championship winner out to Germany to celebrate with us. So what does that include? We're going to get you out there. Flights, hotels, dinner at IBOC. We'll have tours. We'll celebrate. We've got a huge celebration party going on for our 75th. So you will be there with us, and then after, we're going to set you off to the Nürburgring with our friends EVN Ring Rental. You'll have the chance to drive the ring in one of their rental vehicles, and they're going to give you a tour around the town. So it's an exciting prize. We're very happy to have the winner out, and very happy to offer this to all of our drivers who have really put dollars, their time, their commitment, their cars, their safety on the line to have fun and drive.
This is our stage for the IBOC GLTC finale, Pittsburgh International Race Complex. One last event at this facility. Kyle Heyer joined by Adam Jabay. Adam, take me through a lap here at Pit Race. It starts with a super fast turn one.
I don't know. I'm kind of lost here every time I drive, Kyle. I'm kind of fresh to this place. Turn one, real fast left-hander, and a little bit of a blind crest over 2, dropping towards 3, drop, a left and a right, and you dig out of 5, up towards 6. This is pretty much matted in a TC car. Hard brake in 7, and then maintenance throttle through 9, 8, 9, 10. 11 to 12 is very fast. Hard brake right there. Up the hill, stab the brakes a bit more, and drop down towards 17. It's kind of flat down through here, and then a big brake into 17 and dig right up another hill. Even in this 3D animation, you can't quite feel the elevation. It's climbs after dips, after drops, it's wild. Great track.
And it was a great place to host our first race of the weekend earlier today, IBOC GLTC race number 1 with Tom O'Gorman, 2022 champ on pole alongside Eric Catil, the championship hopeful, running in trail of that man right there in the white and blue Falcon car. That's Matan Rosenberg, who came in with 330 points. But it came down to this drag race up the front stretch that Eric Catil could not win. So Matan Rosenberg slotted into second. He chased Tom O'Gorman for a couple laps. That big wiggle there allowed Matan to sneak around to the lead. And from there, he sort of set sail while everyone else battled for second place behind. There was a couple other great fights to watch here, Adam, including this one with Joel Morrison and Ryan Power. So we got a little bit of a taste of what we're going to see more today once everyone kind of got filtered out post-qualifying. But the championship fight is still on. It does appear that Matan Rosenberg's mousetrap might be the better one for this racetrack, but there's still 3 more races to go.
Yeah, all cars that were sent to impound cleared, and that includes dyno and weighing to establish power to weight and a scrutineering of their tech forms to make sure everything's correct with splitter, aero, tire size, things like that. They're leaving grid right now. But this track does have a couple of very high-speed sectors. And a car with the small frontal aero, this Corvette of Matan's does pay some percentage for aero and for underbody style just from the factory. But a car like that, especially with the grunt that this car has, even with the weight, once that weight is rolling, he's going to have an advantage above about 115 miles an hour based on some data. We've been looking at this for years. It just kind of is how it is. You almost can't balance everything.
Yeah, so Eibach GLTC race number 2 rolling off here for the weekend. Let's have a look at our starting lineup here for race number 2. It's going to be Matan Rosenberg alongside Tom O'Gorman. This is based off finishing position from race 1, so that puts championship runner-up and hopeful Eric Catil on row number 2 alongside Andy Smedegard in the 212 FRS. Eric Magnuson rolls off in 5th alongside Brian Hetty in a strong performance from a local driver in 6th. Nick Barbado rolls off 7th. He's a winner back from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Joel Morrison, a top 10 start in 8th place. Lena Chin in ASM's S2000, number 917, alongside Paul Darling in the number 55. Then Ryan Power and Blake Korth in a Porsche Cayman share row number 6. Row 7, Eric Meadows in the number 3 Chevrolet Corvette, Salil Shukla in a BMW M3. Then in row 8, it's James Smith in the 130 S2000 and Michael Pagano in that BTCC style 116i. John Gatos in the 444 starts 17th. Kevin Zhu, 18th place in his Honda Civic. Sam Scott starts 19th, and then Tim Shepelef in the number 930 starts in 20th. Donald Lee starts in 21st, the number 404, and Steve Cairo in 22nd. Then it's Thomas Moss and Clayton Fitzpatrick starting in row number 12, 23rd and 24th. Josh Fleury in the number 48 Subaru Outback starts there. Shreddy Brown in 26th, the number 125. Jason LaManna starts 27th in the number 18 Honda Civic. Robert McDaniels in 28th, and Lisa Keys and Rory Lonergan share row number 15. It'll be Natalie Latos bringing up the rear of the field, 31st place in that number 462. So there's your starting lineup here, Adam, as we pull back to show you the field navigating their way around this pace lap. Any learnings we can take away from race 1?
I think the learnings is the coolest name is Shreddy. What a great race car driver name. But yeah, this track, I mean, the front row is, they're both well placed. It almost like it, we've seen obviously inside left be the choice, but there is an advantage for both sides down that 2, 3, 4, 5 dropping zone. I don't know which one I would choose. I'm not the best race car driver, but it seems like inside left is the choice. If they can get through 1, 2, and 3, I think it could be anybody's game up the back as far as the front row goes.
Well, Tomo will still start on the outside of the front row in that ASM S2000. They call that Trainer 3, winningest car in Eibach Gridlife Touring Cup history. It won 20 races alone in 2022. Its big advantage, besides the cornering and the driver behind the wheel, is the braking. That car seems to outbrake everything else on the racetrack. So if Tomo can keep overlap into turn 1, let's not count him out until we get down to turn 5. That car is really, really good. Eric Catil is going to start in behind Rosenberg, and Tomo kind of throws a wrench into things here, because if he keeps finishing in between Matan and Eric, it's just going to deepen the points deficit here. So he needs Tomo to either beat Matan or let him by, and Tomo's not here battling for points.
I don't think
He's just
Tomo
here to
lets
win
anybody
races.
by.
No.
But Tomo doesn't do that if he can help it.
He doesn't.
But the left lane might have a slight advantage, so we'll watch, hopefully, for the left lane, it stays nice and clean, and we see what Catil can do behind Rosenberg. So,
yeah, sky blue day. It's gorgeous out here.
Couldn't be more perfect.
77, a little bit warmer than it was planned to be, but wind just about 4 miles an hour. It's a great day for racing, and the sky is blue for us here at the racetrack. Will it be for Matan Rosenberg or Eric Catil at the end of the weekend? Green flag, and we're underway here at Gridlife Pit Race, Eibach GLTC race number 2, and watch the points get stacked on as they take their positions at the green flag. Rosenberg 382, a 20-point deficit to Catil as they start the race 3 wide into 1. Adam, as we make our way through.
Catil looked left a little bit, but he's in a V8 sandwich, and that might not be a bad spot for him. And way out front right now, Tom had a great start. O'Gorman out front.
Yeah, Tomo taking that advantage into turn 1 and then drops down into turns 3 and 4 with the advantage, and that's going to take away potential points from Rosenberg. Here comes Catil up the inside of Andy Smedegard, and he's not going to want to waste any time getting that spot back.
Great awareness there next to Smedegard was Catil, and they kept it tidy. That's a tight section to go through clean.
Down into 5 there, a little side-by-side Lisa Keys and Robert McDaniels there. John Gatos in the 444, clawing their way up the hill into turn 7 now. Rosenberg closing back in on Tomo. But again, it'll be a couple of points to Rosenberg's advantage if he were to stay in first by the time they get back to the start-finish. But these points are representative of where they cross the start-finish line. Tomo just took away 4 from Rosenberg, so it's actually 378 when they cross the line, if they cross the line like this. And here comes Kittil on Rosenberg, right behind him into turn 12. And this is the championship battle at stake here. If Kittil can get this pass done, it would knock Rosenberg back a spot and potentially start his clawing forward for the championship lead.
Kittil's car is very strong in this department. Coming down this hill is where we have seen some of the mile-per-hour advantage of the broad power band that comes with the detuned large cubic inch motor like Matan's. You can see the stretch happening right here, but the braking of Kittil's car is pretty strong and not bad into 17.
Same for Tomo here, and I think the problem for Kittil and for O'Gorman is that these 2 straights come kind of back to back, so Matan can gain a whole chunk of pace, and Tomo's going to stay driver's left for now and try to dissuade Matan. I think we're going to see a braking battle into turn 1. Tom stays driver's left, side by side for the lead. See the points change here with Rosenberg in second place. They'll be 378 now as they cross the line, but Rosenberg led at the line, so it stayed that way, and he's going to lead out of turn 1 as well, but it's going to slow them up, and here comes Kittil.
Yeah, 3-car race right now, dropping down into the lower section here. This is a left and a right and a left. It's snug in the back section, so kind of no advantage for either car back here, in my opinion.
Yeah, now side by side for second place, Kittil and O'Gorman. Tomo's going to cling to it, but Kittil kind of rides the rim here, and Tomo's going to tuck back in line. I think a little bit of teamwork there. I think Tomo would have fought that a bit harder otherwise.
I think some nose-to-tail action from these two would maybe gain them the advantage in the next 3 or 4 turns that they need, and then down the hill, maybe they can keep up with him if they use 2 cars together.
And also, Tom currently has the best lap of the race. That's how we will grid race number 3. So we'll keep that in mind. But this is where Kittil's car is going to come alive in comparison to Rosenberg's. It's not going to be a gain probably to the lead this lap, but he could shorten that distance quite a bit. Note that Smedegaard and Magnussen run 4th and 5th. Barbado, Hetty, and Morrison, Meadows, and Chin. Not a lot of shuffling at the tail half of the top 10, but the battle focused on the lead right now between these 2 drivers. Falcon and Eibach represented right up front.
Seeing Kittil stretch this gap by Tomo, kind of a surprise. Tomo's car might not be as completely dialed as we saw back in the 2022 season. And Kittil right on the back of Matan. No change really in that section. Maybe a little bit of a sneak up on top of the Corvette.
Yeah, carried really good speed through that section. This is where Kittil's going to lose a little bit, but he can't let that dissuade him. He's got to stay in the areas where his car is going to be advantageous. It's going to be hard for Kittil. This is not going to come easy, but he doesn't need to destroy Rosenberg this weekend. He just needs to outfinish him in at least 2 of the 4 races, and that could come at any moment, including race 4. So this is not over till it's over.
We did change the fastest lap setting the next grid from race 2 to race 3 this season. Part of the reason was the thought that if somebody's having mechanicals in the first couple races, they might have an evening to fix the car and be back in the game. And we have seen that happen a few times, but that's going to upset race 3 and race 4. We'll see what happens for fastest lap. That'll be one of the stories to tell here.
Yeah, Kittil gained 3 points by virtue of that pass on O'Gorman and took the best lap of the race, Adam. So honestly, even if he doesn't win this race, the advantage in race 3 from where he starts could be what he needs. And last lap around for Kittil was a 55.889. For Rosenberg, a 55.892. Just 3 1/1000ths of a second between those 2.
That's almost unexpectedly close.
Down into turn 7 now. Matan using a lot of curbing there to hopefully try to negate some of that heavy car disadvantage, but Kittil is going to reel him in here.
Eric's car is so strong right here. It is so strong.
1/1000ths, Adam.
Unreal, man. Yeah, you can see about a 4 to 5, maybe a 6-car makeup here in Kittil's car. It's so strong in the back section, and there's almost an equal change in that straightaway down towards 7 and up towards 1. And it's fun to watch. I imagine for Kittil, it's got to be a little frustrating to race. You can probably follow his social media and see some of the spicy hands, but this is great racing to watch. These cars are so different, 1,000+ pounds difference.
Yeah, and again, it's just going to be, actually, honestly, Matan didn't gain a ton there. It's right at the end of the straightaway where he gains all that speed.
It's really about 115, 120 on GPS data that we see that you almost can't get rid of that. And this track doesn't have quite the problems with that we would see at like a COTA or Road America, but it is still an issue.
9 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Plenty of race left for Catil. The challenge, as you said, it's frustrating for Catil. Why? Because his advantage comes in a place that's challenging to make passes. Yep. But that doesn't mean that he can't do it. He has done it before. And we'll see if he can take it to the juggernaut of the series this year. Matan's won more races than anybody else, but not by much. Catil's average finish is better than Rosenberg's.
And as somebody who's rooting for both of these drivers, I'm really looking for a good show, and I love the change in the two different cars between the different halves of this track. I got to imagine it's almost frustrating probably for Matan in that back section to just see Catil creep up and creep up. He's going to need to not overdrive this car and burn those tires off in the next 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is where Matan has to kind of overdrive is in an area that on this racetrack is going to really burn up those tires. So it's a good, fair point there, but gained a little bit more ground that time leaving turn 1.
This is where we're going to see him probably bring about a 4-car gap down, or a 10-car gap down to a 4-car gap.
Yeah, Catil just slinging that lightweight Honda Civic about 2,500
so good through
pounds.
here.
Yeah, this configuration for Catil, he's tried going with more power and heavier weight, but he can't quite get on the very high end of the power spectrum, and he sort of ended up kind of in the middle of the rule set. That wasn't as advantageous for his setup. He really needs to stay light, stay nimble, and that's where he'll find his advantage. This is going to be close. If Matan makes a single mistake, the lead changes, but he just hasn't made a mistake yet.
Same thing with Catil. I mean, he has to be perfect through that back section, which is a difficult place to do that. That track is it's smooth, but you have to be absolutely flawless. He's doing that lap after lap here. He just has to keep it up.
Yeah, Barbado and Hedian having a great battle. That's going to bring Eric Meadows into the fight. Here comes his C5 Corvette to the outside. Oh, tight math here. Turn 16. That was really
just
scary.
The outside right there. That is such a fast section of track, too.
And Meadows, because he dropped that tire, he had to lift there for a bit. Maybe he can get the overlap on the brakes to the inside of Hedian. Not quite.
Yeah, he is starting to show, though, so you never know what he's got next section. He's going to have a straight up. There we are, right there. He's probably going to have about a 1-car advantage here on this front straight, but it's going to be above 100 miles an hour, which probably happens right about now. There we go.
And best lap for Matan Rosenberg, just trying to 155 flat, so that will put him as the best lap of the race. Catil is still second quickest, so 155.5 for his best lap, so that will be for them on the front row again, should things continue this way. But there's a look at Eric Magnuson, who tried his car in Gridlife GT trim at Autobahn Country Club a couple of, basically last month, and then Andy Smedegaard, the driver he's chasing right now in that FA24 swap car.
And seeing some questions in the chat. Yeah, SpeedHive has given us issues here. Internet problems, SpeedHive problems. We do have the live timing app beta testing for Gridlife at the top of the chat if you want to check that out.
Yeah, we'll post it again here for those that are looking. But there's Magnuson and then Barbado and Eric Meadows that are closing in slightly here on this battle for P5.
It's a fun race to watch. Eric Meadows just slowly get through his friends here.
And how about this one?
What a train.
Oh boy, this is
four-cylinder.
And that's Kevin Zhu with a borrowed transmission from DJ Alessandrini.
Better take care of it.
Yeah, and he was 18th in race 1. And we're looking at the battle right now for 16th spot. Zhu, now it's 17th. Zhu's dropped 1 spot. Sam Scott looking to take advantage of it.
Hanging rear wheels on these front-wheel drive cars is always fun to watch. It just sometimes it's hard to dial that out. But Matan's stretching on the big back straightaway here.
Yeah, down into the braking zone for 17. Catil really leaning on it.
Saw the back end wiggle just a little bit. Tomo by himself, just trying to be perfect here. Same thing with Andy.
Yeah, Tom knows that the trick here is get that fast lap. The one thing that Tomo doesn't have that these front two have, though, is some rewards weight, Adam. So every time you win a race, you're going to pick up a couple %.
Right. Andy also doesn't have the pressure of this whole championship narrative and, the whole season. Tomo's, I think, probably just here to have a really good time. Big off in turn 1.
And was
very unfortunate.
An issue, or did he just slip? Here comes Tomo. He's going to take second spot away, but that is crucial. We said mistakes just can't happen in the racing with how perfect these drivers have been all season. Eric Catil has finished no worse than 5th all year long, which is a crazy achievement. And he'll drop to 3rd, and I think the next thing he'll have to worry about is cleaning that car and make sure that there's no grass in the grill. But this might be, again, he's second as far as best laps are concerned. Adam, there's something to be said about, these first 2 races didn't go your way, but that doesn't make the math impossible. It certainly doesn't with the invert.
No.
I would say that, make sure your car is good to finish this race. Finish this out in 3rd, and then you've got a front row start set up for race 3. Don't throw this away already. There's still plenty of time.
Hopefully, Catil's car is still underneath of him. We're about probably 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes from the white flag, and we'll see his checker pretty soon.
Oh, boy, this is a battle down into 5 here. Sam Scott on the outside of Don, and here comes Michael Pagano. And
this has got to be a fun spot to be.
Oh, boy, this is getting real spicy out of 6 here. Pagano up on the inside of the FRS there.
Little stronger with the 6-cylinder, and he's starting to figure this track out.
Great little battle here. The S's kind of bring the advantages back and forth. Ooh, little bit of tight squeeze there. And the 727 watching from trail. That's the JZ Motorsports car that gets rented out a little bit. That's Steve Cairo behind the wheel of that car this weekend.
We've seen multiple people run that car in TC and in Club TR, as we said yesterday. James Houghton, Eric De La Riva. And yeah, nothing lifts the rear wheel quite as much as that thing.
And this is the confidence jump here over turn 12 to 14. Look at this battle.
Still a great battle back there. Catil, I think Catil has an issue. He is back further and further and further.
And is he going to, I imagine he'll come to pit lane here with just a couple minutes remaining. This is catastrophic for him. You know how much work he puts into this. It is the white flag, though, 1 lap to go. That will potentially stop the bleeding if he can just stay on the road, but I don't know that he is, and he is not pitting in here, Adam.
Not seeing any issue with the car rolling-wise, but at least he does have a solid start for race 3 based on his lap time.
Yeah, but the challenge is now you see the points dropping. Every position he loses.
That is a problem.
Yeah. And again, we saw, you know, last year the potential for one of the winners of the races to have an issue later in the weekend. It's not inconceivable, especially with the chaos of race 4. So if you're a Catil fan, I wouldn't give up hope yet, but this certainly does make the math a lot harder.
Right now, he's got to fight to stay on the season podium, but if the car's not there, the car's not there.
Yeah, Matan Rosenberg driving another perfect race. About 7/10 off. Last lap around, Tom O'Gorman was I'm just amazed at how consistent Matan's car is. It's only lost 7/10, where everyone else has been a second or two slower than their best laps.
He is, I mean, I'm surprised by that too, especially with the weight per tire of that car. Roughly 20% less power to weight than, or 20 points of rewards weight. Yeah, it's the power to weight is different across this field, and we got to balance these things somehow, but he's somehow keeping that car underneath of him.
Yeah, Eric Magnussen's dealing with Eric Meadows here. This is a great drive forward for the number 3.
Eric just kind of pecking away one car at a time.
Yeah, so for Matan Rosenberg, this was going to be a slugfest between himself and Catil. And again, if Catil can get his issues sorted, this is not over yet. The math is done at the end of the weekend. So don't give it up if you're a Catil fan, but Matan Rosenberg and Team Falcon at Eibach are going back to victory lane again in race 2 by a slightly larger margin this time by virtue of Catil dropping out. Tom O'Gorman will come home in 2nd place. Andy Smedegaard will come home in 3rd. And then Magnussen and Meadows. This is a drag to the line. It will be Magnussen in P4, Meadows P5, and Barbado, Hedian, and the rest of the field coming across the line in 6th place.
What do we have for best laps here so we can predict maybe a race grid for race 3?
It's going to be Rosenberg, and then Catil should be 2nd, and give that O'Gorman 3rd, Smedegaard 4th, Meadows 5th, so that's going to change the math a little bit. But
impressive jump throughout the weekend by Meadows, really getting the car underneath of him with it. I'm saying the car underneath of him way too much. I will work on that. Yeah. Not a good announcer like you, Kyle.
All right, checkered flag here on race number 2. Let's have a look at the results for Eibach GLTC race 2 as the field comes back around to finish their laps. And look at the scenes and sights here. Matan Rosenberg gets it done. Tom O'Gorman 2nd. And Andy Smedegaard in 3rd. Magnussen, Meadows, Barbado, Hedian, Morrison, and Lena Chin with a top 10. Ryan Power right there in the conversation. How about Paul Darling, P11, Blake Korth, Salil Shukla, James Smith, Kevin Zhu, Sam Scott, Michael Pagano in the 18th spot. Down to the tail end of the order, you see Eric Catil down there in 30th place, off at the tail end of the race. So again, no drop races in the finale here at Pit Race. So, you know, the math definitely falls in favor of Matan needing to have a mistake or a mechanical issue now for the rest of the weekend, but you know,
well, he doesn't want to. Someone else might need him to. But
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the 40 cars registered roughly and 30 cars in the field. That shows how difficult it is just to do this level of racing. These cars are difficult to keep around. They are needy creatures. Yeah, we saw a little bit of a mechanical attrition suspected with Catil's here. This is so difficult, especially at this level with these drivers. Yeah, just really curious what happened, the story behind why Catil went off in turn 1 there and what happened with the car. Hopefully everything is all right, but part of the reason that we did move that, they're deep off by himself there.
Yeah.
Part of the reason we moved that fastest lap, resetting a grid to race 3, was for situations like this, not just for this particular one, but we saw it over and over in a pattern where the cars get beat on, they're difficult to keep around and alive, and maybe they have the evening to fix the car. So hopefully we see a resurgence from some others tomorrow.
And if it rains, it changes the math entirely.
100%.
Checkered flag for Baton Rosenberg. Eibach GLTC Race 2 complete from pit race.
For cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
It's the season finale for Gridlife here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. Welcome back to Pit Race here in Wampum, Pennsylvania. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Adam Jabay. We are getting set for our second race of the weekend for Gridlife GT. And race 1 of the weekend was pretty spectacular to watch with a pretty full field here. Let's have a look at some of the race 1 highlights from earlier today before we get set for Gridlife GT race number 2. Get a look down at the paddock and cars pulling back in post Eibach GLTC race 2, but GLGT, the same concept, just with the motor turned up at the start. It was Christian Aranha, the 606 Supra, and AJ Hartman out front, Adam. But a fun battle was for second place with Hartman and DeLucia.
Yeah, very different cars and exhibiting different strengths, similar to what we see in TC. We just saw that race 2, and fun to watch, and also fun to see the development of some of these cars and drivers. Some of these drivers have been with us since Midwest Festival, the inception of this class, and especially like an AJ Hartman, and he's starting to really come into his own. It's especially a track like this, so many different places to take advantage of different strengths of different cars.
Yeah, Christian Aranha in dominant fashion won race 1 of that 606 Toyota GR Supra. I would expect probably more of the same, although Alan Patton is driving that car in track mod. That might change the math, but AJ Hartman was second in race number 1.
AJ Hartman in a good spot for the season points. He couldn't be in a better spot at the moment.
Yeah, there's a look at your field and the diversity represented across this field. Similar to what we see in GLTC, smaller class size for now, but there's a lot of interest building in this championship. And we talked about some of the drivers moving up from Eibach GLTC to Gridlife GT, allowing their detuned motors to run less detuned. Yep. And it's honestly been a lot of fun for drivers like Eric Jensen.
Yeah, Eric Jensen seemed yesterday like he was kind of on cloud 9, playing with a bigger splitter and a lot more horsepower. The first time, I couldn't believe the first time he's ever driven that car, a LS Swap G-Force 4-speed dog box. First time he's driven it with that much horsepower. So you think you'd build one of those and you just crank it to the 400 wheel or whatever is there and go play with it. But he had only ever played with it in D2 trim.
Yeah, Chris DeLucia in a borrowed car after having his car with an engine failure at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And you see him sticking the finger out the window for the 1 minute minute because we heard the whistle. There's Eric Jensen in the LS Swap FRS. David Bamforth in the 404 Porsche came in right alongside him. Just great to see the diversity start to build here, and the drivers sort of carry some of the same expectations and culture over from Eibach GLTC.
You can see Eric Jensen just a second ago. He trucks that car all the way from Texas, all over the country with us. Super fun to see that. Same thing with David Bamforth from the Boston area. Him and a bunch of his friends loaded into a stacker, and they go all over. So many thanks to all these drivers and the crew and the family, and obviously to the spectators that come and make these events possible. We're seeing the spectator field really fill out by the gate. Couldn't do this without everybody on the screen and everybody out there.
Gary Wimble also getting set up for another Gridlife GT race. Solid run in the first race of 4 here this weekend. Of course, very similar format to Eibach GLTC, so it'll be same story here. Fastest lap will set us up for tomorrow's race 3, but as the field rolls off, we'll have a quick look here at our starting lineup and give us the grid here for race number 2 for Gridlife GT. Of course, we'll also have live data provided courtesy of Fire Labs, the official data provider of Gridlife GT. Christian Arana and AJ Hartman share that front row once again. Toyota and Ford on the top step. Chris DeLucia and Eric Jensen will share row number 2. BMW and a Chevy-powered Toyota in row 2. Porsche and Corvette in row number 3 with David Bamforth and Gary Wimble. Then Adam Ulrich and Hans Horpedal, a couple of C5 starting in row 4. Horpedal, another one of those championship competitors. Then Alex Moss and Christopher Schooler will start in row number 5, and Jeff Zazoulis will start in row number 6, all by himself in 11th place. We talked about Fire Labs and how they're the official data provider of GLGT throughout the race. We're going to take a look at some of those really neat data points that kind of give us some insights as to, confirming our hunches about the way cars are performing. But the whole idea behind Fire Labs, Adam, it's a pretty neat system. I've got a chance to play with it a lot over the year. But it's not necessarily just a data logger. There's plenty of devices that do that to a very high level already. But the idea behind Fire Labs with the Fire Link is that it allows you to basically upload and stream your data in real time to the Fire Labs server, and it'll analyze your laps for you while you're in the car, so that when you get out of the car, you don't have to plug in anything, you don't have to upload anything. You just get out, you go to your computer, and you can see your lap analysis, you can see your data, and it'll give you insights on how to actually find time and improve with some algorithm-based, learning-based, and all the other laps in the system. So some of the drivers like Eric Magnussen, who tried this out at Autobahn Country Club, found a couple of tenths of a second after following its instructions. Even Hans Horpedal, he was skeptical. He's a coach in some instances, and had given some suggestions to a driver when they looked at Fire Labs later, had given the exact same suggestions. It's just really cool, and the data tie-in for the broadcast is spectacular.
And also, Fire Labs started out as a system that you could upload data from basically anything. They even integrated like Tesla data into it, where you could factory data out of your Tesla on track. You could feed it into there, and it would tell you what to potentially do. And just next level with the telemetry style, where we can see it, where the driver can see it, and it's already up there. They don't even have to upload it post-session. It's just one less thing to do. You can keep. This is a difficult hobby, a difficult sport. You can keep the car alive more, and it can help you after the session. Just less steps in order to find those extra few tenths. And also, long term, it'll probably help create better rules and better parity in these wheel-to-wheel classes. The more we can integrate this technology into this sport.
Yeah, really neat system. And again, if you're interested, firelabs.com, check it out there. But the data insights are really neat because it allows you to give context for the racing that we're seeing. We suspected that AJ Hartman's car generates the most cornering force based on his aero setup in comparison to the relatively simple setups you see on the other cars in the field. And we saw that confirmed on the data in race number 1, and we'll see plenty more of that in race 2. Christian Arana, Adam, can he lose this without a perfect race?
I mean, you can definitely lose things. We saw this car go for a wild ride with Alan Patton behind the wheel just a few minutes ago in Time Attack. It only takes one mistake to kind of bin your chances at a wheel-to-wheel class win. But it's always pretty much anybody's race to lose, but you got to get through the first few turns in order to get the prospect of winning within grasp.
Well, there's a great look at the water tower here, one of the photogenic items here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. It's time to go racing for Gridlife GT, race number 2 of 4 on the weekend. Pick your manufacturer Manufacturer Alliance. You get real fans of motorsport in here, following Toyota, BMW, Chevy, Ford, whatever battle du jour is. Honda's in here as well.
Yeah, Gridlife started by a couple of Honda guys, so there's always a crowd favorite, and hopefully it's that.
Green flag and underway here in Gridlife GT Race 2 and championship battle. Look at this. AJ Hartman. Oh, we're going to be 3 wide into turn 1, maybe 4. Lock up there for Hartman down into the first corner, Adam.
Do you know if Hartman's got ABS on that car? I do not know.
Don't think he does.
But he does have the downforce. You do have some speed even on the start at that. Eric Jensen way up front, right behind AJ Hartman.
Yeah, really strong start for Eric Jensen. And Chris DeLucia is going to try to go up the inside there late into turn 3. Didn't get it stopped.
Some of the better braking we saw last race was Chris DeLucia, but some of the faster min and max speeds was just behind him, a couple cars back by Hans Horpedahl. If he can keep that car together, the problem in the last race was stuck in 4th gear. If he can keep that car together, he's probably got a good chance to make up a few spots here as well.
Yeah, and again, critically at the top of the screen, there is your championship battle. James Houghton is not here. He is not going to contest this championship any longer. And look at this battle into turn 7. Hans Horpedahl sneaking through David Bamforth. That's critical. He was not very quick earlier in the weekend, and he's 11 points behind Hartman right now. And Hartman, with 1 more pass or 2 more races, is going to easily eclipse James Houghton, put him in the lead of the title.
We'll see what happens here in the next about 12 minutes before we see a white flag. But seen a lot of green to checker racing. We'd love to see more of that. Little dip on the outside left by Jensen, and DeLucia sneaks just by his right side.
Yeah, Jensen left plenty of space there. The model racer maybe left a little too much space, though. Got taken advantage of perhaps by DeLucia. Here comes Horpedahl with a run down the hill into turn 15. Hans in that silver C5 is going to need to outperform Hartman this race, or at least the next 2, by a pretty fair margin to steal this championship title back. He went all the way out to California to rack up some points to hopefully do just that.
Jensen in front of him right now has a little bit lighter car, a little bit less wheel horsepower. We'll see how that affects him going up the hill. He gets a slightly better exit onto the front straight.
Hartman across the line, 2nd place now to Christian Aranha, who's just set sail again. Watch Hans Horpedahl, 230 points, cuts it down from 11 to 8. And now that he's in 5th place, any other position changes are going to start to matter a whole lot more. So
AJ Hartman in a good spot for his car, though. He's in clean air, and all he's got to do is keep his head down. Christian is checking out a little bit, 3 seconds ahead. AJ just has to nail every single turn here.
Look at David Bamforth, almost 135 miles an hour.
Wow.
And the highest min speed of that lap was actually Chris DeLucia, 47 miles an hour at his slowest. Gary Wimble, 44. That was 2nd quick in the min speed section, but that's a fast Porsche.
Yeah.
And how about sector times on the opening lap? Look at Eric Jensen picking up 2 of the quickest sectors.
Pretty solid.
I don't think there's a fire link in the 606, but Jensen and DeLucia certainly do have them. And DeLucia quickest in sector 3, but Eric Jensen, really strong start there in the 184. And how about this speed trap there on that opening lap?
Wow, impressive mile per hour to Bamforth here.
Yeah, just really strong in that 404, looking really good.
Very slippery car, though. That's a car that should have decent top end. It doesn't have big crazy aero. It does have OEM, very smooth lines and underbody, and he's driven the car a lot, so pretty well piloted, I'm sure.
And AJ Hartman again battling up in 2nd place, has the highest cornering force, but not by a lot. Chris DeLucia right there, 1.46 Gs to Hartman's 1.48. Great insights there from Fire Laps. Down into turn 17 here on lap 2. Aranha's gone, but this is the battle for 2nd. Little smoke there. Maybe a tire rub from DeLucia. He is just ripping this M3.
Yeah. You got to be careful. Got to keep the tires under. The GLGT chat had some calls for fresh tires. They're burning them down. So
I don't see where Jensen went. He was 4th. He's dropped down the order a little ways, and we're going to see Horpedahl move up a position here. Right there. Oh, no, not yet. Jensen's dropped somewhere.
Yeah, Jensen might be in.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Nice strong start to the race, and will drop out of contention, and so will Jeff Zazoulis. But that is another point to Horpedahl. 7 points separate the top 3 of the championship here. And Horpedahl is closing on DeLucia and Hartman, and this is going to get really interesting. Yeah. Last time around, Horpedahl ran a 152.807, and that was a little bit slower than DeLucia, but faster than AJ Hartman, and well off of Christian Aranha, who just ran a 150.7. That's 3 seconds quicker than anybody else.
Hans trying to meld into this car all year, and he's been getting better and better as long as he can keep the reliability there. Like I said, last race, stuck in 4th gear. Obviously, it's looking a lot better than it did, and we'll see if he can keep it together for about the next 9 minutes.
Yeah, through the S's here on the backside of the course. I think, again, as soon as he gets by DeLucia, moves him up into, he's got 16 points now, so this next position will be worth 2 more. That puts him at 233. And then the next position, which would put him second, is a 4-point gain, which would put him right on the heels of Hartman. So
very close.
This is going to be a championship battle all the way to the end.
He has upgraded brakes and several other things since Laguna, and he said to me in between race weekends that I don't know if I'll ever have another chance at a championship. I'm going to throw it all on the line. So if he can keep that car together, he might have some fun.
Well, we have a full course yellow here with a couple minutes elapsed. So
see if I can pull up the data of what happened here.
Yeah, maybe does that belong to Jensen perhaps, because he's the only one. Yep, Eric Jensen's off at 17 there, Adam, just on the outside.
Yep, stationary.
So that's going to bring out a yellow. Should be a pretty nice, quick retraction here. And we've still got plenty of time left on the board to get a restart. And that plays right into Horpedal's hands here.
Safety trucks on their way.
Yeah, they got to go track direction, though, so it's going to take them a second to get back around.
That's a ways.
Yep. But this is going to change the math. There's Chris Schooler, by the way, in the number 39, making his first start in Gridlife GT.
He has ran Eibach GLTC before, but much more comfortable place with that E92 M3, running a little bit more horsepower.
And right at the yellow there, Chris DeLucia had gotten around Hartman. I didn't see if that had happened, if it was I don't want to assume it's a pass under yellow, but DeLucia had just gotten by him at the stripe. So you see already how that has affected the points.
We will see.
But they'll send the wrecker out there to go get Eric Jensen. Hope it's something easy. He was so excited about the trim that he was running in, just so much more power. And his car originally ran with the NASA category, I believe, so it got detuned pretty heavily, 2-run GLTC, and I don't think he would have chosen to detune it that much.
Although he ran it pretty lightweight in NASA, Texas, so it was low horsepower. I think the most he had said that he ever ran was 240.
Okay.
So he's about 100 horsepower up right now. Hopefully it's not a mechanical. Hopefully it's a simple fix for him overnight. What was his fastest lap time of this race? Did he have a decent spot for tomorrow?
It was a 1:58. I don't think he
so
really
he was
had
still
a good
battling
lap
to get there. But hopefully easy fix. He does have a lot of his car identifies as a Corvette. He usually pits with them. He's got all of his buddies around. So if there's anybody that can fix it, it's the gang in the paddock right now.
Yeah, I think one of the things that he had, I mean, this is a race car that, while it has an FRS skin on it, almost everything has been replaced and serviceable. And for, I think he's also switched over, does he have a hub conversion on that car to run different wheels?
I believe so. And he just recently upgraded to a quick change rear end because the fragile 4-cylinder rear end in here was giving him fits. He had issues with axles and other things. So hopefully we get a thumbs up. He's got a thumbs up for us. Thank you, Eric.
There, so unfortunate for Eric Jensen, and again, we'll hope that he'll get that.
Not seeing anything abnormal on the car, so it's definitely got to be under the skin that the issue is.
He could have just shut off. He tried to get off the course, but there's just not really a good place to pull off down there besides going uphill towards pit lane.
So unless you can make the rest of the way.
Yeah, if it just lost power.
Oh, I think I see the problem.
Oh,
that's an issue.
There's your problem.
You figured it out, Kyle.
Yeah,
Kyle, we figured it out. I'm seeing a missing hub.
Yeah, well, there is.
Yeah,
it's not supposed to look like that.
Nope, missing something. Missing something.
Well, I think we identified what the fix is going to be.
Man, we are great mechanics up here in the booth.
Oh, boy. That was almost comical.
Not for him.
No, not for him. But he's probably got parts to fix that, I think.
There's somebody here that's got a part.
Yeah.
So I'll go out there and I'll swap a knuckle off of somebody else's car and put it back if they need it.
If he needs
Peter Gramberg's right there. That's the same knuckle, I'm sure.
I got an FRS just sitting in the parking lot.
Kyle, we might need some parts.
It would not be the first time.
Send out a parts call notice, and there we go.
At least got his nice wheel back.
Hopefully that didn't go too far, but the safety team doing a great job here. Very impressed with their recoveries, and also very impressed with the lack of the need of too many recoveries. So thank you to the drivers for that. But great safety team here.
Was it clear that the hub actually broke? Because I don't see anything attached to that wheel.
Well, we're looking at the outside of the wheel. I didn't see any hub inside of that. I saw a round circle, which is usually the back side of the hub. The race, the actual bolts, the studs were not there. So.
Yep. So cars coming across the line. We might be able to restart next time by if we get that car picked up on
in the situation of this. They might pull him out of the car and get to a safe location and finish with a local yellow there. But looks like they got the flatbed coming out.
Yeah. So well, let's see. Let's see what we got as far as schedule here. We've got Gridlife Rush Series Race 2, but that isn't until 3:35. It is currently 3:20. A little bit of time. You know, there's some time. So I want to anticipate a restart, get too excited about it, but
I would say race control being led by John Raymond. He knows what we want, and he's going to try to give it to us.
Yeah. And again, with a little bit of time on the board, that's why we don't necessarily set these races up at exactly 15 minutes. If all goes nice and clean, it's usually 15 flag to flag. But again, with a little bit of extra time in the block, why not?
Yeah, we typically do 25-minute blocks for these 15-minute flag to flag races. Some of that is ate up by pace car laps at the start, lap or laps depending on condition or racetrack. But yeah, hopefully we can get at least a green, white, and checker.
Now, if you're A.J. Hartman or Hans Horpedal, you're nose to tail right now, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, restarts are single file, and they have to stay that way.
What's your plan if you're Hans Horpedal? How much send are you giving it here in race 2 of the weekend?
Well, some of this depends on what I'm seeing when I see that green flag. Is it a green by itself? Because that means I got at least 2 laps. Is it a green-white? Because those can be waved together, and that signifies that you are on your last lap. Go now. I think I would probably, if I was Hans versus AJ, I'd probably stick real close to the back of him and try to get next to him somewhere if I can. Even getting next to a car like that is going to upset the aero. It's going to make him, give up a little bit. If I was Hans, I'd try to get in front of AJ and the downhill aiming towards 17. But it's going to be tough. Not going to be easy. I'm sure AJ will not let that happen, without a fight.
Yep. And of course, note also the points at the top of the screen. We mentioned James Houghton's not here. That number 238 is not going to go away.
Not for long, Canada boy.
No.
Miss you.
And Hartman and Horpedal are just going to add to their totals. Nice,
great
quick
recovery.
cleanup.
Here we
Great
go.
work, guys.
Yeah, they've got a sling strap there. Looks like they grabbed the axles in the front and rolling. They'll be off track in just a moment, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think we can probably slow that pace car down. We're only at turn 12. It's going to be close.
You know John's calling for it.
Yep. So
nobody's better at this than race control John. And he's got those cool Ray-Ban sunglasses.
Makes you look extra cool. All right, coming up over the crest here. Usually they shut the lights off on the downhill run. I was the pace car driver here last year, Adam, so yeah, I know all about that.
Yep, and we've got pace Carby right now, Juliet driving the pace car Barbie, as she has proclaimed herself.
And the white flag has been pulled in from the corner worker there.
I think we're going to go here. We'll see what we get, though. Maybe 2 laps, maybe 1. We'll know in just a minute.
Yep, so
lots of cutouts at a track like this, too. You can hide in a good spot, but I don't think Eric had a whole lot of ability to hide when you've only got 3 out of the 4.
Well, Christian Aranaha is going to just set sail again, I think, with the pace that he's been running, but it's not over till it's over. And DeLucia, Hartman, Horpedal still chasing championship fights. As far as DeLucia's run here in the title, I think it's worth mentioning, because we're only showing the top 3 in the championship standings. I don't think that he's mathematically out of it by any stretch. It's just that the math gets a lot harder. He was 30 points behind A.J. Hartman, so it will take more effort to win, but it's certainly possible.
And the pace vehicle is in. Pace vehicle. I think it identifies as a truck. So we'll see right now. Let's see what the flag is for us in just a second. What a great shot. Project Prime is doing amazing work here.
Green flag, and it is going to be a green flag
straight
only.
Green, 2 laps at least. They can keep it clean into turn 1. We'll have some racing. Hans out far right.
Past A.J. Hartman for 3rd, and if he could get 2nd place, that would probably be the championship lead.
Looked like David Bamford dips him outside right, but everybody continued clean through 1 and dropping down into the high-speed left-hander here.
And here comes up the inside is that Gary Wimble on Hartman. Tight squeeze down there on the downhill run. Aranaha leads. DeLucia 2nd. Horpedal 3rd. A.J. Hartman. And Gary Wimble popped out there P5.
Big reshuffle here on the restart. We got a couple laps to play with, too. This is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, look
at
Alex
Moss. Very
Moss.
different cars. A lot of different cars. Alex Moss sticking to the outside left. Keeps it together.
And again, Aranaha with that great restart. DeLucia to 2nd. And again, with Hans Horpedal making that move to 3rd place, and with Hartman dropping to 4th, that's going to switch their spots next time they come back around. Here's Adam Ulrich on the outside of Alex Moss. Really tight squeeze here between the S2 and the Corvette.
great to see such perfect straight line parity between two very different cars, and fun to see. They both raced together in TC, both have a lot of street mod experience as well in similar cars or the same car in Ulrich's case. And Dipsy outside left, big smoke cloud, a lot of dust.
Yeah.
Starting to dry out here.
Yeah, a little wiggle there for Adam after he got in there a little hot. So
great driving there, though.
Yeah, gathered it back up.
See what is up front with the Horpendahl and DeLucia battle.
Yeah, down into 17 here. And
what a fast section right here. My car's out of gear right there.
Ooh, here comes Hartman up the inside of Wimble. This is going to be critical this weekend. It could come down to a single point, and Hartman needs every single one he can get. He's going to get back by Gary Wimble and clear the number 11 across the stripe here. And Wimble's going to cross him back over and steal the spot back, I think, as they come up the front stretch. And Wimble is going to beat him to the line.
White flag is out.
One to go. Horpendahl takes, well, actually, they're tied right now for second in the championship.
Wow.
Wow. And this is the last lap. Christian Aranja well out front, but the battle for third, this is the difference between Hartman holding on to second or being P3.
And Hartman with the big aero cars we talk about, probably a slight disadvantage with somebody in front of him, but he's been driving amazing this weekend, very clean. And but Gary is in a good spot right here. You know, maybe a little bit of advantage for the cars behind him versus Gary, but then Gary gets those last two straightaways.
Yeah, actually, once they cross the line there, Hartman dropped to 232 points, so that is going to officially swap the lead of the championship if it stays this, or at least the prospective lead of the championship, with Houghton still clinging to 238 points in his absence. But Hartman's not giving up just yet. Greg, let's have one more look at final laps, please. So coming back around to finish their last lap, AJ Hartman trying to poke around on Gary Wimble.
Entering the high speed here, see what happens.
And a big curb jump there on the run to 12. And have a look at this, just as the min-max speeds a moment ago. David Bamforth again, 136 miles an hour for Bamforth. And Hans Horpendahl, 133 miles an hour. Again, really quick, but here comes Hartman down the hill on Wimble. Needs to make this pass if he wants to at least cling to Horpendahl for second in the title fight going into tomorrow and the end of the race weekend, the end of the season. Here comes Christian Aranja up the hill for the final time. It'll be 2 for 2 for Christian Aranja in the 606, and the Thunder Bunny Supra wins both GLGT races here on Saturday.
Chris DeLucia in P2, who'll be chased by Hans Horpendahl right there. Hans got the car back underneath of him, feeling good, it looks like.
Ooh, Bamforth.
And it looks like we're going to have, yep, Gary. And hard to tell who got that. Probably Hartman.
Yep, by a tenth of
a second. They were on the line together. We couldn't see quite from that angle.
Yeah, but that will stay P5 for AJ Hartman. Not the race he really needed to keep his championship hunt alive.
But it looked like a fun one. That looked like an enjoyable way to spend 2 laps. The fight is part of the reason that we're here.
And here's a look at the run of the line here. Watch David Bamforth pop out, big slipstream here. Adam almost had him.
Catches that draft, and yeah, photo finish is not needed there. Hartman's got it regardless of transponder placement. That is one thing that we don't talk about a lot, but you can put the transponder in the back or the rear, and if you have cars that have them opposite, sometimes the digital results are wrong and the photo results are needed, but it looked like Hartman got that one.
All right, with that, Gridlife GT Race 2 is complete. Let's have a look back at the highlights here from this race. And again, this started with a pretty frantic start. Look at Eric Jensen on the outside, 3 wide on the run to turn 1. Christian Aranja bobbling down the hill, trying to run away from AJ Hartman and Eric Jensen. Jensen ended up having an issue later in the lap. All the while, Hartman and DeLucia battled for second place, much like they did in the first race. But because of Jensen's stricken car at turn 17, brought out the full course yellow for a hub failure on the 184, hoping that he can get that set. A 2-lap dash to the end is what decided this one. Again, Christian Aranja sprinted away. Alex Moss and Adam Ulrich just door to door, incredibly close, running down the order. And Christian Aranja was able to come home with a Race 2 victory here in Gridlife GT in the Thunder Buddy Toyota Supra. Gridlife GT Race 2 complete.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
Born on the track. Bred on the mountains. Raised on the podium. Ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
It's the Gridlife season finale here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. 19 corners and 2.7 miles here at this amazing facility. 25 years old, and that will be as old as it gets with the announcement that this racetrack will close in about a month's time. And the property was sold very suddenly, but we're going to enjoy it one more time here in Gridlife this weekend. It all starts with that run down from turn 1 to turn 5, that picturesque plunge down to the bottom of turn 5, the lowest point on the racetrack, clawing up the hill to 7, 8, 9, 10, the fast S's here. Then a kink through turn 11 into turn 12, the heavy braking zone. That's a great passing opportunity, a sneak attack if you've got the chance. Then up through turn 13 and 14 to swing left and right. 15 back to the left again, and then 16 that sets you up for a heavy braking zone, your last passing opportunity on the lap before you throttle up 2 kinks all the way to the start-finish line, turn 18 and 19. That's a lap here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. Race 1 of the Gridlife Rush Series already contested, and we'll have a look at what happened earlier today in the Gridlife Rush Series. It was Jalen Batley and Ayrton Grimm on the front row that were door-to-door, and Jalen Batley was playing second fiddle to other drivers at the non-championship rounds earlier in the season, but this time he just set sail and let Jason Ayler and Ayrton Grimm battle for P2. A spin for Nick Billingsley sent everybody battling. This quick moment between Kraus and Kellert, a little bit of a touch there about halfway through the race. Grimm and Ayler continued to battle for the rest of the show. Then Jeremy Boysen went around for a loop at turn 18. And Sam Reed moving up his way through the order. At the checkered flag, though, got a little bit of an early checker because the Boysen stuck there at turn 17, and that allowed Jalen Batley to pick up his first win of the weekend. So that was Rush Series race number 1. We're just a couple minutes away from the second race of the weekend, and we've mentioned it so far a couple of times, but the championship standings are already locked in, and the number 56 of Ryan Leach was the winner back at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. This is not a round that will count for championship points. This is just an encore for the season, and the winner of the weekend still gets a trophy, but they just won't stack onto the season points that they've earned. Jason Ayler there in the number 74, just completely zoned in, absolutely zen right now, preparing for this race, and he's up against Ayrton Grimm right alongside him, the youngster in the 121, the CRP racing car, and he's given us the nod. He's carrying one of those Fire Laps Fire Links on board as well, partnering up with them, and have this car finally dialed in. Max Kraus in the 314, gridded right ahead of the 13 of Lee Kellert. Those two had a little bit of a door bang in turn 17 in race 1 with that fierce, hard racing, and the 13 of Lee Kellert, the 19 of Kelsey Billingsley. Adam Jabay rejoins me here in the booth, and Adam, we've been treated to a really fun race earlier today. Race 2 on deck here.
Yeah, really proud of the Rush Series in the past couple years, the evolution of the drivers and these cars and the prep and the development. We've been getting a lot of green 2 checker racing, and I want more of that because that's what they want. It's more fun for them. It's more fun to watch.
Yeah, Trip Stout, and then of course Sam Reed getting geared up for his race. The 20 of Bill Dorrance also aligned. It was just interesting to see all the drivers through their helmets. Yep. You know, Jason Ayler had his eyes closed, just absolutely locked in.
I always preach in the drivers meetings, drive it in your head as much as you can. Drive it in your head as much as you can, and you'll look.
Nick Billingsley, how are you? Locked in. Saw AJ Campo there as well. Rob Desjardins in the number 81. See Paul Click in the 71 car as well. Love the hang loose. Everyone just enjoying their time being here. This has got to be such a fun car to drive around a racetrack like this. What, 1,300 pounds with driver and fuel?
Yep, 1325 post-race, so probably in the 1350, 1360 right now, depending on how much fuel they burn, if you want to have a little bit of a buffer. But they usually run these things really close. Yesterday, post-qualifying, we had a car that was exactly 1325. The rules do allow 1 water bottle. So if a driver's dehydrated and they're flickering on the 1325, they might need to take a drink of water.
Is that a standard 20-ounce water bottle?
I think it's defined as a 12-ounce, which is hard to find.
Yeah.
So,
I think the one I got is a 16.9.
16.9. This would be too big. So we have to dump some out before you hand it to the driver in the impound area. When I told the tech guys last night that if you have one that's flickering, they are allowed a water bottle, they were like, "Really? That's in the rules?" Yes, that's in the rules.
I don't mind that rule, and the thing is you have to cut it so close. I think if you were confident that you could get that close, I think drivers would do that. I mean, you look at a series that's spec Adam, and there's this is another thing that you talked about on the Perfect Lap podcast about how in spec racing, the things that you're trying to find, the advantages that you're trying to find, are not in creativity with modifications to the car that are obviously visible.
Kind of opposite of our other classes.
Yeah,
too.
You're looking for reductions in drag and mechanical forces and things of the sort, and that's where the creativity is found. And hey, if you can calculate your weight to within the weight of a water bottle, by all means.
Yeah, we've even had, I think it was at Road Atlanta, so Rush sells a step that you can put on the side pod of the car where you can step on it and then drop in. We had somebody that had the holes drilled for the provision for the step, and they took the step off. And the suspicion from other drivers was they were trying to reduce pressure inside the body, and they requested that we put tape over those holes. That's how serious it has gotten in Rush. But it's also largely in good fun. These drivers are doing it for all the right reasons, and they're really seeking the they want the bare legal playing field. We see the David Hasse sticker right there. We miss our friend Dave. Dave was the founder of Rush, and I can't think of anybody personally that I felt embodied more of what we want out of racing itself than Mr. Hasse. So it was very sad to see him pass away earlier this year. I've had a lot of fun in the past couple of years hanging with him and with all of his friends. So glad he reached out a few years ago. Yep, that little sticker, if you see that white and blue, that is the Memorial David Hasse sticker. So hopefully his crew has one more good race for the second to last day of competition. And we got Jalen Batley and Jason Eller on the front row.
And Ayrton Grimm and Max Kraus starting in row number 2. A couple of youngsters bringing up 3rd and 4th. And Lee Kellert and Kelsey Billingsley sharing row number 3 in the 13 and 19 car. Trip Stout in the number 1. Sam Reed starts 8th in the number 256. Bill Dorrance rolls off in 9th place right alongside A.J. Campo in the pink number 227. Then Nick Billingsley, hi Mom, starts 11th. Yep. And then you see the 777. That car's going to start from the pit lane, by the way. Rob Desjardins in the 81 starts 13th. Pat Brady 15th, Chuck Desjardins in 16th place, and wrapping up the tail of the field there, Jeremy Boysen and Jared Anderson will start at the rear.
And Jeremy Boysen did lose a starter on that spin and the second to last lap last race, but that was the cause there. And it's I think he's 3 starters in this year. We got to teach his left foot what to do with that clutch on the spin, but he's getting there. He's getting there. He found good pace yesterday, and hopefully he has a great run up through some cars here, and they have a good race.
Jeremy Boysen's car has a really cool kind of sticker bomb wrap
really
on
cool.
it. And if you've seen it up close, the wrap shop asked, they said, do you want us to try to match this up on all the body panels? He said, well, if you can, try. And I don't think I've ever seen a wrap job done with more precision.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's really cool.
When he showed up with it, I think it was at Lime Rock. It was mid-year, and I thought, I didn't know who it was until I saw the number on there. And yeah, it's a great-looking car now, super unique.
So, again, there's no championship points on the line here this weekend. There's just weekend points. And for the Gridlife Rush Series, again, just an encore to a really fantastic season that spanned all 9 rounds of the championship.
Many people might not know, but our first season of Gridlife Touring Cup was a no championship season, and kind of on purpose. We wanted the drivers to do exactly what these Rush drivers are doing right now, is race for the racing. Just come out and let's put on a good show. Let's race for the racing. So I'm glad to have these drivers at, it was Mid-Ohio, Autobahn, and this round that were non-season points rounds. And yeah, I love it when they're just racing to have fun. Coming down that back straight towards 17. And the little Mazda ND pace car that, the pace car that could all year pretty much.
A lot of track miles on that car.
I think that's pretty much all it gets used for right now that resides in John and Juliet's garage. But
all right, doubled up here for the
out.
start. Yep. We're coming to the green for Gridlife Rush Series race number 2. And pit race, kind of a little gleaming beacon here in the Pittsburgh area for racetracks. There's not a ton else around here, but it will be gone after this event as far as Gridlife is concerned. But we're going to go racing a couple more times today and
Imagine
tomorrow.
We're green right about now. Nope. This track is big. There we are. I was almost ready. I was almost right. 4 wide for a split second there. Hopefully they can clean it up into turn 1.
Garrett and Grimm, watch him. He's going to try to get up underneath Jason Ayler through turn 1 there.
He's coming from the left side. Let's see.
Spin, crash.
Oh, no.
Over, and that's Jeremy Boysen up and over, rolling into a stop that will immediately bring out a full course yellow. Cars scattering. And that was a scary tumble there for Boysen.
That is not fun to see. And we'll be under full course yellow here in just a moment, I am sure.
Yeah. And there it is. And they're going to quit racing down the hill here as soon as they pick up the next corner station.
There is the possibility that Jeremy can get it fired and drive back in the paddock.
I mean,
but I'm not expecting
those
that.
rush cars take a mighty big
I'm not expecting that.
Yeah, so I think they haven't quite seen the yellow there, I don't think, coming up the hill. It is full course.
Hopefully arm restraints did what they need to do, and we've got a full Jeremy Boysen. We'll know in just a moment, but they'll be seeing the full course yellow here in just a moment as they're, I'm sure, getting the pace car out, but obviously no danger right now.
We are hearing that he is moving and getting out of the car, so that is great news.
Good to hear. I'm sure safety crew is right there. That was in turn 1, so they were actually a few hundred feet away. And we're seeing a red flag. We're looking for a stoppage here.
Yeah, so again, I think the drivers are not used to seeing reds, but again, everyone knows the deal with a red flag here in Gridlife, and there it is, red flag there, and they're going to stop this just because there's too much debris.
They're blocking the track.
Yeah,
That's
too many safety vehicles and things of the sort. So, yeah, that's going to be unfortunate for Boysen, but you see him getting up out of the car. And, Jeremy Boysen is such a character in our paddock. And, unfortunate for him, unfortunate for the car. But if I know Jeremy well, he's going to talk about this later and, talk about how wild of a ride it was.
He's probably never had a rollover before, but we're seeing what looks like an intact buddy there. That's good. Luckily,
look at the halo structure.
He luckily had a Trident bar on there. That is the upper front portion, but these cars do take a hit pretty well. It looked like he might have gotten tire to tire tangled, and that is the reason that you can flip a car like this. But that was probably the best place for it to happen on track. The ambulance was actually just a few hundred feet away, so thankful for that.
I will check with them. So they're actually going to wave a black, and it looks like they're going to bring cars down pit lane for now.
That would be what I would do, yep.
And they're going to stop the race clock as well.
Okay.
So, I don't know that we've done this before.
No, it's the first for us.
Maybe we did. Autobahn Country Club a couple of years ago, we had a stopped race that we came to pit lane for a few minutes for.
I do remember that. I don't remember what that was for. Oh, that was, I think that
was race 3.
I think we blocked, we blocked turn 1, 2 at Autobahn. A couple of cars came together. Not a rush series, obviously, but.
Yeah, so rolling down pit lane, we're going to stop the clock, and this is just because we have a little extra time, and again, just to give the safety teams enough time to
let them clear it off.
Yeah,
spectators got a little bit of a view of that, I'm sure. I haven't had a car on the lid in a while. It came back down on the wheels, thankfully.
Yeah, we talked about this a little earlier in the day about how well these Rush Series cars take impacts, and now we've seen a rollover here. Again, just really impressed with the engineering, and again, when you take the bodywork off, you get a really good view of how much structure's underneath.
Full tube chassis, some big side impact bars, and especially when you have that later gen, they call it the Trident, that bar up on top in the front. Driver's pretty well protected from debris. We do, before every Rush session, we do a track inspection, and we do that for a reason, because they're obviously only protected by their helmet and maybe the Trident bar in this case. But the things that we found on track inspections, you wouldn't believe them. I've done a lot myself. Full cans of brake cleaner, steak knives in turn 1 at Mid-Ohio. There's a lot of cell phones. You see cell phones. Here we got a replay.
Yeah, we got everyone okay, so we're good to show the replay here. And you see Jeremy Boysen, so there's a spin here, and then watch Boysen, sticker bomb car coming in from the right, and he's just going to climb the right rear of this car, and just that's what's going to trip it up and over.
Looks like no one else collected, though.
Yeah, everyone did a really nice job there. And again, that just
ramped off the backside of it.
Yeah, and that's just one of those things when you got wheels that you can get to once you get through the bodywork. It just kind of launches the car. We've seen that actually in GLTC a couple times.
Yeah.
Cars side by side, but big tumble there for Jeremy Boysen. Glad to see him out and okay under his own power. Honestly, I would not be surprised to see this car back in commission tomorrow. How much Jeremy Boysen wants to repair this weekend, I'm not sure.
He pits under the Rush of the Carolinas camp, and they come with a lot of spare parts usually. They come with a bunch of cars. I think they have 6 here this weekend, and kind of regulars with us this whole season. So sorry to John and the crew. Hopefully they don't have too much work to do. But the car we were just talking about looking so cool. Well, it'll probably look cool
honestly,
again.
I bet you the bodywork will just bolt right back on that thing too. I can't get over how robust these things are.
You can take the bodywork off in about a minute as well. Like I've seen people do it so fast. The people that know how to do it, and you just know what order to pop those pins in. Little push pins everywhere, and yeah, hopefully a lot repairable here. The car went for a bit of a ride. First over the top ride we've had in Rush, thankfully.
Was that
center spin all by himself there?
Yeah, and
hard to see with the white car. A little bit of a tap. And another little tap, and there's Jeremy in an unfortunate spot.
Yeah, and I'll bet you, like I said, I mean, the bodywork is just going to pop off right there. I'll bet you that'll go right back on. Maybe a corner with the suspension.
The front clamshell on these is also multiple pieces, so you can just change the left or the right. A lot of this was thought about, but I'm not seeing a lot of wheels tumbling and turning here, so he's definitely going to need some suspension. They've got all 4 on. I think that's good enough, boys.
Yeah, and again, just rolling it back in, it kind of gives you a great understanding of the structure in behind as well.
Yeah. Yeah, not a fun way to start a race, especially for Jeremy.
Yeah, definitely not. And Jeremy, yesterday, we talked about how he was really quick in qualifying. Yeah. Ended up qualifying 9th, but was up in the top 5 for a pretty good portion.
Yep.
And he was kind of joking with me yesterday. It's like, yeah, I was so stoked. I thought for sure I had pole, and then 9th.
Yeah.
But
that goes to show how tight this series was, especially we saw it in qualifying. I mean, all within, the top 10 was within about a second. Especially at a track like this where it's so grainy and really comes down to setup. I was shocked with how close the qualifying was. Doesn't look like any fluid on the track. Maybe a tiny bit right there. What he's holding is likely some kitty litter.
Yep.
So probably gonna put a little bit down, brush it by hand, and away we go.
Yeah, just it's like almost like a dog just got out there and let loose there. It's not very much, is it?
No.
So nice quick cleanup here, and again, great to see Boysen climb back out. And again, that car's on the rollback because it's not going to go anywhere at the moment. But again, I just very impressed. If that is not a testament to not only the safety of the car, but also how robust it is and how much you can bounce back from an incident like this.
Yeah, hopefully we see him back out here this weekend. We'll see if the parts exist in this paddock at the moment. But I've heard stories of cars rolling 8 times and being repaired overnight. So. TBD on if we see one of the only drivers who's driven just about every class in this series, multiple time attack classes, all 3 wheel-to-wheel classes. Jeremy Boysen.
Oh, look at this super slow-mo. This is the rendering tool they've got in there with their replay, so we can see this now with a little bit of frame generation and this is tech that we've never had before here at Gridlife. It was really cool to see.
And what's happening there is the bodywork gives way, but then you've got a forward rotating tire versus another forward rotating tire, and so the one just climbs the other. Unfortunately, that's kind of what happens once the bodywork disappears. Tire on tire can launch a car real fast.
Yeah, so great quick cleanup there. And again, we had the clock stop because we had some overage, and we're hearing that we're going to get a pretty good portion of this race restarted. Right. Over 10 minutes worth is what I'm hearing. So we're not going to lose a lot of race time here. Again, cars are pulling off the safety vehicles pulling off the racetrack here at them, and again, we'll try this again, I suppose.
One more hit with the blower, and I think we're ready to do another race. So first, you got to get through turn 1, gang. And if I'm told correctly, this is the second to last day of competition, and hopefully the last day anybody rolls a car at pit race. Maybe we can give that
distinct honor to our friend Jeremy.
I really hope for everybody
we will knock on all of the things.
For us and all the other organizations that are going to come here.
We'll knock on everything we can knock on.
Yeah,
so.
and here's a full speed replay one more time. Why not? We're sitting and waiting here, and just the big launch down in here, and just watch the braking, just a little bit of a sideways
and P5
slide.
there spins just a little bit. Hard to see the number, and climbing tires.
Wow. And I think Rob Desjardins got a big view of that there. Again.
Great awareness overall on the second half of the field, though. This could have been a lot worse. And tucking inside, I think that's Jared right there, and way slowing up in the back. Yeah, great awareness on the back half. I'm glad we didn't have anybody into more cars there.
Yeah, Paul Klitsch had a great view of that. Well, I guess maybe not great, but he had a view of that.
Definitely had one of the views we've ever had.
One of the views. All right, back under yellow here. So cars are rolling, and we'll know pretty shortly roughly how much time we're going to have. We'll try to put some time on the clock for you as well. Once I hear from race control and timing and scoring what the plan is, we'll put some time back on the board for you, and we'll continue.
Current time right now is 3:48 on the broadcast, and the scheduled stoppage or start time of the next one is 4 o'clock. We do have a little bit of wiggle room there, and we'll actually see what we can do.
Yep, so cars are rolling back off the pit lane. We'll try this again.
Yep.
And again, Jalen Batley and Jason Ayler, Ayrton Grimm, and I imagine that we're going to be doing this a single file because this is technically a restart. So
if they don't, I get to yell at someone.
So Grimm and then Max Kraus. And I think the car that initially spun, I thought was Lee Kellert. And I think I was right about that. You see, they haven't really actually, the order stopped as soon as the clock was stopped on the red flag. The order stopped counting. So it's going to reshuffle when we get the restart here.
Yeah, they did have about a half a lap of actual racing because they weren't anywhere approaching the incident while decisions are being made in the tower. Some of these things do take some time, but we got a big racetrack here. We'll see what shakes out in the restart order. So this is the order they entered the hot pits in. Looking like Batley, Jason Oler, and Grimm for the first three. Max Kraus fourth.
Yeah, looks like it. And then Lee Kellert would have restarted fifth, but I think he was the first car that looped it. So we'll see how they come when they restart.
I don't know if he'll be out there.
Okay, so I'm hearing from the race control room that looking like about 13 minutes because the red flag stopped the clock. So that we're going to get a pretty significant amount of time left in this race. That's effectively a full race.
Yep.
So we're going to try this again and not have to pull away too much from what we have.
It looks like car 1 and 13 came into the pit, so that would be Lee Kellert and
Stout.
Stout.
Yeah.
So we're looking at body damage will not continue in the paddock for those on the incident log.
Okay. All right. So coming to a restart this time. 1 lap under yellow. We'll be back under green. Jalen Batley going to try to repeat the win that he had earlier today. Jason Ayler and Ayrton Grimm. They have a lot left to settle between them, don't they? And Ayrton Grimm finally figuring this car out. They got the setup dialed on this car, and now it's just a matter of dialing it. And remember, he went off in turn 1 last race.
Yep.
Just trying to push a little bit past the limit. So dangled the carrot in front of him in the form of Ayler and Batley, and I think they've got a little bit more time on the board.
They had a good, clean race overall. You know, pretty respectful nose to tail largely, but they definitely exhibited strengths in different places. Those two different drivers, Ayler and Grimm, while Batley was just kind of running by himself real fast. This track, you know, probably one of the more unique outliers pavement-wise, and in a series like this, which basically is setup and driver, probably a harder one to figure out.
Well, pace car is going to peel off this time. Jalen Batley in command, single file restart here. And about 13 minutes on the clock. Waiting. And there goes the green. We're back underway in the Gridlife Rush Series. Ayrton Grimm is not waiting for anybody. He's going to jump up the inside of Ayler here for turn 1.
3 cars wide for just a moment. Batley still there. Ayler in the inside. Grimm just left to him.
And Ayrton didn't get up to third place, or up to second place, but he is now battling and holding off third from Max Krause, who takes a big head of momentum down to turn 3. And here comes Ayler for the lead on Jalen Batley. He's going to send it up the inside at turn 3. Not quite overlap there.
Good awareness on both of those drivers there. And this is a tight section, and you also have to stab the brakes a little bit probably. And, well, man, they are very close right here. Better than I expected. Better racing than I thought I'd see.
And Grimm lost the third spot to Max Krause into turn 3, but gained it right back in 5. A big jump on the brakes there. So impressive drive there by Grimm to steal that spot back, but it allowed Batley and Ayler to clear it by a little bit. And now Ayler is on a mission to keep Batley in sight this time.
Stay on his bumper and see what he does and do that. That is kind of what I would say to Ayler. He's done very well this year, always somewhere up in the mix. I think he was at every round except for Laguna, if I recall. Yeah, Midwest-based crew, got a whole bunch of drivers here.
And Ayrton Grimm not only quickly dispatched Krause, but he's run Ayler back down. He's got a big charge coming up through turns 13 and 14 here in that kind of purple and orange calico car. Big run down the hill. He's using all the racetrack.
He always dips that outside left just a little bit.
That's the iRacing line.
He paid for the whole track.
That's the reset button line.
That's right. And just a few cars spacing between them, pretty evenly matched, and we'll see them tighten up in the braking zone here and then stretch out again, I'm sure.
Yeah, clawing their way out of turn 17. Such a tight binding corner. And throttling up here, Ayrton Grimm got Ayler in the crosshairs. And Jalen Batley trying to put some distance on him, and he did this lap. I think across the stripe there, Batley should take the fastest lap back, and indeed he does. Ayler, Grimm, Krause, Anderson to 5th. And
big dive by Grimm here. He's using all of that first turn there.
And he's built a run. He might have a look at Ayler into turn 3. Ayler dissuading him a little bit over the crest to 2.
I'm sure Jason's not going to give him the easy lane around, but there is some racing happening for P2 right now, and Max Krause is just there waiting and watching. Yeah, what do you call that, the catbird seat or something like that?
That's a Darrell Waltrip term, probably.
It's kind of a cool term. I had to look it up the first time I heard you say it.
No idea what a catbird is.
I'm not sure either.
Or how and when they sit.
Yeah, but they sit that way. And, yeah, wow, tight racing for P2 here.
Yeah, they were like this all last race, and I think Grimm would rather just dispatch Ayler and set sights on Batley, but it seems like these two drivers have pretty commensurate pace.
I do see something I need to talk to Jason about. Right now, his brake lights are supposed to work, but I'm seeing them on all the time, so sneaky. Oh, maybe not. There they flash there. He might have just been riding the brakes a bit. That is one of the things about this car that if you get it wet too many times, you have to blow all the electronics out, and we see problems with brake switches and stuff like that. Maintenance, thankfully, easy to do in a car that you can take all the parts off of.
Yeah, and just you undo the body work, and you have the whole inner skeleton that you can easily access everything. And Grimm is, again, just hounding.
We'll see Grimm dip a tire in the left, I'm sure, and make a little smoke for us. Oh, not so much that time. Oh, looking inside, looking right. They are 2 cars wide in the braking zone, but who's got the better run out? Grimm has it, over under, and Ayler gets to chase now. Looked like a clean pass. They were both next to each other in the braking zone, which is what we request, and Ayler looks inside right now into turn 1.
Yeah, side by side here into the braking zone for this first
fantastic corner. So far.
It's going to be tight, and watch Krause. He's going to set this up.
That outside line is not ideal, as we saw Jason back out just to keep the car on the racetrack, and Krause has taken advantage now.
But couldn't do it on driver's right there.
Great 3-car battle here. This is getting fun.
That's okay. He might not be fast enough to show that. That's fine. Not required. Down the hill here through. Oh, Ayrton Grimm, really big understeer.
Wow,
he drops the tire, knocks the cone.
Keeps 3 1/4 tires on the racetrack somehow. You saw him sawing at the wheel.
Yeah, that was really cool to watch. And have a look at this, 1.6 Gs for Ayrton Grimm.
That might be the fast way to do that turn. I wouldn't do it every time, but...
Yeah, and again, you can see there, this is our Ayrton Grimm's carrying one of those Fire Links because Fire Lap sponsors him, and just incredible to see how much G he's pulling out. G'ing the Club TR cars. Trouble for AJ Campo.
She's rolling. Where is she? Where are we at here?
Looks like the run out of 6. Okay. So she's going to turn back around. Easy to loop a car there. You're in compression, so easy to find a way around and not be able to save it. But
if she's not under her own power, if she was just coasting downhill, we might be under local yellow there. We'll see in just a moment. But about halfway through on the clock at the moment.
She's good to go. So
good,
carrying weight. And again, with we're in a slightly behind where we could have been. So I was told 13 minutes on the clock, but obviously the white flag could come out at any time.
Yeah,
so
totally up to the tower's discretion at this time.
Yeah.
And a little bit of spread from P1 to 2, but 2, 3, and 4, even 5. Yeah, we might have a battle here, but totally depends on how they all do the back half of this track.
Yeah, and up there's Jared Anderson in the number 99. Nice solid run for him. So we watch Grimm come across the stripe. And 2.2 back from Jalen Batley. Grimm's last lap was a 53.9. Slower than Batley, but faster than everybody else in trail. So Grimm clearly is the second quickest car at the moment and just trying to run away from Ayler at this stage of the race. And remember that we grid race. Race 3 is gridded by finishing position.
Yep, and then 4 is by cumulative points of the weekend so far. So. And then oh man, a lot of steering angle coming out of that turn. He's using all of that inside right curve.
You know, I think it's interesting to see that though, because you know Grimm is a young driver that is going to learn and pick up things differently than some of the drivers that have been around for a little while. And what he's probably feeling is when he comes down that hill, the car gets into a compression. It's going to give you extra grip. So if you can anticipate that extra grip and get the angle in it, so when the tire lands, you kind of get that extra little bit of force. It's working for him right now.
It's almost like he's jumping it a little bit, and we're seeing extra mile per hour coming out of that.
So again, 6
scary to watch. Fun to watch.
It is scary.
Great camera angle right there, by the way. That was fun.
Hearing it should be 3 laps to go at the stripe this time by, so this should run us out all the way on the timing. So that's perfectly given. I want to give a thanks to Timing and Scoring and Race Control for giving us these updates so we can stay on par with what's going on the racetrack. Down the hill through turn 15 and 16. Grimm trying to reel in Batley. Last time by Batley was 0.6 quicker. But we'll see if Grimm can chew away at this at all. I mean, still hunting for a victory in this class, and he's got a car that I think is capable of it this weekend. And let's see if Kraus can maybe make some inroads on Ayler. But coming across the stripe here, should be 3 to go.
Jalen having another great race, though. Great lap times. Fastest so far, a 53.001. Almost in the 52s here in race 2.
So coming up and down to turn 3, Grimm again, that time by was only a 10th off of Batley, so closed the gap at least into his deficit to Batley's lap times, but isn't closing any actual time on the racetrack.
Yeah, right now he's praying for a mistake, and Jalen's praying for perfection out of his diversion prepped car.
And here's Max Kraus hunting Ayler down at turn 5. Have a look at this. Ayrton Grimm outbraking basically every other car that's not a GT class entry. 1.33 on the brakes.
And no ABS and no real tire width to speak of.
Yeah, really, really cool. And even in cornering for us, I think Boysen might have moved his Firelink over to his Rush car because that's all he's got here this weekend.
He might have. He has a GT car as well, and hasn't used it a little while. He's been playing with this Rush.
Yeah, and obviously that was info from the last race because Boysen only G-force was vertically in the last race. So.
Probably had a little bit of a G though.
Yeah. So. Unfortunate for Jeremy. We'll check in with him post-day. I'm sure he'll have a story to tell. But
yeah, we're going to talk tonight.
Yeah,
a lot of people are going to be talking to Jeremy Boysen tonight.
Yeah, up over the crest here at turn 14, down the hill, and Jalen Batley trying to run. And again, I think the battles have mostly fizzled at this stage. But
top 4 all in 153, so they're all within less than half a second. Pretty close on lap time, but they've been stretching each other out. So.
And hearing that this will be our white flag lap this time around. So coming up the hill, Jalen Batley is going to pick up the last lap of this race. A little bit left on the clock. There he is. And by the start-finish stand, we should see the white waving. There it is, last lap here in the Gridlife Rush Series race number 2. Grimm picked up his personal best, and that was better than Batley by 0.4 of a second.
Fastest lap.
Not of the race, but for him.
Yep, for him.
Yep, for PB by quite a bit. That was a very solid run. And Ayler falling into the clutches still of Kraus. 9/10 of a second between them, and Desjardins and Billingsley fighting for 7th place. That's Rob in the 81 and Kelsey in the number 19. But this is your race leader at the moment. Jalen Batley looking to go 2 for 2, which so far in IBOC GLTC and Gridlife GT, it's been the first winner of the weekend, also won race 2.
Yep, Grimm for half a second closer. He still needs more. Half a second that last lap, but we'll see who gets the fastest lap of this last one. But checker flag will be out in just a minute.
And there's Kelsey Billingsley hunting down Rob Desjardins, using all the road. They're kind of riding the rim of turn 6. Because you kind of bind the car up there, sometimes if you track out a little bit, it allows you to carry just a bit more speed. But Kelsey not able to get the exit speed she needs to run down Rob Desjardins into 7. Also interesting rear view mirror setup on the 81. He's got the mirrors mounted up on the halo rather than down on the bodywork.
Yeah, you're allowed some freedom in some of that. They sell a few different options for that.
But again, this is going to be a tight battle all the way back to the stripe. Grimm is still making inroads, I think. Just looking really, really solid, but he's going to have to do more tomorrow.
Yeah,
I think
still about 2 seconds back.
Short, yeah.
Yep, 2 seconds back.
But Jalen Batley played second fiddle, the Chick Hicks of the Rush Series at
great.
Audubon Country Club and Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. But today, he is not to be denied, not just once, but twice he goes to victory lane. Jalen Batley in the number 88 Rush Series driver picks up the checker flag and wins Rush Series Race 2. Ayrton Grimm up on the podium, 2nd place, and 1.8 back.
Yeah, Ayrton Grimm making up some time in those last couple laps, so he's figured things out, and fun to watch, especially with how he's taking some of the downhill sections there.
Yeah, so checkered out.
So do we get to watch the highlights or lowlights after this one? What do you call it?
Probably a little bit of both.
I'd
say that it's always a mix. But checker out, and Desjardins and Billingsley, that was 6/10 between them, and then Brady Reed coming back about half a second between them. Carroll in the 77 started at the tail of the field. That actually really worked out in his favor. Think back to the start of the race where he had that big crash. Had the 777 started where he was, that would have been a problem. But he started at the tail of the field and avoided that mess.
Yep, he actually elected to start there. Asked if he could refuse his grid spot, and I said, I'm not going to make you start if you don't want to be comfortable there. And it's new to this car. I think this is his first weekend in it. He's driven it in some DEs, but his first race weekend.
So checker flag out for Jalen Batley. Let's have a look here at the results from Gridlife Rush Series, race number 2. And we got a pretty good preview of this earlier in the day, but we got it again. Batley, Grimm, Ayler, Kraus, and Anderson, your top 5. Then Nick Billingsley, Rob Desjardins, Kelsey Billingsley. Nice fun fight there at the end of the race. Pat Brady and Sam Reed in 9th and 10th. And looking down the rest of the order here, Adam, pretty fun fight from 11th on back. But we'll have a look at some highlights here in just a moment's time. It looks like didn't quite get page 2 there, but let's have a look at the highlights here from Gridlife Rush Series, race number 2. It all started with a pretty frantic start and a collision that resulted in the 22 Boysen up and over on the opening lap. He is okay out of the car, and we'll see if he can repair it.
Yep, that's not our favorite way to start a race, but then we got another pretty good race start after a very quick and responsive cleanup, and we'll see what else we got. Clean run, roughly, nose to tail, green to checker. That second lap, or second sector of the race.
Yeah, a big slide here as Ayler tried to catch Jalen Batley, but wasn't able to do so. Then Ayrton Grimm set the crosshairs up on the 74 and tried to run him down. It took a couple of laps to get there, but once he was there, this battle from race 1 continued on. Grimm eventually did get by the 74. Then Kraus took a swing at Ayler, but he wasn't able to get that. Jalen Batley wins race 2. Gridlife Rush Series race 2 is complete here.
Great couple opening laps, fun to watch.
Yeah. Pit race 2 for Rush is complete.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? Firelapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with Firelink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, Firelapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a non-zero sugar to get me there.
All right, welcome back to Gridlife Pit Race in Pittsburgh International Race Complex. Kyle Heyer joined by Alex Moss here for Track Battle Heat 5. This is actually this is Heat 6 now, aren't we on? This is the second to last of the qualifying heats. Let's have a look back at some of the earlier sessions of the day and see what happened in Track Battle Heat 5 earlier in the afternoon. It wasn't a ton of improvement here for the drivers in Falcon Club SC, Alex, but we did see them go out on track and give it a go anyways.
Yeah, not a ton of improvement on overall best times, and I don't think we're going to see a ton of improvement here this afternoon as well. But the interesting thing that we're going to see is where they are relative to each other. Are the lineups or the ordering of these cars getting shaken up, even though in the session, even though the overall times are not going to be broken.
Yeah, in Group C, we also saw a handful of the Falcon Club TR cars, kind of the middle of the pack there, and a couple of the other front runners a little bit later in the day, but Ross Ligabell was out there making laps, and if any of these drivers qualify into podium sprint, they are well practiced on the heat of the day. It's in the high 70s now. It's really nice outside, actually, compared to yesterday when we started at 35 degrees, so a wide variety of conditions, and Jeremy Lauder showed up to party in Unlimited. That'll be fun to watch. A little ABS issue for Igor Keselov in the Tesla.
Yeah, I think we've seen, in some of the other groups that times are definitely getting slower, but hopefully we are getting practice in for tomorrow. If it stays dry tomorrow afternoon, as you say, they're going to get good practice in for what the conditions might be like, and otherwise it's just good practice, getting the laps in, getting the reps in, and having a good time doing it.
Yeah, then we also saw the 606 out there, Alan Patton behind the wheel, that car that he was driving in Street Mod, the other Supra, that engine blew, so he's switched on over to the 606 and had a little bit of a moment here, leaving turn 15 or 14 rather, looped it around, but gathered it back up, and I'm sure that'll be the car he contends with later in the race weekend. But that is the highlights here from Track Battle Q5 earlier in the day. Track Battle Q6 is up next here for Pit Race and the season finale for Gridlife Track Battle. And there's a look at the water tower in the background. You see the skid pad in view as well. We've seen drifting on the full course drift on the skid pad. And the green flag is out here, Alex, for our last heat of Saturday. We've got one more in the morning. That'll be prime conditions and then podium sprint. Is there anything left to learn at this point in the weekend?
I think so. I think there's always something to learn, right? You can always do better. They can always clean up mistakes. There's always setup changes that you could make. I'd be a little bit nervous about making setup changes in the heat of the day to, if I'm looking towards tomorrow's morning session as an improvement. But there's always something to do or something to work on. And if nothing else, this is a hobby. Come out, have fun, and drive on the track like you meant to.
There's a look at the air temperature, 78 degrees Fahrenheit here. That is much, much warmer. That is a 43-degree delta from how we started the day yesterday. So I mentioned, the diversity in conditions, the tires having to adapt, the driver having to adapt to the grip level. That changes so much. Do you feel like the grip level is fairly linear from cold to hot racetrack, or is there sort of a skew to one side where things get a lot more extreme?
I think it's pretty linear. I also think you don't generally feel it a whole lot. You don't feel that there's a lack of grip until you're really thinking about the extremes. You just notice it in the lap times. I mean, you're really going by feel on when you turn in, when you brake, and so on, and making minor adjustments from there. You're not really looking at the speedo to say, okay, I know I can take this turn at 82 miles an hour, so I've got to hit 82 miles an hour. No, I went off. It's all feel.
it's all feel for sure. And looks like Chris Owens is going to be the driver that will lead us to the green here. His best time of the weekend, 2:02.742 at the top of Group D here. And there's the 806. It is a Subaru BRZ driven by Jordan Gunther and Falcon Club TR. Primary cars we're watching in this group, as always, the Falcon Club SC cars, because we have all of the cars in that class contained within this group, and all the other classes have a lot of their pointy end in the later groups of the day, so we're kind of watching the mid to rear of the pack of most of those groups. That MR2 that's out there, that is Garrett Bolton. That's been kind of a fun car to watch. First generation MR2. Now that car has seen a couple of iterations after that. I always sort of hope that they bring it back again, and Toyota's whole new sports cars are cool thing again. Maybe we'll see another MR2 generation in the future. Maybe a collaboration with some other manufacturers. I know there's something about Mazda that just came out. That'll be a lot of fun if they work on that project together. But here we go, green flag.
Yeah, hopefully that Toyota. I mean, Toyota's really gone from being the dullest car company in the world, you know, maybe 6-7 years ago to now, you know, they've got the Supra, they've got the GR Corolla, they've got the GR86. They're really one of the most fun car companies out there right now.
Yeah, and again, they've done that in an interesting way because, as you know, developing cars takes a lot of effort and energy and monetary resources that a lot of manufacturers aren't willing to put into such low production vehicles. So Toyota has sort of taken this approach of, well, we're not going to do this on our own. It doesn't really make sense to invest in resources, building engines for a specific make and model of car, but why don't we work with some other heavy hitters in the industry to build something that we can both sell. They found a lot of success with this with Subaru, with building the BRZ and GR86, and then with BMW building the Toyota GR Supra and the Z4, the current generation, and they kind of differentiated some things. The BRZ and GR86 have some different knuckles. I think the BRZ has aluminum knuckles, the GR86 has steel knuckles, and then a couple other small bits, styling, and then of course the Z4, that's a soft top convertible. So just adding different offerings, but kind of condensing a lot of the resource cost across two manufacturers rather than one, and that's how they've been able to put all these different models in the market as well.
Yeah, those partnerships for them seem to really have worked out, especially the Supra and the Z4 one. I mean, it's very obvious that the GR86 and the BRZ are effectively the same car, right? But to the average, you know, non-car enthusiast, they're not going to look at a Z4 and a Supra and say, well, those are basically the same thing. And I doubt anybody has ever cross-shopped the two. So they're not cannibalizing sales from each other. It really is kind of a greater than some of its partnership for them.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably see more of that as, you know, the future wears on, as you know, everything starts looking more like a you know, cubic bubble as we kind of navigate into the future here. Here comes Chris Owens on boost there in the street class. Sylvia across the stripe here for lap one. This is a street class entry. There he goes, 2:05.794 for his first lap. That's about 3 seconds off. Again, lap one, rarely see big improvements or pickups. Eric Nur, 2:07. That car has also done a 2:02. So going to take him a lap or two to figure things out. Again, we almost mentioned, or we did mention, almost 80 degrees out there. So pretty warm compared to where we were. It hasn't dropped at all either. Sometimes these afternoon sessions, the temperature tails off, but it takes much longer for the track to lose that heat than it does in the morning to gain it.
Yep, it's absolutely beautiful out right now, and we really have gone from the first session of frost on the ground to needing sunscreen at the moment.
This car is also right-hand drive. I didn't notice that before, but that's pretty neat. Another JDM car out there. There's a handful of them in Track Battle Time Attack. I know Kevin Vue's got JDM Integra Type R. But it's always fun when I've heard this happen before. We'll get a radio call from a corner worker saying there's no passenger supposed to be on the racetrack because they saw someone in the passenger seat. But driver's side for the JDM, or I guess the occasional Euro spec vehicle, but those are much rarer, I think, in these circles. David Best, already 213 in Club SC. A couple others. And Alex, I'm going to trade the headset with you for a couple of minutes. We're going to bring in Nick Nazaro here from Subimods and have a little chat with him for a little while during Track Battle Q6. Alex, thanks for your time for now. And we'll have Nick sit down with me. And this is not the first time that we've had Nick on the broadcast, as we watch Sam Dooling go for a little ride on the downhill run into turn 5. Nick joining me from Subimods. The last time we chatted was, I think, Lime Rock Park, Nick. And, you know, this is a pleasure to have you back, and good to have you here. And I know we've seen Bucky out there on the racetrack this weekend in street class. We'll see him in the next group, I think. But how's your weekend going?
Oh, we're good. It's great to be back. Obviously, another lovely track on the circuit, right? Bucky is going out now. He's we're hoping, right, we're going to knock on wood, that we're in podium sprint tomorrow. So he's going out to prepare. We're going to get a little tactical, bred some new brakes in. So tomorrow, if he has to go and run a flyer in the morning session, he can.
We were talking a little bit earlier about Bucky and the changes that you've made to this car over the year, and the parts and pieces from the Subi Mods library that he's got on that car. Tell me a little bit about, at this point in the season, this is the last round 9 of the championship. How much progression in parts has it seen, and how much has Bucky progressed as a driver with this car this season?
Yeah, Bucky's done really well this year. We've thrown a lot at him, a lot of changes to that car primarily. More power. Biggest change, notably, we're running one of Cobb's flex fuel kits on that, so ethanol's given it about another 50 horsepower, which has really helped kind of, helped him maintain pace with the pack on some of these longer tracks. The biggest thing is he's been in 2 different cars this year, obviously. This 22 WRX at the beginning of the year. Oh, little crazy situation there on that one. 22 WRX at the beginning of the year for CMP, Road Atlanta, and then we got him in the 05 STI, bumped him up to track mod, and that was supposed to be the case for, obviously the rest of the year, but as racing goes, it was a little bit of a different plan, and some things happened to the engine we're still trying to figure out, and I think we talked a little bit about our second car at Circuit Legends, the gray STI. That one was the one at the end of the session that found its way off of turn 1. Yeah. And that obviously cost us a bit, and that was our backup car. So we are now onto the backup car.
Right, as you planned sometimes, right?
Well, I think it's in our favor. So
yeah, that's certainly, again, we're expecting a little bit of precipitation tomorrow. The podium sprint format brings a whole different topic. I'd love your opinion and thoughts on that here in a minute. I want to just update some people about a couple of cars we see on track that we haven't seen yet this weekend. We're looking at Amos Winter in the 888 Porsche, but the car that was out there, the number 28, that's a Falcon Club TR car. That's actually driven by Peter Zhang. He was here this weekend in his number 28 Eibach GLTC car, which is an LS swap FRS. That car had an engine failure, and now he's got his orange daily driver personal FRS out there. It looks a lot like mine out there driving here in Falcon Club TR. So that's what's going on there. But we're watching Amos Winter here. Nick, last time we talked, we were at the Lime Rock Park event, and that was not a podium sprint event. That was just fastest lap takes it. Yep. What about the podium sprint? What are your thoughts on that as a competition format?
It'll be the first time that we, again, knock on wood, get to play in that group, right? But for us, I think that's really cool because it gives you something to work towards all weekend. Like, we've actually never really been in contention for it, so we've really never been working for it. But this has been, there's like strategy to it. Like, we're thinking through, like, our team is like, hey, should we do this brake pad swap now? How are we going to handle these tires? What would be, it's cool. It shows you that it's not just like, oh, just go out and set a time and it is what it is. Like, no, there's a whole strategy behind this, and it's chess, right? It's not checkers. And I think that's what's cool about Time Attack, where, looking at GLTC and GLGT, I think it's kind of checkers in some way, but again, chess. It's pieces on the board, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just interesting to kind of have a slightly different format where you have to be, people talk about reliability and how this format requires reliability. I'm not sure that's exactly what it requires. It requires you to do 2 laps. Yeah. 1 in qualifying, 1 podium sprint that have to be good. All the other laps can be terrible so long as you qualify in well, but it does require you to be consistent enough that you don't throw away your weekend with a mistake, or a podium sprint that you don't throw away. When we ask you to turn it on for the podium sprint, you have to go fast in that moment. Correct. Rain or shine, and that's the other key that you mentioned with the all-wheel drive Subaru. Advantage maybe in street class against some of these front-wheel drive cars having that extra grip. Yeah, and that's kind of like I said, that's the really cool thing about it is it's changing the dynamic of our team a little bit, right? We have our techs, our crew out here from EFI who, Bucky and them, they're developing a relationship, and it's cool to see all the pieces come together, and I think that's what, if you look, if someone's just watching this who's never seen this before, it may, like I said, just look like cars on a track, right? Setting a time, going fast. No, there's literally a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and we're doing it at kind of not necessarily the lowest level, right? But there's teams here putting a lot
more strategy and a lot more time into how they play the game.
Yeah, and a place like this as well, and I actually like your perspective on this too. This place is known for having a very abrasive surface that uses up a lot of tire. Has that been something that you guys have dealt with this weekend? Is chewing up tires or just getting really hot tires after a couple laps?
So I'm going to be honest, that WRX is running AO52s, and it's been dry all weekend, obviously, and it's done amazing. Like, Bucky was out there. I mean, when I say setting really good times, 7-8 laps.
Yep.
It's not the best to say. We've seen some pretty high oil times on that run, closer to 300 than 200. And but that just goes to kind of like show that car can play for a long time. Obviously, there's a fall off in the tires and the brakes, but I didn't feel that. I actually just ran up here I just did my first drift session of the weekend, and I walked off the track or drove off the track and was like, man, this is sad. Like, this is a great course. Like, it is like it is one of the best courses I've driven in the circuit.
It's a great drift track, too. It has a lot of great flow to it. But, again, with the announcement that it's closing very suddenly, there was already taking some rentals for next year and planning for the future. And just very suddenly, it's just a real shame. But, while we get the checker flag here on Group D, I want to chat a little bit about that Subaru that you guys are competing with Bucky with, because, we talked about the changes that you've made to it and the parts out of the Subi Mods catalog. But, big off for Nick Berg. That's a very fast off going down into turn 17, and I don't know, he did not get it stopped in time, but he will go into the tire barrier there. And you see him moving around. It did go in passenger side first, and just dropped the tire there. It looked like, I don't know if it was a brake failure, but yeah, just pulled him off and went in sideways there. So looks like he is all right, but man, that's a real shame.
He did scrub some speed though too, so it looked like it was a little slower than it could have been.
Yep. So unfortunate there. He was one of the front runners in Falcon Club SC. I know that we do have Mike Jansen returning tonight to participate in the podium sprint tomorrow. But again, I'd like to get a look at that again if we can. But and you see him moving there. Honestly, I'll take that for the off that he just had. A little bit of body damage there. And obviously the bumper looking a little less than perfect, but for the speed he went off,
give him some credit for scrubbing that much.
Yeah.
I mean,
and the grass is still, very slippery.
It's slick, yeah. I think it was that kind of turn sideways. I mean, man, that could have been worse, but it's good to see him driving off.
Yeah, certainly the best outcome I think you can imagine from that situation. Going back to what I was talking about, though, with the Subi Mods catalog and the longevity of that car in a session, different generations of Subaru. This is something I've heard Dewey DeWitt talk about. What are the advantages to some of the older cars and maybe some of the newer cars as far as the chassis strength, the all-wheel drive system, the electronics? Where's the sweet spot for you with a Subaru right now?
So we've had the pleasure of being able to have a couple different generations out on the track. The 15 to 21, referred to as like the VAWX, and the 15 to 21 STI, chassis-wise are really good. They require, moderate, I would say, suspension upgrades, coilovers, maybe some sway bars, control arms, things like that, to get them to really, drive well. But the 22 WRX was one of the unique cars to Subaru's lineup because it has the best, I use this term a lot, power for dollar ratio. In the past, STIs, to make the kind of power and have the reliability that we're experiencing with this new generation, it would be 2x what it is in the 22 WRX platform. I think probably if it was me, probably 2021 STI. 19 to 21, they have a little bit of a stronger engine, but the brake system, the drivetrain, the big kind of fall off for the 22 WRX is the drivetrain. We've gone through one transmission already this year. What was that? That was Midwest took that one from us. And the differential system in that car is just very weak. There leaves a little bit to be desired, maybe even a lot of bit to be desired. Bucky will comment on that. But I would say, anything from 2015 on, when we go into that street category with moderate upgrades is really good. Or what we're seeing on the screen now, my personal favorite, the new GR86 platform is just it's taking literally, I think, like the time attack track focused industry by storm, because it's really good.
Yeah, this is something we talked at length about already today about, you know, when you look at cars over the course of history from the track and motorsports club racing perspective, there are a couple of cars that you see a lot of, and you've seen a ton of in the last decade or so, and even before that, the MX-5 Miata, yes. The NA generation. We see billions of those. They have spec racing series for them. And then I think, you know, another one that you see a ton of is the Honda Civic of all generations, just very simple cars, accessible but very good driving dynamics, you know, double wishbone suspension. And then you look at things like the Honda S2000, which is another great chassis. That, again, was probably one of the best cars ever built from a variety of perspectives. And then, you know, you look at what's next for the track day community. What is an inexpensive car that has great balance, that is moddable, that is reliable enough to take track abuse. And you kind of end up kind of looking at the BRZ and the GR86, and honestly the first generation cars as well, as what's next for, you know, to be the popular track day car. We're already seeing it here. There's you know,
actually a lot of Subarus in this. I was looking, I'm like, I like this ratio. You know, but yes, to your point, these are up next. The Gen 1s for, I think, a little bit of, I don't want to say the little bit of the heavier investor in the motorsports side of it. I think the GR86 platform is absolutely good enough that you can drive that car to work Monday through Friday, come out to the track Saturday, and it's going to get you home.
Yeah, having done that a couple of times, I can attest to it myself. But you know, again, I think that just that platform being accessible, and I think, you know, people get a little picky these days about what cars come out of the factory and their advantages and disadvantages. But the reality is, getting sports cars from manufacturers like that is a dying breed, and they come back here and there. But again, we'll all be in floating bubbles 20 years from now, so we've got to enjoy them over here. But I'm a big fan of this generation of Subaru WRX. We have a handful of these. This is Jeremy Hensley in the 48. This is going to be Group C. We will also see the 777 of Joshua Halka up next. And now, one of the other things I want to chat about, it's the next group here, but as we see Bucky's car on grid, is we have a very classic battle in street class for the title. It is Subaru WRX versus Mitsubishi Evo, and it's winner take all in podium sprint this weekend.
That's we're gonna have to do our part. I mean,
sounds like it needs a turbo. So if you got one of those laying around,
I mean, hey, it's gonna be one of those things where we gotta battle. I was the other day, I was actually just looking at the old Car and Driver article of that iconic. I think it was Car and Driver of the iconic battle between the 04 STI and the Evo. Bucky's already know the drone. He's cracking me up. He's like, let's go. But honestly, I think the biggest thing is I don't think one vehicle won, air quote, but Subaru is still going. You know, Subaru is still making cars, and they still have the performance market. But to your point, I think every manufacturer right now is seeing a drop off in performance car sales. They're getting more expensive, right? Sometimes they're not as functional for the everyday user, and it's not necessarily. I don't want to say it's sad to see, because it's kind of just the reality of what we live in. But yes, to your point, I think the BRZ GR86 it's the next one up, or the Mazda collaboration.
Yeah, we were just talking about that a couple minutes ago for sure. It looks like we've got a little bit of a wall repair, I think, by virtue of the incident with Nick Berg. He did drive away from that, but we're going to have to replace a couple tire bundles here. So hopefully, if you have to go anywhere, let me know, Nick.
Hey, no. We'll get Bucky up here after. He can talk about the track and what comes tomorrow. See how you know, we got time.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. A couple more groups left to go here. Checkered on Group D. It'll be C up next, then B and A to finish out. We saw a bunch of track records broken. 6 of our 7 classes have seen records fall so far this weekend.
Wow.
So the only one left, I think, off the top of my head, I think is Track Mod, and Alan Patton is going for his own record in a Toyota GR Supra GT4. That was not going to be his plan this weekend. He had a street mod Supra, but that car ended up blowing an engine, so he's jumping back in his race car, the Thunder Bunny Racing GT4, that is also running in GLGT. So Patton's just driving everything. So why not give it a go? So they're going to go to work on this tire wall here. Yeah, the 997, Jason Gatos sitting there on the pit lane.
Yeah, there's a He's been at a couple events. I've seen him at a few. Recognize the car.
Yeah, he's been around. You see Arthur Dvortson right behind in the NC MX-5. That's another car that we've seen a lot more of lately. Is these NCs? Not necessarily the choice for many when it comes to Miatas for the racetrack, but I don't really see why. Maybe other than maybe the ugly duckling up before.
Yeah, price barrier too, maybe. But there's I think the big thing about, this one is obviously a little bit more track focused, right? I just don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if Mazda made a ton of those, right? Is there a lot of those on the road?
I don't know about the production numbers, but I do know this is during Ford's ownership of Mazda, and so there was a lot of cross-platform compatibility there. So the RX-8, the latest generation RX-8, shared a chassis and a lot of parts. I think it was just a little longer wheelbase, but they shared a lot of components. But the RX-8 had thicker, beefier stuff. And so when Mazda ran their MX-5 Spec MX-5 series, basically they just take the knuckles and all the other bigger parts that are the same shape, just more material off of the RX-8 lineup, because it was Ford's kind of condensing resources and things. So there's a lot of drivers that will go there. But of course, in Club TR, you're going to see some K series swaps and stuff like that. A couple Duratec 2.4 swaps we've seen in these cars as well.
So that's been a changeover for us. So he's sporting kind of something that we can talk about real quick. It was the Flat 4 Showdown. We might have to change the name next year. But initially, the start idea of it was we would do a bounty, or not a bounty. It would be if you ran the sticker and we were able to get photos, you upload them to our portal. There's a cash prize or a store credit prize at the end of the year.
Twist my arm.
Right, exactly. Hey, get out there, run the sticker. I'll bring them up to you. But basically, what it was trying to promote people getting out there, right? And back to the point, we've not really had to, but we've ditched the, it has to be Subaru powered, because we kind of thought about it. We were like, well, this is the spirit of the chassis. You still have the chassis, you still have all the interior bits. So, because you're seeing a lot of K-swaps.
Right.
Well,
and even for the first-gen cars, we see a lot of the newer FA24 out of the newer GR86. That drops right in. It bolts right in.
Exactly what we need to do. Link has partners at Link, Justin and George. Those guys made a very easy way to get the car tuned. So it's the guys at EFI that do all of our crew, have done a couple of them in the last month, and they're it's like the easiest swap to get running. And luckily there's a lot of people putting these things into dirt lots or dirt ravines on the street where you can get motors for very cheap.
Yeah, so cars rolling out here on the racetrack, and Dewey just sent me a message. He wanted to come up and chat with you, so I figured I'll let you guys hang out for a couple minutes.
Why not? He had an incident earlier on the stream. I was correct.
Yeah,
he was not funny. He was not laughing about that.
He told me, he goes, I'll leave that out. So
he was not laughing. He was not laughing about that. I was gonna go to his pit and hype his crew up and get them all riled up, but then I was like, it's Dewey. If I do that, I'm liable to.
Dewey is a very passionate individual, but he is a great ambassador for the sport of time attack.
Great ambassador for Gridlife, great ambassador for us, IAG, all the sponsors. And he drive, and he can.
And smashed his own track record from last year. Chase and Alan Patton. And here's Dewey. I'll give you the headset, Dewey. Don't make me regret this. Have some fun with Nick for a couple minutes. We'll boot you out in a little while.
Oh, man, we're going to take a little rest there. Rest his voice, poor guy.
We were just saying how many Subarus are on grid in this one.
A ton.
There's I think it's more than half the pack.
Yep, a lot of developing builds right now, especially with the GR86.
Yes.
GR86, BRZ stuff. Ton of developing builds, especially in the Club TR. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of those near the front of the grid next year, because all of them are getting there.
Yep. And the crazy thing too, we were just talking about the GR86 platform, the Gen 2 or the Gen 1.
Sure.
K swaps, FA24 swaps, and the Gen 1 LS. You see a lot of that in drifting now. You know, you're seeing a lot of guys run, and then obviously for the big power, like, you know, Formula Drift guys, Jay-Z stuff, full swaps.
Even with GLTC, Club TR, developments companies are making the FAs hold together. Yeah. You can actually hold an FA together pretty damn well now.
Well, that's what
making incredible power.
Well, that's what we're doing.
Even an A.
Yeah, in the Gen 1 we're building for Drift, we're doing the IAG 900. So I don't think doing an FA 20 powered Gen 1 is dead, right?
No, there's actually some advantages to that block.
Absolutely. But again, you know, we're seeing more and more, I guess you could say, non-Subaru powered in that chassis. But
yep. I honestly, I think you're going to see a resurgence. Guys like ASM, Andy has been, he went from a K series to an FA24.
Really?
Like, he pulled the K out and put an FA24 in, and he's been running that right at the front of GLTC. Yeah, he was running it this weekend.
Wow.
That's FA24.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought
it's gotten so much easier. You can take a link ECU now.
That's what we were just saying.
You just pop it in.
Literally.
And it, like, the swap is simple. So it you know, this isn't me trying to bag on other swaps and all that, but it costs you a decent amount of money to convert to something else and get the swap kit and everything else. Yeah. But that engine, that FA, is supposed to go there, so it pops right in.
Yeah. And it also doesn't throw off the balance of the car. I'm not sure how much even in the K series it does, but I don't, you know, or with the K series it does.
I mean, the car was just designed for it to be there. So like all the mounts and everything, you just buy stuff like it's stock.
Yep.
You know, you need a header, the header fits.
Yeah.
You know, all
you need
of the
motor
stuff
mount,
fits.
motor mount fits.
You know, and you're not gonna make massive power yet. You're not gonna make massive power. You know, 230-ish wheel is about what you're going to get NA, but that's all you need to be competitive in a lot of these classes. You know, developments are coming though, and I mean they're coming quickly. You know, cams, more headwork, stuff like that. We're talking about sticking an NA one on our engine dyno at IAG.
Well, I'm hoping too in the next. So for
I love this Golf.
Yeah, I know. We actually saw him on the way up on the trailer, and I was like, that thing is cool.
It's so cool.
You know, I don't know. They're fixing. I think he said they were doing tire wall fixes from that last round.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah, that's what was going on.
Tires.
Yeah, and that lap, I actually just went out for my first time on full course doing the drift session, and I was like, man, this is a great course.
Dude, there is a lot of Subarus out here right now.
That's what I'm saying.
This is perfect time for me to show up.
That's it. I was like, we took over the street. You know, more Subarus. Come on. If we had any more, though, we'd own this group.
Yeah, it's just going to be. What are we right now? C?
Yeah, I believe so.
C or
Bucky?
B?
No, this might be. I think this is C, because Bucky's out there.
Yeah, Bucky's out there right now.
Yeah, and he's coming up after to talk with Kyle.
Nice.
And then we're going back to the skid pad for some more drift training.
Do some 6 skids.
Yep.
For all the kids.
But we were talking about before you came on where Bucky sits, and the WRX is doing really well this weekend here. It's like really well.
You got to understand, man, that thing didn't have a whole lot working for it, but that chassis is really good. If an STI 6-speed put decent rear diff in it, I'm telling you that thing's going to be right there, man.
I think we could have shaved even a couple seconds off.
Multiples here for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. With a 6-speed and R180.
There's so much weird partial throttle stuff you do here. It's really hard on my car because I run this giant turbo on a really small. So a lot of the partial throttle stuff beats me up.
Especially
I really wanted to get our electric wastegate on, but we didn't have time to do that because that would have.
Who's that from? What brand is that from?
TurboSmart.
TurboSmart.
Yeah, TurboSmart. Those guys helped us out a lot the past couple of years.
Shout out Marty and all those dudes over there. They're awesome guys
over there. Yeah, we actually were developing that on Graham's car.
Oh.
And like the results we saw from it were incredible. So we were trying it on his car before we switched it to ours.
Where did he? He was at a few events. I saw him back to back, and I haven't seen him.
He's being an adult. You know, it's so lame. Like, he should just be here. I tried to dirtbag him so hard to come out, and
he said he's being an adult. I love that.
Oh, I think we're going green.
They're good. I love that car too. That thing. He moves in that.
He can wheel. He can wheel.
It's got some good aero, simple aero too. Yep.
Well, that's the beauty of those cars. I gotta be real. One of the easiest ways you can get a competitive car in a Gridlife class right now is by a GR86. You do basic E85 tune the basic bolt-ons, and then do some. You call it Varus and get their basic aero kit, and gut the car.
Yep.
You're there.
You're there. Yeah. And he's in, that's a street mod, right? That's
he's Club TR.
That's right, okay.
Yep, Club TR.
Yeah, that's where that would fit in. Is exactly
dead
in that.
nuts perfect.
Yep.
You know, he's done a little bit of cooling. I'm sure he's got a little more development in that than we probably realize.
Yeah, suspension-wise.
For the most part, you're not far off. Suspension, wheels, tires, basic bolt-ons.
Oil cooler.
You don't need a ton. You really don't.
No, and I think that's really the biggest thing, and that's what Bucky's going to really come on and kind of promote too. I think is you don't need a lot to come out here.
And that's even to come out here. You need even less to just go to the track.
Absolutely.
And that's the thing I really want to try to harp on people is this isn't a track day. This is competition.
Yes. Yeah.
You know,
it's a little different.
If you want to try to mess with this, you absolutely can. Go look up an SCCA track night in America.
Yeah, HPD.
Your local HPD stuff. Oh.
Yep. No, he's bedding brakes this round. We're running some. We got a little strat in play for tomorrow. For tomorrow, we got something in play. Yeah, there's. We're playing the long game and hoping tomorrow, right, is our morning session. If we get bumped out of top 5, we're going to run for the time tomorrow morning.
Go hard. Tomorrow morning, you aren't going to do it here.
No.
I got to be real. The conditions, this track is really crazy.
End of day.
The second it gets sun-kissed, it goes right in the toilet.
Yeah.
And we're talking post-drifting and everything. Now, I'm not saying there aren't going to be some guys who are able to come out here. And some of these people are going to be able to set sometimes. They're working stuff out with the car, everything else. But
yeah, so he ran his best time, like you actually said last night. You were like, best time's going to be first session. Best time, first session. And it was like by far.
This track could be multiple seconds quicker in the morning.
He couldn't get, we stopped second session. He's like, I can't get anything more out of it.
Then why would you? Why beat on the car?
Why risk it? And now we're just setting it up for tomorrow. So new brakes, all that jazz.
And podium sprint could be wide open. Honestly, if Bucky makes podium sprint, I'm just going to throw this out here. He has absolutely more experience dealing with low traction situations than anybody else.
That's what we were saying. We hope it rains.
He could be the biggest wild card they ever have.
I'm doing the rain dance tonight. You're going to see me in the pits, just like, 100%. I'm praying for rain in multiple different disciplines.
I bet you'd be nicer on your drift car too.
Oh, I think it would. Yeah, I don't want to mess up the walls at pit race.
Man, we're out here. I don't think we talked a single thing about a time yet.
Nope.
I don't think anybody's went faster though.
Kyle, I'm good to jump if you want to jump back in and go over the times. You get with Dewey a little, and then Bucky will come up. A pleasure to everyone. Again, thank you for having me on, the team at Gridlife. This was a great season, and we're back for next year, and drive some Subarus. Buy more
let's
Subarus.
do more Subarus.
Buy more Subarus, mod more Subarus. SUVmods.com.
All right, Dewey, I don't even know. Are you sticking around? Are you driving again?
I'm not driving today, so I can hang out for the whole session.
Okay, great. Well, I'll take you for the rest of the day.
I figured we'd have a good time, dude.
Yeah.
I
think we'll have Bucky up here for a couple minutes, but either
that'll
way,
be a good time too.
We'll hang out for a little bit. But first of all, it's been an interesting weekend for you. You smashed your record earlier in the weekend, and you got that set. Alan Patton's trying to ruin your life.
He is. He came out of nowhere and ruined my life, and I don't think I've ever had been destroyed that bad, ever. It took me a while to come to terms with it. I don't think we have a 42 in it. We just don't.
Yeah.
Okay. That was incredible. We don't have new tires, anything else. He's got a heap of tires. And, I'm going to make all these racer excuses, but we definitely have the car to maybe go 43s. But I got to be able to put it together, and it just has not been it for me this weekend. And, it is what it is.
Yeah.
We'll get it together.
Yeah. And podium sprint, of course, adds another wild card. Let's swap headsets here real quick, Dewey. Let's get back on our planned thing here so I can chat with the team. Okay, there we go. Back in my catbird seat here, watching track battle heat number 6. But anyway, so you're going to podium sprint tomorrow. Alan Patton will not be there because it blew up the motor in the Supra, sounds like.
I heard that. That is the second time one of those engines has went in that car, different drivers, trying to ruin my life.
And to be fair, your car, I really don't want to make a statement about.
I'm hitting the table right now.
I wasn't going to say it. You know what I was going to say, but I was going to say that your car's been really solid all weekend.
It took a lot of development to get it there, but honestly, we've been dealing with a lot of weird issues this weekend. She's been fighting us real bad. So I don't want to say that our car has been exactly solid, just the engines together. together. What's going on? Come on, buddy.
Adam Roble giving some point buys. I think he's just getting out of the way.
That's solid.
Did a really nice job there. Nice communication there from Roble in his Falcon Club TR car. And Daniel Persing, by the way, he's leading right now of the cars that have gone so far. He's had, I would hesitate to call them fans, but they've been heckling him in the chat. And I'm curious if they're still out there.
That's true friends.
Yeah, I don't know.
A true friend is going to give you some crap.
Yeah. Oh, here's Bucky. So we'll have Bucky hop on here for a couple minutes. And Dewey, if you want to stay, just hang out in timing. We'll bring you back in a few for sure. So Dewey's going to pass on over the headset. And the legend himself, Bucky Lasek, joining us here on the live stream. Bucky, I'll unmute you there, right there. How are you, buddy?
Oh, good. How are you guys?
Good, good, good. So I heard you're just bedding brakes in your WRX.
Yeah,
and,
I think I got them.
Yeah. And
they're asleep.
We haven't had a chance to talk to you yet, or I haven't had a chance to talk to you because I spent a lot of time up here watching things from afar. But tell me about the experience of track battle so far here at Pit Race.
Let me catch my breath.
Yeah,
I just ran up here. Well, it's a beautiful track, first off. Pit Race is an amazing spot. Fun track. Very, very fast, smooth, transitioning, couple low speed corners, and pretty flat out.
Yeah, and you've had a number of interesting sports in the past with background in skateboarding and rally driving and all these other things. This is kind of a different discipline, but it probably takes some of the same background skill sets. You know, I know that you're developing the car, chasing the car, putting new parts on the car, tires, trying all these things out, but what have you applied from your background in sports to this discipline here in the Gridlife Track Battle Championship?
Well, funny you say that because usually lately I've been running a GD, and we're currently working on it, so we brought out the VB, which is like the newer WRX, and everything on this car can be bought off the site at Subi Mods.
Yeah.
Literally, like off the shelf. Basically, you could run this same setup with an off the shelf tune from Cobb, and come out here and, you know, get close to these times.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that's one of the cool things we talked with Nick Nazaro about. We had him on at Lime Rock in just a couple of minutes ago, chatting about Subi Mods and how accessible motorsport can be when you get all your parts in one place. And you've got different enthusiast sites and parts retailers that if you're a Honda guy, you've got a couple places to go. But for Subaru, Subi Mods is that place. Are you much of a wrench? Do you spend a lot of time wrenching on stuff these days?
I wrench on pretty much every car that I have.
Nice.
I've built a few Subarus in on my channel, on my YouTube channel, Bucky. I spend a lot of time wrenching, doing the YouTube thing, and then with Nick and Subi Mods, I'm able to get out here and get some track time in, and I do a lot of demo driving in my old RX car with Subaru at all the Subi Fest events. We have one coming up December 14th in Orlando. So if you're out there in Orlando area, come and say hi, maybe get a ride along.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun if you're down in that area at that time. But, you know, we talked about a little bit earlier before you jumped up here about Pittsburgh International Race Complex. And I assume this is your first time here?
First time here, yeah. I turned first laps yesterday and getting up to speed, kind of learning the track and, you know, making some minor tweaks to the car, you know, just tire pressures and some shift link issues. Other than that, turn and burn, you know. This is like, you see all the elevation changes. I don't know what turn it is. I don't know my number turns, but it's probably like turn 10 or so where you come over the blind crest down into the back little
for sure
right-hander. That's a fun turn.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of really fun turns down here. The run down into 5, kind of down into that gully and back up the other side.
That's fun as well, yeah.
That's a super fun complex. But the news, of course, breaking about a month ago that this place is going to close forever. In about a month, the land was sold very suddenly.
Yeah.
And this track will be closing, and it's a beautiful facility.
It is.
And I'm sure, you know, over time you've seen in a number of different sports, venues come and go.
Yeah.
But they're, you know, for drivers in the motorsport community, they were really sad because these are one of the, you know, this is one of the sacred places where this is our church, right? Tell me a little bit about, you know, the venues that have been special to you in your career over the years.
Well, this track is very special to a lot of the locals, you know, and I've talked to a lot of the locals, and for me it was Summit Point Raceway. Yep. That was the first day I attended a track day in my car locally and did all the school and sat through all the classes. And yeah, I think from what I hear, the same owners as VIR, and they got a good penny for this place. So I don't see why they can't just go over to the next hillside and maybe build another one.
Yeah, that was my thought too. Is, you know, is that a possibility? Perhaps it could be. By the way, Sebastian Fleischer a little bit quicker than he ran earlier this weekend, and off at turn 2, and just missed one of the cars that was stopped over there. So whoops. How are you across it over the limit? I imagine we'll get a look at the replay here and see
just
how
turn one, yeah, turn one. He's pushing his braking zone. Looks like, yeah, he just got the track is definitely greasy, and that's what it looks like. He just didn't have the tire to make it.
Yeah, then you see the car there with the brake lights on. He looked like he was about to get back in gear and get out of the way, but he's going to park right alongside him now. So I think that's the M2 of, I think, is that Brent Walker or Liam Foster, rather, in the 388. Yeah, I think that's Liam in the 388 car with the Street GT sticker on the back. So he'll line back up and get ready to get towed off. Just a big moment there. But talk about slipping and sliding around. You've driven a lot of cars over the years, all-wheel drive and otherwise. But how comfortable are you past the limit?
It looks like he should have made his little. He thinks he's at rally ready, driving a rally car there. Yeah, I dibble dabble here and there in all kinds of cars. Stage rally is a really fun thing to do. I recommend it highly. Look into it. You know, it's when you have a co-driver, you're driving through the woods. It's like time attack through the woods.
For sure, and I've had the wonderful opportunity to visit Rally Ready, and Dave Carpetian was a great friend of Gridlife, and we've been there a number of times over the years. For someone that's looking to get into rally driving, it feels to me, I live in Chicago, and Dave always tells me that there's plenty of rallies around that I just don't know about.
There is.
Track driving to me feels a little bit more accessible, but I know that that's not necessarily true. Where are you starting in this day and age?
It looks like it started in turn one, where you miss your braking point and you go off into the dirt and you stay in it. He did a great job there. Yeah, you just start locally, maybe at CCA, look up some local rallycross events. Usually it's in like a dirt field or somewhere, and just go out, get on Marketplace, buy yourself a beater, buy yourself a front-wheel drive car, rear-wheel drive car, all-wheel drive car, anything. Literally, you can buy anything. Like, if it runs and drives, you can rallycross it, and you can have the time of your life. You don't need the speed. You're in a loose surface.
Right, and that's the other thing also. And when you're building a car for track use, I think there's time attack is really a builder sport where you spend a lot of time getting the car to drive just right, and there's different setups and all these things. In a rallycross setting, I guess the car would matter a little bit less than building your skills.
A little less. I mean, you definitely want to look into good safety equipment like in any motorsport, but it all comes down to the tire and suspension. Horsepower, not so much. You'll get there with that, but I mean, you can have the time of your life in a freaking 80 horsepower rear-wheel drive car.
Yeah, I'm sure, and I've gotten the chance to ride around with Dave at Rally Ready in a couple different cars, and I have an FRS, and again, I've track driven it too, but he took me for a ride in an FRS that was, you know, one of their rally school cars, and I fell in love with it, and he's like, I'll sell it to you for $2,500 bucks. I'm like, don't tempt me like that.
Yeah, no, he's dangerous. Texas Dave is very dangerous to be around, especially when you're in the passenger seat and you're driving through the woods at his location at Rally Ready in Austin. He is a magician, and sometimes he'll be like, hey Bucky, come out into the woods with me and pick up some cones, and we're gonna reset the course and stuff. I go out there and we're in his truck.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, are you serious? I did not expect you to go sliding sideways at 60 miles an hour in between these two oak trees. Like, he is a devil.
I remember there was a time, you know, are you familiar with the Chop Top Challenge? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
So a couple of years ago, one of the Chop Top Challenge cars showed up at Rally Ready when we were there for our Gridlife Touring Cup season opener at COTA. We were up there visiting, and Chop Top Chevrolet Cruze shows up, and Adam Jabay jumps behind the wheel of it, drives it off into the woods, and they don't come back.
Never comes back. I was there.
Were you there?
Yeah, I was there.
And then Dave gets in his car, they go ripping off, and I jumped in someone else's car, and we're all driving through the woods at 60 miles an hour in the trees in the dark, and we're like, if someone comes around the corner, we're going to run into each other. It was just the memories that are made at a place like that. What a special haven.
Absolutely. We got to get the after party back there.
Yeah, I agree. We got to get back down to Austin for something and have an excuse to go back down there if we needed one. But again, you know, late in the day, this is something I was talking with Alex Moss, who was on here a little earlier, talking about track temperature. Again, the track's gotten a little bit slower. Podium sprint, though, tomorrow, the rain, all-wheel drive, Bucky behind the wheel. Is that going to help you out?
Did you see where I'm sitting right now? Did you see where I'm sitting in the street class?
P5? P6?
I think it's P5 still.
Yeah.
You know what that means? If that sticks.
Yeah, podium sprint.
That's podium sprint for Mr. Lassick for the first time in a freaking bolt-on car.
Right, and then if it rains, do you feel that gives you a huge advantage with your background?
Maybe
a little bit. I think that'll be a lot of fun.
It will be fun.
You know, having no rain experience at this racetrack yet, because it's been beautiful all weekend long. Not a lot of drivers have had rain experience here. Last year it sprinkled a little bit. You know, what's your perspective on tackling a racetrack in conditions that you've never experienced before? Do you just feel it out, or you just go for it?
Well, usually you take the rain line just slightly car width off of the normal racing line, but from what I hear at a pit race here, the track, I've yet to been out there to feel the surface of this track, but from what I hear, it's got like these little barbs that are very like sticky. And with that being said, I kind of feel like, you ever watch Spider-Man and when he becomes like this, and those little barbs come out of his fingertips? That's the vision I have. And from what I hear in the rain, if it's a light drizzle where normal track conditions get a little slippery, it doesn't here. So I'm taking that into consideration, but I really want to get out onto the track and I want to look and feel the actual grip of the track, which I haven't done yet.
All right, well, we'll see what the weather gives us tomorrow. It's given us a 77-degree day today, which is a 40-degree delta from yesterday morning.
Yes,
how's your car changed in handling with the track temperature change? Is it noticeable, other than Alex was saying it doesn't really change a lot other than the lap timer that you see?
No, it changed. I can feel it in my bottom.
Yep.
Yeah, it definitely changes. Turbo cars especially like the colder air, and the track surface doesn't really matter as much for an all-wheel drive turbo car. The morning sessions are definitely the one to go after. So I was out there today, or tonight, this evening, we changed our brake pads. We don't really have any new tires to run, so just looking for better brake feel. So we went out there, bedded some brakes, and hoping tomorrow morning we can get into the 155s.
Here's Jeremy Lauder. This has got a little bit of a backstory to it. He's hunting for third in the Unlimited Class Championship, going up against Andreas Bertulis. This is Group B. We've got one more group to go. That's where Bertulis is at the moment. So we'll see a bit of a slugfest between these guys in podium sprint. But talking about rallying and time attack and kind of the crossover and blend between them, this is actually one of the cars that competes at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb every year. And this car's got the crazy rally cage in it and everything. It's a pretty beefy girl these days, but it makes a whole lot of power. Have you ever been up to Pikes Peak?
I've not driven it, but I have gone there and experienced it. Got some coaching done with Jeff Zwart, a true mountain legend there. Yeah, it's a pretty technical spot, and yeah, maybe it's on my bucket list up there with Daytona. Yeah, 24-hour.
I've gotten the pleasure of announcing that event the last 3 or 4 years, and seeing a lot of crossover cars like Jeremy Lauder go out there. And there's a vibe to that event that feels very much like a Grid Life. It's one of these pockets of culture, and I think it's really, really special. So to have Jeremy here is really neat. To see it on the mountain is very cool indeed. So if you've never been to Pikes Peak, it's definitely, for those that are watching, definitely an event worth going to. It just feels like a Grid Life on the side of a mountain, but you got to be there at 3 a.m.
I was just about to mention that. I don't think I'd really look forward to that.
No, neither do I, especially when you're announcing an event for 8 hours the next day, sleeping in a rental car at 12,000 feet.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too pleasing. No. But I tell you, it makes up for it when you're up there, and the vibe, the energy, just the atmosphere. It's great. You might even see a bear. We've seen bears up there. Yeah, it's cool.
Or the marmots. They got Miles the Marmot, their sort of mascot that I got this year, which is kind of fun. But having a look through the Group B list here, there's Brian Van Oersdahl in the number 290 headed down the hill here in one of these Toyota GR Supras, a car that we've seen really taken to the limit in street mod and track mod. A lot of the aero development on these cars done by PhD Racing with Jackie Ding a couple of years ago. And what about your car? And again, you're running in street class, which only allows OEM aero. Is there eventual plans to move up into a different category, put some more aero bits on the car, and go for more?
No, we have a GD Blaubai Subaru that's very fast. We ran it at Lime Rock, we ran it at Road America, and we are doing some development on that car to make it a little bit more competitive. As of right now, we can run in like the top 10 for sure. I think the best we've done is like a 7th. We haven't quite got it up into the top 5 shootout. So there's that one, and we're also developing a 2016 VA, which is a little bit older STI. We're developing that one as well. So I'm trying to talk Nick from Subi Mods in to let me run it in the what is it, the GTLC?
GLTC, and then there's GLGT as well.
The wheel to wheel.
Yeah.
I want to get into that.
That'd
so
be
Nick,
really cool.
if you're going to watch this later, let's go.
Let's do it. Bucky, I want to thank you for your time here. Thank you for coming up and chat with us for a few minutes. And good luck to you this weekend. I hope it rains. I hope we see Bucky Lassett going for podium in street class
I'm doing
tomorrow.
my rain dance with Dewey later.
All right, Bucky. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. And we're going to pass the headset back to Dewey, and we'll bring him back on for the tail half of B and A. Good luck to you. Enjoy the rest of your night. We'll catch up a little bit later. Here's Evan English and another one of the GR Supras, and Dewey DeWitt rejoins me here for the spicy bit. Again, I don't know about lap times being better than they were in the coolness of the morning. It's almost 80 degrees out there, but having a legend like Bucky Lassett on,
dude,
what a
sick,
treat.
right?
Yeah, it's so sick.
Dude, we live in crazy times. I'm out here doing a rain dance for Bucky right now.
He was excited. I asked if the game of an advantage.
I have my two favorite Jeremys on track right now, Jeremy Lauder and Jeremy Bailey, and both of them in completely. Yeah, Jeremy's putting some time down.
Yeah, Bailey, again, this is kind of a driver we've been watching. His best time of the weekend's at 55.0.
Yep.
But he's really a wild card when it comes to the podium sprint. He stole one at CMP.
Yep.
So if he can get into that top 5, I think he was 6th in class.
Telling you what, he will be dangerous in the rain. If it rains, dangerous.
Yeah, and I think the key for him tomorrow morning, he is 6th right now behind Stan Feingold. He needs to find 6/10 in the morning.
Yep, and I don't think he's going to find it on this track as it is right now, but hey, you never know. He gets in the right mindset. He's just so you understand, he was the best man at my wedding. Like, that's how close I am to this guy. He's stubborn, but man, he can put it together.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun to watch it. And Stan Feingold again. I'm not sure if you had heard this story, but he's got a K24 under the hood of this thing with a bunch of ITBs on it now, and he had some 3D printed components that broke off at the threads and were banging around and
that's
melted a bunch of stuff. And then his transmission drain plug popped out and leaked oil everywhere. And
he's having a weekend.
He's having a weekend, but he's in the top 5, and it's real tight. I mean, it's a 53.1 for Evan McLaren.
Yeah.
And then if you're out of the podium sprint, you're slower than a 54.5. So, I mean, it's just real tight.
That's Club TR.
Yeah, and winner take all this weekend.
It really is. And that's winner take all for like 4 or 5 people.
Yeah,
like
three people with the chance for a second for 2 others. So
that's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, that class is so tight. Yeah, if you want some people who know how to read rules, okay, Club TR. There's reading the rules and then really reading the rules. Like Jeremy Bailey, Stan, good example. These guys, they understand how to read the rule book.
Jessica Powers, I think, is almost to her PB, about a second off. She was out in California with husband Josh Powers.
Yep.
They were kind of joking, sending me messages during the day because Jessica has a license plate that says Josh sucks on the back.
Yeah, these two drive each other up the wall. I've parked next to them in pits before. It is so funny.
They really get after it. Very similar builds on these cars, but just friendly competition, and they joke about whoever loses has to clean the garage.
Oof.
So that's pretty brutal when you got 2 Corvettes.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
In time attacks format. So yeah, it's really cool to see them with that friendly competition and track mod. This is something I talked with Alex Moss earlier. You know, we've seen rule changes over the years, and track mod has seen one of the biggest rule set reshuffles in the last couple of years. But the ebb and flow of different categories and how they gain strength without really touching anything. Track mod for a couple of years was a little bit weak, but then Jackie Ding builds his M2, and then we got Alan Patton with this murderous C7.
It was coming with track mod. It was something that was brewing. A lot of cars being built, and they were looking at the rule book and going, man, Unlimited just really doesn't make sense. And honestly, I think some cars actually got straight up scared out of Unlimited from guys like Ferris.
Right.
They're like, we could build this slightly different and have a track mod car. But for years, track mod ended up kind of this goofy catch-all for people who didn't read the rule book. So you'd have Civics without carpet. Like Michael on the screen right now, if he didn't have carpet in his car, he's got a spot now. That would be Club TR.
Right.
But he would have, just due to the rule set, ended up in track mod. So it ended up a lot of oddball, not built for the class cars for years. Oh, Josh is sticking it out there.
Yeah, so Joshua Halka has not yet run a lap in this heat, and the story we got from Mark Kilgore, updating us from Turn-In Concepts, said that they had some turbo issues that they were facing, and he's
having a rough time.
Yeah, but we'll see if they've got things sorted now. Andy Holst has just run an unbelievable lap time early in the weekend, the 151.1, but here's the kicker for street class. Andy Holst has to win podium sprint to win the championship. If he does, there's nothing Hulk can do.
Yes.
But if anything else happens, if Holst doesn't win podium sprint, Hulk is the champion. So if he can't defend it, someone else is going to have to get up there and take it away.
Yep. And that's going to be tough. He is crazy fast. That Evo is gorgeous.
Yeah, and that classic Evo versus WRX battle, we saw Creature put together a pretty fun piece
really
of content.
Good. I was wondering who made that.
Yeah.
It was that definitely looks like a Creature creation.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, we were talking about in the marketing meeting. We're like, Subaru versus Mitsubishi. This is a tale as old as time is the way I phrased it. And Creature took that and ran with it.
Nice. It was so good.
Stephen Chang pitting in the 868, and this driver has been a little bit on the outside looking in as far as times to the top of the class, but podium sprint can shake and shuffle. And here's Mario Moroni getting a lot of laps in. I'm sure he's got another set saved for podium sprint.
He's probably on old tires right now. Yep. He's probably just putting some laps down, getting himself set up for tomorrow morning, just so he can lay a nasty time down and be prepared for podium sprint.
Yeah, this car throws me off. These aftermarket headlights make this look like a Lexus, but
it is not.
It's not. It's a BRZ. And
I see an intercooler in there. That must be doing some boost.
Yeah.
And he's showing his traction problems.
Yeah, it's a street mod car, the 504 Cameron Newman.
The fact that his plate says Hondaroo would lead me to believe that's a K-swap with some form of turbo on it. So,
yeah. And, you talked a little bit in your podcast, Heat Exchanger, about actually it might have been IG's podcast, but about if you could do anything, dropping the motor you have in Boogie in a car like this with an 8-speed.
It'd be a ZF. 8-speed would be the way to do it. Yeah,
that would be
thought about it. It would be nasty. Yeah. I truly believe that would be a nearly unbeatable setup. Boogie's engine would slot right in there perfectly. What's up? He just chilling? I mean, he doesn't really have to do anything else.
Cooling down, 56.2, a little bit off of his best. Here's Jeremy Bailey in the 13. Love the livery on this car too, and some new aero changes with the block-off plates.
Yeah, we had a lot of conversations about that. We're like, dude, we got to make the front of your car smoother. We've actually got some other ideas in the off-season, maybe some 3D printed parts, stuff like that.
I'm curious also, is there a big difference in the BRZ versus FRS bumper as far as aero is concerned?
We had a lot of conversation with that. I can tell you on the second gens, you're probably better off with the GR86 bumper, and that hurts my soul to say. But it is due to the shape of it. The weird bottom on the BRZ, but in the older cars, the BRZ bumper, honestly, they're really close. The BRZ, GR86, FRS, they're all really similar.
Yeah. And again, you're kind of limited to what you can do with bumpers and things in this category. Yep. But again, Jeremy Bailey's car looks fantastic. I wanted to ask you a question while we're sitting here between sessions. We got Group A coming up. What's next for Dewey? I mean, this is going to be your second championship in street mod with Boogie. I know it's a car that's near and dear to your heart.
Love that car.
Things unchanged. I'd expect Dewey to run this till you're 85. But is there anything else on the horizon?
Street mod. I'm just going to be real. But honestly, I want to do some GLTC also. Like it would be a good time to go chase Bucky around. You know, I want to take what Jeremy built here, essentially stick a cage in that, and it look a lot like Andy's car. That's why I love seeing Andy's car there, because then I know the potential is there, because if anybody's going to ring it out, it's going to be Andy. I don't perceive myself the driver that Andy is, but I do believe I could get up in the mix and have a really good time with it, and I wouldn't be held back by my vehicle. You know what I mean?
And let's have another conversation about wheel-to-wheel and time attack, because this is something I saw pop up in social media feeds a week ago, and I really liked the way that it was phrased. It was this conversation around wheel-to-wheel and time attack, and how one doesn't necessarily feed into the other from a skill standpoint, but it's more just about prep level, right? Because when you're wheel-to-wheel racing, you've got to have a roll cage and all these other things. So it seems like, when you look at it from a distant perspective, that time attack is prepping for wheel to wheel, but that's not really how it is.
It's not. And that's that was a really interesting post that somebody put up, and that was I fail to remember the guy's name, but it was a really thought out post. Long story short, you're trying to do two different things, really, and then the conversation devolved into what's harder, and they're different skill sets. They're drastically different skill sets, and that's not to say that a good time attacker wouldn't be able to, you're going to be able to lay time down, and you're going to be able to do it in a real hurry, and for qualifying, obviously that's going to help out a lot, but you're not going to be able to learn racecraft in time attack, and that's something that's where it's really going to differ. But they're different. I can tell you that I think James Houghton is a perfect example of what happens when you take a time attack mindset and then go do GLTC, because you read the rule book in a particular way and it will work to your advantage.
One of the cars on track here, the car that's leading this group, Group A, that's Joshua Briggs in that MX-5. This car went for a pretty wild ride at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and we'll show it to you here in a second, but he drove all the way out to California and brought this MX-5 out to do the battle there, and he had a bit of a moment, and I'll let them give him a second to go find it, but he had a crazy ride, tore all the aero out from underneath the car, and he's still out here competing in Unlimited. Have to give him props.
I can't wait to see that clip. I didn't get to watch all that much. Yeah, this is going to be a good one.
It'll be a good one. There you go. Here it is. This is back at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, over the crest of the corkscrew.
This hurts my soul.
Yeah, and he had issues. I think they had to do a trans swap or something of the sort too. But
that's rough when you drive that far and then yeah. Oh, that's a bummer. I tell you what, that kitty litter saved his butt.
It sure did, yeah.
Oh, man.
But here he is, headed down the hill.
It looks like he put the car back together pretty good.
Yeah, it looks great to me.
And that wasn't that long ago, a couple weeks, so like they had to have been hammering on that thing to get it right.
Yeah, so here he is now, back in the action in Group A. And a couple of cars that were gridded up, or supposed to be gridded up ahead, including you, are not out there.
No, we decided to take the session off. I'm excited to see how Boersma does, too.
Yeah, Chris Boersma, again, I think he's qualified in podium sprint as it stands. Here comes Briggs up the front straightaway, throttling up. Hood's flapping with all the aero on this car.
Man, you'll have it.
Oh, this thing is going kill mode down the front stretch here into turn one.
This is a scary corner. A lot of people, you have to roll so much speed through there. Ooh, looks like he might have been a little off the apex there, but maybe he could roll some speed through it.
Yeah, just a little off the apex, but got it pointed the right direction. Huge rear diffuser on this car. And the other thing with aero this complex, it's not just about tacking the aero on, it's about setting it up and balancing the car such that you don't stall it out. It gets very complicated to keep the aero balance proper on a car like this.
Well, it's actually kind of nice that you know, this is a Miata, it's got almost perfect 50-50 weight distribution, but you have to make as much horsepower. Man, we got stuff coming out the back. This is this is looking like one of my old laps from 22. You have to keep aero balance though, so he's got to make as much downforce in the front as he does in the rear, or the car will actually transition as he's going faster to, maybe a oversteer to an understeer situation, or vice versa. So you can really mess with the balance if you don't get that right. That was something that took me a long time to really understand, and I'm sure he's got it figured out because he's flying. You wouldn't be in podium sprint if you didn't figure it out.
Yeah, I think he's probably leaking some fuel, I would think.
I hope so. Like, that's, ethanol will go away like that. Hopefully he's running E, but.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's super severe. Just in heavy right-hand corners, there's a little bit of a wisp. Now onto the brakes, into turn 17. This is a scary braking zone because you juke the car to the right here, then you have to immediately jam on the binders and slow it down and see the car wobbling on the brakes just a little bit.
I think one of the things that kind of kills Miatas, and not that we haven't seen some insanely fast ones, is it is real hard to get a tire, like a wheel tire combo to fit on these cars the way you would want. These guys really fight that there's not a whole lot of tire selection for them.
Briggs, 48.5 on his first lap. 46.2 is the best he's done this weekend. Boersma, a 49.7, and that's still about 2 seconds off his. Spin, slide. This Aztec Lamborghini out of control into 17, and he gets it stopped on the pavement. Wow, that was a wild slide.
I am so scared of that happening to me in that same corner.
Yeah, I wonder, Super Tulis got it wound down there just in time.
He's code browning hard right now.
Yeah, that was a big moment, and that's such a fast area. I think we're seeing speeds about 140 to 145 for most of the cars in this category, maybe even a little higher. But
a little higher,
doing much more than that, I'm sure.
You should check the data. Definitely a little higher.
Are you doing more than that down there? Oh boy, you guys are nuts.
Terrifying. Yeah. On 255 street tires.
So again, we talked about aero balance a moment ago.
Yep.
For a car to let loose in that corner, I'd imagine that it's probably an aero balance thing. If you've got
a little bit, you go onto the brakes, and a lot of times it'll get over your front splitter or whatever, and then you're kind of using that inside curbing, so it starts bouncing around, and it'll start hopping around, and it's if you don't got a brake bias set right, or maybe you get an ABS lockup or something, you'll spin right around. I mean, we had it last year in GLTC. A good buddy of mine, Adam Wood, had just a real slight ABS malfunction. right into the wall. It was awful.
You know, we've seen a couple of different trouble spots here. We have another look at this, just right on the curbing, and it just looped around. And, you know, the good news here is that the slide was on the pavement. If this was in the grass, we'd be talking about a different end here.
Yeah, he would be a whole lot sadder. I know he's been zip tying the aero back together. One of the big problems he has with this car is he can't just go to anybody and get some of these aero pieces. They're all really bespoke. Like, I had a conversation with him earlier. I'm like, buddy, you should start molding this stuff, because if you break it, it's going to be impossible to mold it back together. Like, you just start making molds for it right now.
Yeah, and Chris Boersma did pick up a little bit that time, but still not his PB for the weekend. Chris Smith at a 150.6. Looks like that car is also stalled on the entrance to pit lane. I imagine when you spin any car around backwards, the electronics and engine don't love that.
Yeah, they get real angry. They're not used to that.
Yeah, so there's Josh Powers, the other half of the Jessica and Josh combination we were talking about earlier. Josh has been the quicker of the two this weekend. Josh's best lap is a 150.8, and Jessica's a 155.4, so a little bit of an advantage for Josh.
I think I like the look on his face too. I love it so much. I've been trying to tell everybody in the pits, like, you guys need to start taking more entertaining pictures. Like, if you're just staring at the camera looking bored, like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, love the smug look on his face, and
so good.
Jumping on the brakes down into 17. Other cars on track, we mentioned Chris Smith is out there. I think he's also qualified into podium sprint as it stands.
Ooh, there's some sparks.
Yeah, this is Andres Bertulis. Now, Andres Bertulis, before the weekend started, probably felt pretty good about where he was, because he's third in the unlimited standings. That's podium for now.
And then Jeremy Lauder showed up.
And
my other favorite Jeremy.
Yeah, there was only a 3-point differential between them.
Yes.
So it'll come down to podium sprint, likely, to see which of these drivers
If he managed to eke himself in, he was pretty close.
I think Lauder, again, he just got here this morning.
Yep, he is fighting diff issues right now.
Okay. But I think he's still on the outside looking in by a little bit. He's got to find a 49.9, and he's at a 52.4. But interestingly, the car that is P5 is Andres Bertulis, so he would knock Andres out if he were to qualify.
That would be crazy. Wow. Yeah. And I got to be real, tomorrow morning, you could definitely see that.
Actually, Bertulis just ran his PB. He bumped that up a couple of tenths, so it's a 149.7 now.
He's going to need all the space he can get, because Jeremy's crazy. I can say that with absolute certainty, that Jeremy is not going to go easy.
He's crazy enough to take that car up Pikes Peak.
And then crash it, and then rebuild it in a couple of days, and then go back up Pikes Peak. He did it at Lime Rock.
Yeah. I mean, anyone that goes up Pikes Peak has all my respect. Again,
it's insane.
It's an event that I've gotten the pleasure to commentate. We were just talking about this with Bucky. It is a wild, wild event, and you got to be willing to throw your car off a cliff, because it is just that's what happens if you have a mistake or mechanical.
Anybody who drives something, you have to be looking at that as a tool. Like, your car becomes a tool. If you have some sort of sentimental attachment to that vehicle, you may want to rethink it.
Yeah, I think so. Checkered flag is out here for Group A. Not a lot of pickups there. Just a couple drivers eking close to their PBs. And here's Justin Peachy. This is a battle for third with Chris Smith for
his new setup's crazy. I think he's getting used to it. I don't know if he ended up eating his naturally aspirated engine, and then he picked up a junkyard engine, threw a turbo on it. And like, that car is crazy.
Very literally on it. I was joking the other day. It's like you could see the changes under the hood, but I don't think under is exactly the right term for this. Through it, mostly.
Uh-oh.
And, honestly, it looks like something Dallas Reed came up with.
I wouldn't doubt Dallas Reed came up with that. That definitely looks like a Dallas Reed invention.
Ryan Matthews off the pace there. Alan Patton. We actually haven't seen Alan put a lap time down in this session yet, I don't think.
I think he did, actually. He's running unlimited right now.
Oh, he is running
unlimited. Because he's on slicks, since that is the GT4 car.
And, wow, okay.
Which is going to throw a wrench into the whole thing.
Wait. So Alan Patton is in 3 categories this weekend.
I mean, it's Alan Patton.
And he's qualified in podium sprint right now in all of them.
Yes. So what are you going to run, bud?
Well, the street mod car is out of the question.
Yes.
Oh, man, he pushed really hard into 12. He threw this thing into the weeds in the previous session coming down the hill. So.
Again, it's Alan Patton.
Yeah.
Look, this is what I'm talking about. Boring.
Well, okay, his winning pose, which he has done a couple of times.
Yes.
Does have the Thunder Bunny ears.
I get that, but what are we doing here, man?
Yeah.
Alan, you need to step up your basic picture here.
It kind of matches the axe murderer mentality.
He is kind of an axe murderer, but come on.
So we'll see if he improves this time around. His last lap looked like a cool down, a 2:01.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting much out of it.
And he's going to stay on the road.
He's a wild man.
Yeah, let's see. Across the stripe, 48.7 or quicker would be an improvement. And across the stripe, and it will not be. I don't think.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Like, he was way outside of that corner.
All right, let's have a look at our results here for Track Battle Q6. We've got one more session in the morning to go over, but we'll have a quick look here. Again, not a lot of shifts and shuffles for Falcon Club SC or the other categories, but here's a look. This is the overall order
I
here.
love Chris. See, that's how you do it. Personality.
Yeah, so I guess Boersma was the quick. Not quite. I think that was. Trying to figure out how that order happened. There we go. Well, there's P1 in each of your individual classes. Chris Boersma, Ross Ligabell, Joshua Briggs, David Best, Ryan Matthews. There's all your class leaders. And there you go. There's Club SC. David Best again on top. Nick Berg chucked his car into the tires, although just minor body work damage that he'll have to repair.
Yeah, they can bang that out.
Yeah. Dueling O'Brien, Rodriguez, and Rodriguez at the tail of the field. Into Club TR. Big story there. Again, Jeremy Bailey continuing to make laps. Mario Maroney continuing to make laps in that 727, getting prepped for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, very critical session to change the points.
It's going to be crazy. Everybody needs to be ready. Like, you need to get up to watch that one.
Yeah, Ross Ligabell in the number 45, quickest in street class. Joshua Halka was on track, didn't get a lap that I think he's stoked about. They're still fighting issues with that turn-in concept Subaru. No time recorded. Street GT, Luke McGrew did not go out in this session. Ryan Matthews did, though. No pickup or improvement. It'll be McGrew, Matthews, Chang, at least in podium sprint tomorrow. The others have another session to improve. Dayton Delahousse in the MX-5. That's a crazy car.
One of my favorite guys out there. Dude is wheeling that car. Very basic setup. It's basically a turbo MX-5. Yeah. Insane.
There's Chris Boersma again on top of Track Mod that time. Chris Smith, Sean McPike, Jessica Powers, and Eric Peachy in the Viper. The rest of the top 5 in this heat. And then in Unlimited, Alan Patton surprising us again with that persistent 606 up into second place behind Briggs and Bertulis and Lauder right there in the mix.
Alan, I'm driving a car. I don't care.
Driving a car. You're making a real mess out of timing and scoring. I bet Emma's probably tired of switching.
Oh, man, people are probably going crazy.
Let's have a look at the highlights here for...
Look at that pirate flag.
Oh, there it is. Dewey's paddock spot, and we're going to... That's okay. Let's have a look at the highlights here from all of Saturday's action, Dewey, and you can kind of stick around and watch the
I'm
melt
excited.
because we had a whole bunch of action. And
this has been a crazy day.
Yeah, kick things off in the early morning with our track battle sessions. Of course, the Gridlife Rush Series raced for their first time today, and we did have an incident in race number 2, and it involved a rollover with Jeremy Boysen, unfortunately.
My boy Jeremy, more Jeremys, but he's fine. I went and talked to him.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll probably have a fun story to tell. I'm going to go chat with him post-event as well. Great camera team, great crew behind the pictures here today. Project Prime again giving us an unbelievable broadcast once again, Dewey. You've seen it. A couple other issues late
did one
in the
of
going.
those.
Yep. Easy to do, but with that, we're going to wrap up the day here from Saturday here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. Thanks so much, everybody. We've got one more full day of action. It kicks off tomorrow morning. It'll be at 8:30 a.m., and we'll run all the way until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Kyle Heyer will be returning with Alex Moss and Adam Jabay tomorrow for more. Make sure you don't miss it. 8:30 a.m. Eastern for the last day of action in Gridlife's season finale at Pit Race. There's Boysen's big tumble.
Oh, my.
And there's Luca Barbera setting sparks tomorrow. The podium sprint, the last 2 races for GLTC, GLGT, and Rush, and more coming your way tomorrow. Wrapping things up here from Pit Race. Thanks so much, everybody. We'll see you for the last day of Gridlife in 2025 tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Eastern.
Tell